Chapter 1, The Pianist from Paris. In the morning, while Paris was still holding her breath, Clara laid her hand on the cold window of her garret and involuntarily drew a small staff in the studied film. 5 lines, 1 key, 2 bars of hope. Beneath it, the city grew like a score of stone and chimney smoke, and somewhere between the bakery and the boulevards, the day smelled of warm bread and promises forgotten yesterday. In the Rue de l'Abbesse a milkman was clattering his bottles, a carriage was snorting, and the wind was bringing a scrap of waltz from a gramophone that was never quite right. Clara heard it, smiled and withdrew her hand. The moisture dissolved as if it had never been there, and the order of the window returned, unmoved and transparent. How easily things could disappear. On the wobbly table lay her notes, tamed with a blue ribbon, worn at the edges. A portfolio made of linen, a case with 2 pencils half written down, a photograph of her mother, the features hard and loving at the same time, as if winter had marked them. Next to it, carefully folded, lay the invitation letter, engagement as a pianist, RMS Titanic, White Star Line. The paper was no thicker than a breath, but heavy as a decision. She boiled water in a sooty cauldron, waited until it half sang, and poured it over the tea leaves she had been stretching for 3 weeks. The scent was more reminiscent of patience than tea. She ate a piece of stale brioche, broke it with her fingertips as if she were splitting a bar, and went to the mirror. The dress was plain and dark, on the fabric lay the faint light of the grey sky. She tied her hair up, brushed the unruly strands out of her forehead, and put on the hat that never really belonged to her, borrowed from the downstairs cafe owner, who let her play in the evenings when the guests were sparse and the conversations became difficult. "Bring it back to me when the world has found you," he had said, laughing as if it were an impossibility that they loved nonetheless. The steps creaked as she descended. The hallway smelled of coal dust and steaming potatoes, somewhere a couple was quarreling, somewhere a child was crying, and somewhere a student was practicing the same scale for the 100th time. "Bonjour, Madame Lenore," said Clara, and the landlady only nodded and wiped an invisible spot on the wall, as if that were the way to keep the world clean. Outside, Paris lay in a precious space. The rain had stopped, but the puddles held the light as if they did not want to give it up. Clara lifted the hem of her dress, stepped over the shimmer, and the city pushed itself into her heart as if it were music that one takes with one in spite of everything. The procession to Cherbourg was full of faces that wanted to leave, and faces that pretended to come back. Merchants balanced baskets, sailors laughed too loudly, and in the 3rd class a boy slept with his lips open, as if he were breathing the names of future ports. Clara sat in the compartment next to an old lady who was talking about her sister in America and peaches that were bigger than plates. "They're going to play? On the ship?" The lady tapped a needle in the air as if she were marking notes. "Play something happy, child. The crossing is long, and hearts are getting heavy." Clara nodded, and her fingers moved, involuntarily, as if they were caressing keys on an invisible piano. A sequence of quiet sounds that could only be heard in silence. Cherbourg came into view from a distance like an instruction at the end of a page: slowly, then don't hesitate. At the harbour, the air smelled of salt and iron. Seagulls cut through the sky, and the voices of the workers fell in bundles, heavy and determined. Clara held the portfolio more tightly as if she would otherwise step out of her hand and leave it. The tender ships Nomadic and Traffic lay there like ambiguous promises, small next to what was to come, yet powerful in their task of making people great. And then it lay in front of her, not quite visible, but palpable in every fiber of the quay, the Titanic, a name that vibrated like a chord in the belly. White superstructures, sleeping giants made of steel, chimneys like organ pipes. A ship was always more than the sum of its parts. It was expectation, disguised as technology. A man in uniform checked the papers as if they were prayers. "Mademoiselle Beaumont?" He pronounced her name correctly, his lips tight, his eyes friendly only as far as regulations allowed. "They are used in 1st class. The Palm Court, the à la carte salon, in the evening." He let the words hang, and they filled with sound in Clara's mind. "Have a good trip," he said. She nodded, and a string vibrated on the back of her neck. The crossing from the tender to the ship was a short breath on cold water. The hull of the Titanic grew up in front of them as if it were a heaven that could be touched. From the belly of the ship came the scraping of the cargo, the shouting of the men, a single rhythmic action. She was helped up the gangway, hands under elbows, politely and firmly. On the deck it smelled of fresh wood and fresh paint, of scrubbed railings, of that peculiar mixture of luxury and work that only large ships know. She stood there, letting her gaze glide over the promenade deck, over the shiny brass buttons on the doors, over the shine that pretended to be natural. In the distance, Paris remained like a sound that slowly falls into the silence, but still resonates in the ears. A steward led them inside, carpets that also transformed steps, lamps that gave warm light, mirrors that showed not only the face but also the wishes. The Palm Court lay like a conservatory inside a dream, palm trees whose leaves brushed softly against the panes, wicker furniture, light-colored fabrics. On a pedestal stood the piano, black and silent, the lid still closed, like an animal about to jump. Clara laid her hand on the varnish, and her reflection was a fleeting swallow. She lifted the lid, the hinge sighed scarcely audibly, and the strings shimmered in the twilight of the lamp. She sat down, adjusted her skirt, breathed. The first touch is always a bow, she thought, a confession that something greater is speaking, and that you are only the tool. She played C major, so simple that it was almost an innocence. The sound rose, lay over the furniture, crept under the tables, made itself comfortable in the lampshades. A figure from the kitchen stopped, a waiter with 2 big hands, and smiled as if he were suddenly 10 years younger. A lady with a hat like a little theatre remained in the doorway, put a hand to her breast, and nodded scarcely perceptibly. The ship listened, it seemed, and breathed a little deeper. Clara closed her eyes and let her right hand climb, arpeggios like water, the left like a calm heartbeat, the middle as a bridge. The melody that came out of her was not new, but today she wore a different coat. She silently called it Arrival. Later, she was shown her cabin, narrow but clean, the mirror without hesitation, the duvet stretched like a secret. On the little table stood a glass with a single carnation. Who had put them there? Perhaps a gesture of the line, perhaps a coincidence. She wanted it to be intentional. She put down the portfolio, ran a finger over the individual pieces she had been asked to play, Beethoven, Chopin, a ragtime that smelled of New York. Then she turned the pages and found her own sheet music between the programs, tightly written, with touch-ups in pencil, stained with coffee she had spilled when she tried to grab an idea in Monsieur Armand's cafe that fought back. She smoothed the corner as if one were stroking a child's hair. In the afternoon, as the sun fell diagonally through the glass panels and dusty grains of light floated in the room like little words, she met the other musicians, men in impeccable suits, who looked at her scrutinizingly as if she were a variation on a familiar theme. Beaumont, isn't it? The first, a violinist with a narrow mouth and warm eyes, bowed. Hartley. He reached out his hand and thus a belonging. We rehearse shortly after dinner. Sometimes they want something cheerful, sometimes something that reminds them of home. Listen up. The wishes are rarely in the words. Clara nodded and remembered the sentence as if it were music theory. The first rehearsal was like an orderly conversation in which everyone knows their place and still wants to be surprised. The violin rose, the cello answered, the piano carried, took away, gave back. A clarinetist came forward with an interjection that seemed to come from another room, but still fit. What united them all was not so much the paper in front of them as the ability to let air at the right moment. Clara smiled involuntarily. Music was the only society in which she had never been lonely. Between the pieces, she heard the others talking, about the wind, which was too cool for the season, about the passengers, the lady in the turquoise dress who drinks only with her eyes, about the rumor that even a millionaire steel baron could make the swaying steps of a waltz if he was not observed. Someone mentioned New York, the width of the streets, the height of the dreams, the sharpness of the light. Clara listened and imagined her fingers on a piano in a city on the other side of the world finding sound that didn't ask for approval. When evening came, the ship already bore a thin, soft tiredness, such as all great things put on towards dusk. Voices gathered in the salon, the glasses clinked, a laugh flew too high and forgot to land. Clara sat at the piano, a little apart, and saw the gentlemen in stiff collars, the ladies in colors, the vowels. She played waltzes that smelled of lilac and ragtime that tickled the feet. Between 2 pieces she let her hands rest. Cold air blew in through the half-open door to the deck, which tasted of salt and nightshade. She looked out, only briefly, and in the darkness the horizon glowed like a breath that would not go. Then it started again, an intermezzo, quietly, so that you had to look to hear. It was in this intermezzo that she saw him for the first time, without suspecting that it was the first time of many. He stood at the edge of the crowd, too close to the shadows to betray intention, too close to the light to remain invisible. A face on which the wind had worked, eyes that had seen too much and too little at the same time, his hands clasped behind his back, as if he were holding on to something too delicate to be named. He listened, not politely, not dutifully, but with that kind of attention that makes the world new for a breath. Their fingers hesitated for a moment, then they let the phrase grow longer, as if they were standing on a bridge and did not want to cross yet. The evening became more casual when the plates were empty and the cognac glasses were half full. Faces smoothed out like linen. A young man asked for something cheerful, a lady rocked her shoulders, indecisive between convention and lust. Clara played, and the ship pushed through the darkness, which was so thick outside that it could almost have been a fabric. As she put the last notes of a luxuriant piece in the air, her hands still over the keys as if they were floating, she heard a soft clapping, too soft to be conspicuous, too sincere to be overheard. She looked. He had given the look instead of the hands. The clapping belonged to a child who was reprimanded by his father. And yet she knew where the gratitude came from. Some recognition does not pass through the fingers. Then he made a movement as if he wanted to take off his hat, although he was not wearing one. "Good night." She heard him go, and when the footsteps stopped, she realized that she had held her breath. She laughed softly at herself and went back inside, where the lamps were already dimmed and the last sentences of the day leaned against each other. Before she put out the light, she went to the small porthole again. A black velvet embroidered with indigo dots. She put her forehead to the glass and closed her eyes. The trembling of the ship drove into her, a Bartok pulse in the depths, warm and strange at the same time. "Take me across," she thought, and the thought was not a command, but rather a request for something greater than will. She stretched out her hand as if it could touch the night, and let it fall when she found only coolness. Of the Right. Chapter 2. A ship like no other, first impressions of the Titanic, sound, smells, class differences. In a beautiful lyric and around 1,500 words per chapter, write a coherent text, pay attention to many details. She walked along the corridor, which was covered with carpets, so soft that footsteps no longer became sounds but impressions. Brass fittings shone like sleeping suns that multiplied in every coat button. The walls had paneling in honey tones, here and there a mirror that doubled the world with a smile. A steward brushed past her with an inconspicuous dignity, a tray in his hands, on which silver jugs stood like patient animals. "Good morning, mademoiselle," he said, and his voice was the temperature of a fresh napkin. The Titanic was a being with many hearts. In first class, they beat in velvet and stucco and counted the beat in corridors full of style. Outside, on the long decks, chairs were already making their knitted pattern of woven cane, and a lady with a hat, the feather of which tested the air, was reading a novel with golden edges. A gentleman, whose beard looked like an agreement, passed a steward, who pulled out his watch and checked it with the matter-of-factness with which sailors test the ropes. "We're right on schedule," Clara heard someone say. She didn't know what the plan was, but she felt the ship possess it. An unobtrusive floral scent that didn't seem to come from flowers at all, but from the fabrics themselves. Voices that revolved around topics as if they were islands: the weather, the stocks, relatives in Boston, an opera in Milan that you never saw but knew very well. Second line, the dining room. A cathedral room built of spoons and lights. The wood paneling shimmered like syrup, on the walls reliefs that told stories without naming names. Waiters pushed tables together like strategists push maps. The smell of fried bacon rose, and the coffee did what coffee does, it put the people in presence. A little girl stared fascinated at a silver bonnet, under which a jam gleamed that was as red as if a sunrise had been captured. "Not now, Evie," said the mother, but the child had already set his eyes on a new exploration, a jug in which the milk was rolling silently. Clara smiled as she read on. The fourth line, however, led downstairs, where the ship had its other alphabet. On the way to the lower decks, the air changed, without hostility, but with honesty. Here it smelled more sober, soap that was still working, wet fabric, exhausted shoes. The colors became more practical, wood showed its grain, metal its intention. In the corridors of the third grade, children ran past each other like pebbles in a wave. A boy with freckles held a tin tire, which he chased over the planks. His mother pulled him back by the shirt, as if a group of men approached with suitcases who knew only one common verb: to carry. The laughter was deeper, louder, richer. She returned on deck. In the meantime the light had decided to be day. The waves were folded, as if someone had put a huge blanket over the ocean. She had not accompanied seagulls for a long time, only distantly, very distantly, drew a line of clouds like an idea in the sky. A gentleman with headphones, not those of the future, but those of time, was walking, a wire in his hand that led to a box-shaped machine in his jacket pocket. "Wireless," he said proudly to a lady who nodded in understanding without doing so. Morse code would later fall from the cabin of the radio room, far forward, at the top, like rainless drops. Leaning against the railing was a governess with a girl whose gaze was as curious as that of a cat. "Do you see?" whispered the governess, pointing to the west. "That's where America begins at some point." The child thought about it. "Does it begin or end?" "Both," said the woman. "Depending on where you come from." Clara smiled. There were answers that were better than knowledge. Two women bumped heads together, sharing an anecdote about an uncle in Minnesota who owned cows that gave more milk than necessary. More than necessary, one repeated, sighing as if over a luxury problem. Later, when the first glasses sounded again and the day withdrew into the crackling shells of the lamps, she sat at the piano. Her first chord was simple, like the drawing of a curtain. And in this chord was everything she had seen today: carpets that swallowed footsteps and decks that released her, soup that sang songs with spoons, and porcelain that held the light, hands that carried, eyes that measured, voices that asked, and the sea, which waited at the end of each sentence without ever putting a closing mark. She played, and the Titanic listened as if she knew that she, too, for all her size, had learned to be something that was more than big, a breath that held many lives at once. He wore the suit that his father called appropriate, a shade of grey that was not noticeable and therefore towered over everything, tie in navy blue, strictly knotted, cuffs that embraced the day in such a way that he lost his desire for coincidences. He didn't straighten the tie, it was spotless, but his fingers made the gesture all the same, out of habit and out of the restlessness that didn't know what to do with itself. In the mirrored surface of the cupboard door he saw the profile he had known for years: narrow cheeks, a nose that liked decisions, and eyes in which tiredness dwelt like a guest who stayed too long without ever being loud. The past came to him on deck in the form of sounds: the trotting of a horse in the yard of Highgate when the deliveries came, the cry of a rooster that erred, the scarce clinking of glass at a long table when the father impatiently bumped his fork against the edge. A teacher at Eton who told him he had an ear for lines, a sense of language, praise that was worth nothing at home. Language, his father had said when Edward had flashed the box of poems from under the bed, is a tool, no home. And Edward had learned to build sentences that stood, never sentences that sang. Later, in the smoking salon, the air was a mixture of tobacco, leather, and superiority. Men played whist with movements that had been practiced for decades, talking to the room, not to each other. Edward did not take a seat. He had the gift of entering things without being taken in and leaving rooms without leaving a trace. He went to the bar, ordered a coffee, a statement amid the glasses that glossed over stories, and looked at the walls, the wood of which had a depth that you can only achieve by layering time. The bartender placed the cup on a saucer, the gold rim of which discreetly triumphed. "Some milk, sir?" "Black, thank you." He drank carefully. The first sip was bitter and honest. Maybe that's why he liked it. At the next table, two gentlemen were talking about New York as if it were a younger cousin who was wished to have a beard. "You're going to like it, Sinclair," said an acquaintance from the club, who had joined him without being asked. "There, money has the decency not to hide. You know where you stand." Edward smiled with the polite elegance he had been taught. "And if you don't want to know where you stand?" The acquaintance laughed. "Then you are in the wrong century, my friend." He patted Edward on the shoulder, a gesture so intimate that it meant hierarchy rather than closeness, and left him with the black coffee and the thought that centuries were more convenient for some people than others. He remembered the ball the night before, the glow of the lamps, the dresses in which women arranged themselves into flowers, and the music, the piano, whose sound had a different temperature than the voices. He had heard her, this pianist whose playing was not flattering, but exposed. A melody had run after him on the deck, had hung on his shoulder, had laid down in his crotch without asking. He had stopped. Her hands, he had only seen them from a distance, were the kind of hands that don't want to possess things, but allow them to happen. He had not come to fall in love. But in the way she let a long note fade away, he had recognized a space that did not exist in his life, a space in which one first breathed and then decided. In the afternoon he wrote in his notebook, which he never showed. It contained no numbers, no timetables, no appointments. It was the inconspicuous refuge of a man who was otherwise always visible and verifiable. He wrote sentences that did not commit to anything and questions that no one had to answer. What remains of a day if you don't tell it? How much of one's own will is in one step when the ship determines the way? Is there a kind of happiness that does not make you guilty? He wrote as if he had to put his restlessness in a chair and offer her water. Eleanor had been writing him sensible letters for weeks. "I'm looking forward to our common task," she had said, and Edward had respected the sentence. Maybe that was the problem: respect was a virtue, but a bad blanket when you were cold. She had once told him about an exhibition on Fifth Avenue that featured modern paintings that refused to show what they were. "I don't know yet if I appreciate it," she had written. "But I guess it exists." Edward had smiled. She would probably be an excellent ally, in all the battles he didn't want to fight. He thought of his father. How he stood by the fireplace without ever sitting, his hand on the watch chain, as if he were not controlling time, but memory. "You'll be thanked, Edward," he had said when the trip was fixed. "People will thank you for doing things right." Edward hadn't asked who they were. Dank, who lived in the future, was a currency in the Sinclair house alongside the pound and guinea. Perhaps he would be thanked. Maybe he would learn to accept it. But the thought that a life could consist of nothing but gratitude coming from others made him tired in a way that no sleep reached. He left the smoking room and looked again for the long line of the deck, on which one could think without speaking. The air cut cleanly through his chest. He stopped at one of the glass doors behind which the lounge lay and saw her, the pianist who sat with her hands on the edge of the piano during the intermission, as if they were resting where they belonged. The light fell on her profile. It was a serious profile, not strict, but approachable. She did not look at the keys, but into a place in the room that was of no use to others. Edward knew that one could not disturb such looks. He walked on. It was as if he suddenly carried a glass that was full to the brim. Later, by chance, really by chance, he met one of the officers at the railing. The man smoked with the resolute discretion of a man of duty. "A remarkable crossing, sir," said the officer, blowing the smoke in the direction the wind was going anyway. "Calm sea, good train." Edward nodded. "And yet," he said, more to himself, "it is strange how great the sea is when you think about what you are going to do." "Yes, sir," replied the officer, who knew that sort of thought without liking it. "The sea is big. But the course is a straight line." A straight line. That hit his condition painfully accurately. His future was a drawing with a ruler, clean, neat, plausible. There was nothing to blame about her, except that he himself did not appear in it, at least not as someone he recognized. He imagined himself standing next to Eleanor at a charity event, exchanging smiles, memorizing the names of the donors, John, Mary, William. He imagined himself sitting in an office, the windows overlooking the Hudson, numbers like ships departing on time, every conversation a port. It wasn't even bad. It was only shallow. Edward looked at the sea, which was everything but shallow. A dull defiance lifted his head inside him, like a tortoise checking the weather. Perhaps, he thought, it is not reprehensible to prefer water with depth. In the evening he stood again in the drawing room, where the light was softer this time, as if the day had given something away to be true. The pianist played. And if Edward thought he was imagining their effect, the way conversations near their game shrugged him off. A young woman stopped laughing, not because the punchline was over, but because a sound reminded her of something that wasn't laughing. An elderly gentleman dropped the glass in his hand and looked into nothingness that could be so rich. Edward did not come any closer. He stopped where the music still reached him and the audience did not count him. He thought about what it would be like to have someone who loved you not for a purpose, but for a state, what it's like when you breathe and someone says, "Stay that way." After the last piece, some clapped politely. One child clapped too enthusiastically, was slowed down, and Edward almost smiled, because enthusiasm was rarely in the protocol. The pianist closed the lid as if she were putting an animal to sleep and left the room, her chin not high, not low, at a height that was both decent and freedom. He did not follow. But he took the stairs to the deck as if there were a question up there that still wanted to be asked. When he returned to his cabin later, the room smelled of soap and ship, an honest mix. On the table was a letter from his father, which had been given on board when we set sail from Southampton. The writing was accurate, tight, the sentences bore the attitude of their origins. "I expect you to introduce yourself to Whitcomb in New York immediately. Show drive. Don't get carried away with long contemplations, Americans are sensitive in this regard. And don't spare the promise that we are ready for anything that stabilizes the agreement." He put the letter away as if he were putting back a tool whose handle never suited him. He sat down, unfastened his tie, not rebelliously, just like someone taking a breath. The ship vibrated, a safe cat on its lap. He took the notebook again and wrote, this time faster, "The pianist." Hands like sentences that no one should finish but herself. Sound that organizes the rooms. Look that sees the unnamed. I don't know her name. Maybe that's right. Maybe you have to listen before you name. He closed the book and put it under the pillow as if he were hiding a weapon, even though it was only a mirror. Night passed over the ship, and in it lay all the stories that didn't bother each other because the sea was big enough, a stoker stretching his back and thinking of a woman who kept him waiting, a lady who was 11 again in a dream and jumped over a stream, a captain looking at a map he knew by heart in his sleep, an officer who read the stars like an old newspaper, a boy in the 3rd grade who turned the name America in his mouth like sugar. Edward lay awake, heard the beat of the machine, and thought that maybe, just maybe, there was a fine line between ice and eternity that one could walk on if one found the courage to take off one's shoes. Towards morning he fell asleep, briefly and soundly, and dreamed of a room without windows, in which stood a piano. Someone played a melody he knew without ever having heard it. He sat down beside this invisible person and laid his hands on the keys. Nothing happened until he found the courage to set a tone that didn't fit, and that's exactly why it came true. He woke up with the certainty that needed no proof. He was on his way. Not to New York, that was the map, but to himself, and the sea was only the longest line in this sentence. When he closed the cabin door behind him again, he was wearing the suit, the tie, the watch again. But in some invisible place a wrinkle had come loose. On the deck the air was ready like a blank page. The Titanic hummed. And Edward Sinclair, the man with the right manners and the wrong plans, went to the railing, looked into the brightness of the day, and knew that his discontent was no longer his enemy, but his compass. In the distance, where the sky forgot the sea, lay a city. And somewhere between this horizon and the machine that carried it, a woman was playing, whose music did not explain things, but allowed them. He raised his hand as if to greet the day, and began to smile inwardly for the first time in a long time. Of the Right. Chapter 4. Between Two Worlds, Clara's first game in the first-class salon, the audience, her quiet pride. In a beautiful lyric and around 1,500 words per chapter, write a coherent text, pay attention to many details. ChatGPT. Chapter 4, Between Two Worlds. The afternoon had softened the edges of the day when Clara opened the piano in the drawing room of the first class. A soft breathing went through the room, barely audible, more a shift in the air than a movement. The lamps bore mild chords, as if they had previously spoken well to the light, and the panels on the walls gleamed as if they bore freshly polished thoughts. Above all lay the silent expectation of those who believed that the world was in an orderly manner for them, porcelain that never rattled, voices that rarely wavered, steps that didn't need the carpet to be quiet. She switched to a ragtime, discreet, with a weight on her smile. The fingers took the euphoria in the pincers without hurting it. A young man tapped his foot, very little, so little that it was enough to let the waiter at his side smile mildly. A girl who would later be remembered as Miss So-and-so lowered the edge of her fan. Even the clock seemed to be considering whether it should change the beat. Clara allowed the merriment to run to the edge, and then withdrew it, not abruptly, with a polite nod. The rag ended as if it had disappeared into a coat pocket that could be opened again at any time. Applause, restrained, but genuine. Not the explosion that insults, but the nod that carries. A man with a monocle clapped just as often as his habit would allow, and once more, a girl clapped twice too early and got a look from her mother that had been practiced for decades. Clara raised her hands, not up, just so that the gesture caught the sound of appreciation, and lowered them again, determined not to make the thank you louder than the music. Hartley stepped forward and played the violin. Together they played an intermezzo that was like a good letter, not long, but clear. The wood of the violin spoke, the piano answered with the warmth of a table at which one made room. In the middle there was one spot that Clara always loved, a brief change, as if two people were politely passing each other in a corridor and inadvertently touching their hands. When they got there, Hartley played the note a little longer. Only one track. It was enough for Clara to hold her breath for 2 heartbeats. Subliminal streams ran between the front tables and the back niches, who greeted whom, who overlooked whom, who waited for whose laughter. A woman in a purple feathered hat sat in such a way that one had to admire her profile, and dismissed it as a coincidence. A young officer entered, only briefly, his gaze an inventory of seconds, and disappeared again. On a tray, a creme traveled in porcelain bowls that bore mirrors. An old man with a wrinkled hand lifted it as if he were lifting a piece of the past, and set it down again, because he was full of everything but sights. She continued to play, Debussy, as quietly as if you were stepping on snow. The chords opened up spaces behind the mirrors, the salon saw itself, but more beautiful. A woman who had been on the verge of judging another woman forgot about it for 3 minutes. A man who had just sorted the daily cotton rates in his head thought of a river he could wade through as a boy. Edward was now standing nearer to a pillar that half covered him. Clara did not see him, but she felt the offer of an attention that demanded nothing. Her fingers jumped, not high, just far enough to show the glow. A young man involuntarily pulled in his stomach when his table neighbor clapped, and then was ashamed that he had caught himself. Hartley stepped to her side. "Excellent," he murmured, and the word was not the currency of conductors, but the recognition of a colleague who knew what it costs to simply be. "Tonight, they probably want openness with sugar rim," he added. "Give them both." She nodded. "And we? We take what's left," he said and smiled, "and make something out of it that is no less." She leaned her forehead briefly against the window, behind which the salon continued to breathe, and said to herself, That's enough for today. It was not a sacrifice. It was the art of setting the point before the sentence lost its clarity. She stepped further out onto the deck, put her hand on the rail, and let the coolness rise into her fingers. Somewhere a sailor was quietly singing at work, a song that needed no end. Below, deep, the machine purred. Above, delicately, the stars began. And in Clara's breast, between pride and silence, there was the certainty that she had stood on a bridge today and had not fallen. She had gone. Step by step, tone by note. Later, in her cabin, she wrote the word bridge next to transition. Then she laughed at the doubling and crossed it out again. Instead, she made a small sign that only she understood, 2 arcs on top of each other, with a tiny pause in between. Enough, she whispered to the Carnation, who lowered her head a little in the glass, as if she had been listening. She took the ship with her, and she let herself be taken along, not as luggage, but as sound. Between 2 worlds, she had found the tone worthy of both. And with exactly this sound she fell asleep. Of the Right. Chapter 5. A Melody in the Wind. Edward hears Clara's music on the promenade deck, their first encounter. In a beautiful lyric and around 1,500 words per chapter, write a coherent text, pay attention to many details. ChatGPT. The evening drew its silky threads over the ship, and the light of the lamps became small islands on which voices landed before they parted again. In the drawing room the last cups, the last laughter, faded away, and from the half-open window a remnant of warmth fell into the corridor. When Clara closed the lid of the piano, she left behind a silence that was not empty, but inhabited, as if something had remained sitting in the room that wanted to think a little. Hartley nodded to her, put the fiddle in the box, and the waiters who folded up the evening moved with the caution of people who have learned not to chase away the reverberation. Clara stepped out onto the promenade deck. The door closed behind her with a gentle click that promised more than it delivered. The air was cool and smelled of salt and a hint of coal smoke, as if an animal were sitting far below by the fire. The sea was dark, but not black, it breathed the color of ink into which someone had drizzled a little milk. Above the ship the sky stretched so clearly that the stars not only shone, but spoke individually, each light with its own, sober sentence. The wind went over the hair with short fingers, and the Titanic hummed that deep, soothing tone of metal and purpose. The shoes on the deck made the faintest of all sounds, a distant step that was none. An ownerless handkerchief, a small white sail skin, blew over the deck, got stuck on a chair leg, came loose again, came closer, pushed on. They looked after him without wanting to hold on to it. From the spark room in front, signs dripped into the night, so quietly that only the wind knew them. The Titanic was not just a ship, it was a will that had been translated into wood, brass and people. And yet, here, in this length between bow and stern, it was also a stage on which 2 voices, not loud, not demanded, tried their hand at a duet whose key they did not yet have. He breathed deeply. The air filled him with a calmness that was not comfortable, but more alert. A sentence lay down in his head, without a period, a tone fits between 2 people. He didn't know what to do with it, and he didn't have to. For the first time in years, he was in no hurry to put things in order before they showed up. ChatGPT. Chapter 6. An Unexpected Conversation. They stood for a moment in the kind of silence that is not a gap, but a space in which something is allowed to arrive. A sailor passed by, his cap low, his hands rough with work that pretended nothing. He nodded curtly. A thread of wind loosened, brushed over Clara's temple, and a strand of hair that otherwise fell into place became stubborn. Edward raised a hand as if to say good day to the wind, but let it fall again. "I still have your melody in my ear," he said then, more to the planks than to her. "She reminded me last night that some things should not be negotiated." Clara looked back at the sea. "Music does not negotiate," she said. "It enters or it doesn't. Everything in between is politeness." "Politeness can be a house," Edward replied. "But it rarely has windows." He was a touch frightened by his own image, which was as frank as if he were not himself. The night had lent him a freedom that the morning had not yet collected. At the other end of the promenade a governess was practicing the alphabet with a child, the consonants cut, the vowels carried. A man coughed, someone answered with that discreet sympathy that was part of the currency on board. The sun was briefly reflected in a window, still pale, still uncertain, and disappeared again. Clara put the paper back. "Dreams are for me," she began, pausing and looking for a picture in the belly of the ship, like half the pedal position. "Not too much, otherwise everything will be soft, not too little, otherwise it sounds harsh. Just so that the sounds get a shadow that holds them together." "I'm to get married," he said then, louder than the dove, quieter than the wind. "In New York. It's right, I am told. They say," Clara repeated, as if she did not associate herself with the verb. "And you? Do you say it?" He looked at the water. It was as if he were looking into a vast, orderly nothingness that strangely offered more security than any plan. "I say, it's possible that it would be good. And even more possible, it will be, is not mine." He pronounced the mine, as if he were putting it correctly into a sentence for the first time. "I hardly know the woman. It sounds reasonable. I like reason. But I like it as a tool, not as a flaw." Clara was silent. Her face had that wide-awake mildness that had reached him yesterday in a single note. "Reason is a successful framework," she finally said. "But if you love him too much, you won't hang the picture up in the end. And you?" He dared to look. "Have you ever decided against a frame?" "I left," she said simply. "From an attic, from a life that loved me tiredly. Without certainty, only with a handful of sounds and a gesture that is not famous, move on. Keep going." He tried the word as if it were new. "You can go very far without changing places." "More dangerous," she nodded. "The world thinks you've stayed." "What will become of your dreams in New York?" Clara asked after a while, without heaviness. "Will you play it?" "If you let me," he said, noticing how strange it sounded. "I mean, not the music. But I would like to." He searched, groped. "Building sentences that not only last, but also carry. I write sometimes. Words. Nothing significant. Notes. Ask. Unsubstantiated sentences." He laughed narrowly. "My father would say that it was a waste of time. He has bills for every feeling." "Some bills are better left unpaid," Clara said. "They bring interest that you don't want." She pulled out the paper again, as if her hands must be busy to keep her mouth still. "Write me a sentence," she said suddenly, frightened herself at the courage that had not examined any invitation. "For this paper. Someone who doesn't want to be smart." He looked at her, unpretentious, uncertain. "Now? Now is rarely worse than later." She handed him a pencil that she carried behind the music tape, blunt, the varnish worn. He took it and didn't ask how one could not lose something so small on a ship. For a moment he paused over the edge, as if over an untouched expanse of snow. Then he wrote slowly, the letters with that care that doesn't want to prove anything. "Not every step is a decision. But every breath can be one." He put the pencil back. It was as if he had not only touched the page, but a delicate, daring agreement. Clara read, without saying the beautiful, which dilutes everything. "That can be played," she said instead, which was the highest thing in her language. She folded the paper, this time very precisely, as if the sentence needed a clear edge. "May I ask you a question that has no right?" Edward sensed the old decency and let it stay. "If someone came tomorrow and said, 'You never have to play in front of people again,' would you accept it?" Clara looked at the sea again. It did not frown, but it wore wrinkles. "I would play outside," she said then, "where no one listens and everyone hears. And if that was taken away from me as well, I would play in my head. You can take my hands away, but not the way I count air." He nodded, slowly, as if his bones had understood something. "I envy you for that answer." "I don't envy you for any," she replied, and it didn't sound harsh. "They still have some ahead of them." A child ran past with a tire, the governess behind, half reproachful, half proud of this little freedom, which did not want to save itself in order. The laughter bounced gently off the railing, as if it was made for it. Edward turned a little closer to Clara, not much, just enough for his shadow to touch hers for a moment. "Yesterday I thought your melody was wind. Today I think the wind borrows your melody." "The wind is generous," she said, and her smile was that inconspicuous one that you feel rather than see. "He forgives mistakes that people don't like, too early, too late, too quiet, too long. And he makes everything cold," he replied. "So that you know what's warm," she concluded. They walked along the railing without arranging it. 2 or 3 dozen steps that did not disturb the ship. Their soles left nothing, and yet the deck lay yieldingly under their steps, as if it gave them weight. They talked about little things, the carnation in their cabin, the idiosyncrasy of a waiter, cup shapes that want to teach the lips, and between these little things the larger ones jumped like fish: freedom, duty, fear of false fools. Edward told of Eton, of a teacher who liked him for his sentences and whom his father did not like. Clara told of a cafe where the owner let her play when the guests were tired, and how tiredness is sometimes the best audience. I'm often afraid of pathos, Edward said suddenly, in the middle of cups and cafes. It sticks so much to sentences. But maybe it's just a crutch that you throw away when you can stand. Pathos is too full a chord, said Clara. It sounds if you leave it for a moment. If you keep him, you don't want to know him anymore. They stopped again. The sea was brighter now, and somewhere far ahead there was an invisible line known only to the sailors. A bell struck 1/2 an hour, and from an open window followed a voice reading a list. Edward put the flat of his hand on the brass as if he didn't swear anything, and dared a little impropriety. When I'm in New York, he breathed. If I don't do what is expected there, will you lose your respect? Clara looked at him for a long time, so long that politeness could have sought the door. Respect is easy to lose when you have it out of fear, she said. Heavier when you have it out of accuracy. Do what you can do and what you can endure. I am not a judge of foreign pillars. A pause. But I recognize when someone is trying not to lie. He nodded. It was not a promise, but a grip in the direction in which one lay. They make it hard to hide behind good manners, he said, almost gratefully. You make it hard to excuse bad manners, she replied, and there was this little ringing between them that was no joke and yet laughed. When they finally separated, it happened without rituals that would have been too big. No superfluous promise, no date, no tomorrow at. Just 2 glances that didn't flee, and a nod that took the wind with it. Are you playing tonight? He asked on the sidelines. If the room allows it, she answered. And if not, I'll play for the hallway. I listen where I can. She went first. Her step was that of a woman who knows that rooms can wait, but shouldn't. He stayed a moment longer at the railing, grateful for the cold, which did not beautify anything. There was no sheet of music in his pocket now, but a sentence he had written that wanted to see him. Every breath was a decision. He said it softly, as if he were trying the beat. Then he turned to the end of the ceiling, where the sun came out of the cloud and gilded the ship briefly, as if to confirm to him that some paths have not yet been surveyed. Clara, back inside, laid the leaf next to the carnation, whose head was reflected in the water like a tired cloud. She stroked the letters with her thumb, not tenderly, but rather scrutinizingly. Then she sat down on the edge of the bed and held her hands in her lap as if she were listening to something that was still too quiet. She thought of his now is rarely worse than later and was tempted to translate it into music, 2 short, 1 long, 1 held. Outside, the Titanic was approaching the day. Inside, people were arranging plates and sentences. And between everything, in the midst of this orderly movement, something grew that did not yet need a name, a first, quiet attraction that did not demand, but allowed, like a pause that carries 2 melodies at the same time. Of the ChatGPT. Chapter 7, Dinner at the Sinclairs. At the round table at right angles of the window, through which the night stood like a painted black, 2 couples were already waiting. Mr. Ashton, London's reliable intermediate space between money and law, in a tailcoat that preserved the years better than memory. Next to him was his wife, whose voice was always half an octave above the action. Opposite, Mrs. Whitcomb, head posture like a small pillow that you don't squeeze, and at her side Eleanor. Edward. She held out her hand to him. The fingers were cool, not cold. It's a good thing that the sea doesn't disregard our plans today. There was a hint of ironic self-protection on the sentence. She had a deep voice for calm and a medium voice for intercourse. Miss Whitcomb, he replied, and her smile didn't change the geometry of the face, it looked like a very successful shadow. Mrs. Whitcomb. He bowed, and she accepted the gesture like an envelope whose contents are known. I recommend the celery stock, said Eleanor, the kitchen has lost little temperature today. The sentence was precise, no coquetry at all. Her gaze did not meet him like an arrow, but rather like a line of a ruler, checking whether something was straight. Then I'll follow you, Edward answered. If you sound like Sol, I'd probably have to swim. A very small attempt to move the air. A very small smile in the corner of her mouth that didn't stay. Mrs. Whitcomb spoke about Southampton, too much haste, not enough etiquette, and about a cousin in Boston whose marriage had been a mistake, mutatis mutandis. Mr. Ashton sprinkled names like salt, banks, companies, lords who had bumped their knees. The waiters put down the plates as if they were laying cards on which no one was allowed to lose. The first spoonful of soup, strong, warm, a promise that was well received. The wine made the tongue honest and the sentence structure smooth. The lobster came, in bowls whose red in the light bore a story of exuberance and end. The sauce shone like a very friendly lie. Mrs. Ashton was talking about a matinee in Mayfair, where a soprano had shown a grainy vibrato that could hardly be considered socially acceptable. Eleanor listened without being bored, or she was good at it. Her hands, when they were not holding the cutlery, lay lightly on the linen, as if she were supporting the table with affection. Mrs. Whitcomb cleared her throat with that elegant affirmation that was not a cough. "Music is an adornment of life," she said, "one that our daughters wear with dignity. But the world is narrow when you only walk through sounds." "The world is also narrow when you only walk through contracts," Edward exclaimed, quieter than he thought. The pause that followed was not a scandal, just a very short, very cool breeze over porcelain. Then Eleanor smiled, and that smile contained something that wasn't addressed. "It's lucky," she said, "that we don't intend to just walk, but occasionally to stand." "They seem absent," Eleanor said, so quietly that only he could hear it. It didn't sound like an accusation, more like a diagnosis. "Only briefly," he answered. "It's a great evening." "Yes," she said. "A great evening likes to pretend to be long. But it's just full." She looked at the door, where a waiter was bringing new wine. "We will have to learn to divide the space with things that don't resemble us." A hint of tiredness came to the surface before it became smooth again. "I can do it. Can you?" "I'm practicing," he said, with an honesty that surprised him. "In your head. You cheat less there," she replied, and for the first time something on her face reminded him of a laugh she didn't laugh. Mrs. Whitcomb raised the glass, a flawless movement. "To the friendship between Whitcomb and Sinclair," she said, "and to the foresight of our children." The glasses touched each other delicately, as if they were afraid of sound. Edward drank and tasted the coolness of an agreement. Eleanor drank and tasted, perhaps, the freedom of temperature, not of content. He walked on. At the corner stood the waiter from the lounge, who sometimes handed out water. He carried a tray with 2 glasses and the discretion of a man who knows more than he needs. "Good evening, sir," he said. "Good evening," Edward answered. Their eyes met for a breath, and Edward had the absurd impulse to ask how one could measure the temperature of a melody. He didn't. Without forming sentences, he thought of the conversation in the morning, dreams as half a pedal. Freedom like cold metal. Every breath can be a decision. The breath was calm now. The decision was to stay. Clara put the pedal on, hardly did. The sound lifted the skirt a finger's breadth and put it down again. She built a middle, no melody that you whistle, no harmony that you write down as a rule. A center that carries because it knows that edges are everything. Her left hand led a narrow path through the lower registers, not in straight lines, but in sentences that love commas. The right answered with sounds that didn't say, "I," and yet didn't want to be anyone else. Clara closed the phrase with a tone that did not stop, but looked to the left. Then she raised both hands, as one raises them when one wakes a child who wants to sleep too early. She did not close the lid. She left it open, cautiously, as if the music could come back again if she changed her mind. She remained seated, her back still upright, her hands in her lap. Then, without turning around, she spoke into the room, "You can come closer." No sharpness. Don't be frightened. Only a statement that demanded no answer, and yet gave one. Edward paused for a moment, like someone wondering if the parquet bridge would hold, and then stepped forward. Not fast. He came to the edge of the lamp's light, so his face was not on display, only present. "Excuse me," he said. "I wanted." "There are nights when hearing is already a gift," she replied. "This may be one." She did not move. The chair next to her was empty, but not free. He stopped at the side of the piano, where the curve of the instrument lay between him and her like a comma. "That's new," he said, and his voice had that mindfulness that you exercise when you whisper in a museum without knowing if it's allowed. "Yes," she answered. "Or old. Depending on which side you come from." "It has a flaw and holds it," he said. "That's..." He searched. "No confession of guilt. Rather origin." Clara nodded, her eyes suddenly bright. "Mistakes are places," she said. "You can build there or you can walk around it and later claim that it has always been a meadow." He looked at her hands in her lap. The light drew shallow shadows between the fingers. He realized how much he had learned about hands since Southampton. "May I ask," he paused mid-sentence, as if he realized that questions don't always find doors, "what you call it?" "Between keys and bars," she said without smiling. "No title. An instruction manual. And who uses it?" "Me. And maybe someone who doesn't need them and takes them with them anyway." In the Funkenraum, and knocked into the night, news about distance and weather and ship names that would form lines of tradition on breakfast tables tomorrow. Here, in the salon, they meant nothing. Or, they meant that two people stood on a ship that cut the world into slices, and in this movement found a piece of standstill that was not empty. Clara pushed the stool back a finger's breadth. "I'll continue writing tomorrow," she said. "When the room wants to listen again." "He always wants to," he murmured. "We are the ones who are ashamed." "That's right," she admitted. "And the machine will give me the rhythm again." Today she hit friendly. "I was thinking," he said, "that you described freedom like cold metal." He put his hand on the edge of the piano. The paint was cool, not metallic, but the feeling didn't make his sentence wrong. "I'm beginning to understand why cold sometimes comforts." "Because it doesn't promise anything," she replied. "It holds or it doesn't. You notice it right away." They stood, and sat, for a while in a silence that one would like to show to the right people when they say that silence is frightening. Then Clara stood up. She flipped the lid in the slowest of all possible movements, so that no sound fluttered up that still wanted to hang. The lamp now threw its light on the closed lacquer. The gold piece became a moon behind clouds. "Thank you," Edward said, and it didn't sound like a polite ending, but like a sentence that did what was necessary. "For the night." "For listening," she answered. It made the note stand upright for a moment longer. She went to the door, not hurriedly, and stood still for a moment with her hand on the handle. "Keep writing," she said without turning around. "It's useful to have sentences when the music is silent. I'm afraid that the sentences will then be louder than they should." "Then practice half the pedal," she said. "Even when writing." The door made that sound again, that ears born too late know. She was gone. Edward stayed until the lamp realized that its duty was done. He put his fingertips on the piano, where there was sound just a moment ago, and felt nothing but coolness and the faint trail of dust that the day had left. The notebook stirred in his pocket as if it were not calling, but nodding. He took it out, opened it, looked for no date, set no title. He wrote, "Error as a place. Hand as a tool. Machine as a metronome. Between keys and bars, the night finds its backbone." Then he closed the book, put it to his chest as if it were a pillow of heat, and went out of the drawing room, quieter than he had come. In the corridor it smelled of freshly mopped wood and the end of vanilla. From afar came the breath of the ship, all the time. He knew that if he listened to him for a while, he would sleep. He also knew that this sleep was not born of flight, but of consent. The Titanic sailed, that was her profession. The night worked, that was her instinct. And somewhere, in a ship that was more than big, a melody had begun that didn't have to be finished to be true. The machine continued to knock. Edward was knocking. And rudimentary, almost uncannily comforting, there was the idea that between keys and bars there is room for two people who do not yet know what they can demand from each other, and who already know what they want to leave each other, the air in which a note still grows after it has been played. Of the Hartley brushed past her, the violin under his arm, his larynx free, as if he had forgotten the need to cough. "Some want to dance," he murmured, and his look was a small, good-natured irony. "Dance that doesn't sweat. Can you give them legs without taking away their dignity?" "I can make them breathe," Clara said. "The rest is taken care of by the tact." Hartley nodded. "The rest is taken care of by the tact," he repeated, as if it were an old saying that came to justice today. Clara saw the small scene in the mirrors, not directly. She left the phrase longer than the score had intended, and the music held the door open for a moment. Then, a movement on the edge, almost imperceptible, a figure whose silhouette was familiar to him, without ever having seen her in this situation. Clara had risen. She hadn't let go of the stool, she had just left it to the wind. She stood at the grand piano as if she were making sure that the instrument could hold the room on its own. The fingers were still on the keys. Hartley understood without a look. He took the melody, carried it, made it into a ribbon. Clara stepped around the piano, not hurriedly, not hesitatingly. Edward saw her coming, and at the same time heard the music from Hartley's bow, which was now a little more earthy, as if she had put on shoes. She stopped in front of him, so close that the scent of her skin, a touch of soap, a hint of cold metal from the railing during the day, took its place in the evening. If the room doesn't find anyone, she said quietly, you don't have to force it. A pause. But you can ask him. Outside, the wind briefly scratched the window, as if it wanted to be named. The machine went on, chief of regularity. At a table, someone told a story that was too long, but it still got its looks. A child yawned, was carried out into the night, when dreams do not know etiquette. And in the middle of this tamed space, which thinks itself civil and sometimes is real, two people had danced their first dance, so tender that he could have gone unnoticed, so nervous that he took his hand seriously, so close that the silence was no longer the same afterwards. Clara went to her cabin. Edward to his. Between them there remained a beat that did not run, but slept. And above all, the impression that invitations that are made quietly get answers that last a long time. Of the Write Chapter 10. The Sea at Night, Walk on the Deck, Confessions, First Touch. In a beautiful lyric and around 1,500 words per chapter, write a coherent text, pay attention to many details. ChatGPT. Of what? Of the fact that if I let go of the plan, nothing will remain to hold me together. He looked at her without asking. In his eyes there was that tiredness that doesn't ask for sleep, but for permission not to do something. I noticed today that there are attitudes that you live in until you forget that they are a tendency. Clara nodded, slowly, as if she were rhythmizing the hum of the machine. You can also live in one tone, she said. It fits, it protects, it makes the world bearable. And then one evening, without intention, you play a small deviation, and suddenly the room has windows. Last night, he said quietly, I dreamed of windows standing in the water. One could look out, but not go out. I wasn't cold. Only very awake. The sea wakes you up, she said. It doesn't accept apologies. They walked a few steps, not synchronized and yet in the same beat. The wind blew against their fabric. With each deck support he changed his temperament, as if he were testing the wood for reliability. Under the soles, the ground was not hard, he bounced as if there were a soft hand far below. From the front came the scarcely audible rustle of a tarpaulin, which in the night repainted what the day had hastened. May I tell you something that doesn't belong in the lounge? Edward stopped. The question was neither urgent nor dramatic, only a small, serious request. If you want to tell it, said Clara. And if not, let the wind go. I'm supposed to get married. The words were simple, but they stood side by side like two men in hats. She's smart, she's suitable. They meant well. Me too, for a while. But every time I say we, I only hear wood. No breath. The sea answered with a gleam along the side of the ship, as if someone had thrown a handful of coins into the night. Clara didn't look frightened or curious. You can breathe in pairs like in bad architecture, she said. Or like in a forest. The difference is not in the number of trees, but in the light in between. I'm afraid I'm a good architect. Maybe you're a good walker who was built before you were allowed to walk. The smile she showed was not comfort, but rather an invitation not to close the sentence. They walked on, slowly, as if one were learning to speak on foot. He told of a teacher at Eton who liked verse and once told him that courage is an adverb, how to do something, not what. She laughed about it, warmly, and replied that on stage, courage is often a pitch, a note that you hold even though it shows too much. They talked about little things, the carnation in her cabin, who in the evening bowed her head as if she heard, the waiter with the big hands, Hartley's eyebrow that said more than praise. And beneath all this lay the sea, a large, patient surface on which every word became quieter so as not to break. May I? He raised his hand, stopped it at the height of her face. The question was open. Clara let a heartbeat pass, maybe two. Then she took half a step closer, so that his breath brushed her temple bone, a warmth little more than the thought of warmth. He did not touch her immediately. He gave the air in between time to decide. Then, with that delicacy that no one wants to prove, he put the back of his fingers on her cheek. No pressure. A hang-up. The skin took on the temperature, and in this very small contact there was a truth that needed neither haste nor statement. She didn't play. She just opened the lid and left it at her own pace, a small, private devotional. Then she walked on, the sheet of music with Edward's sentence in her coat pocket, not as a relic, but rather as a tool, and followed the path her steps had come to know, through a glass door out onto the promenade deck, the handle cool, the wind matter-of-fact, the sky in that state that can only be called undecided for a moment before it settles down. They were closer than could be proven. Clara's glove stroked the brass of the railing. Their fingers found the notch that was so familiar to them by now that they rested there as if on a punctuation mark. Edward didn't move his hand, but it lay in such a way that a hint of warmth passed over the distance you leave when you still look for the right word. A sailor stepped out of a side door, cast a glance that assessed no one, and passed by. The ship whirled his eyes that sea and at the same time the art of not keeping everything. Clara raised her head, not defiantly, only upright. "Good morning, Lieutenant," she said. He was not someone who could be deprived of wishes by making them polite. "They're very early," she added. He heard it not as a statement, but as a comment. His nostrils twitched almost imperceptibly. "First-class passengers," Merrick said, "enjoy the promenade without distraction." The word fell with the weight of a ban. His gaze wandered to Edward as if he were the benchmark in the scene. "It is cold," he said then, "and unseemly, unaccompanied." "My work is accompaniment," Clara replied, still in a tone that was allowed to breathe. "I'm going to rehearsal right away." "Your work," Merrick cut, "is in the drawing room. Not here." The "here" was less a place than a judgment. Edward let his hand slide off the railing. "Lieutenant," he said calmly, "I don't see any rule violated." "That's the problem, sir," replied Merrick, and his sir was a blunt knife. "Rules are rarely seen before you break them. They are felt, or not." There were few things that Clara hated as much as words that took order for what power wants. She did not answer. The air between them was no longer the air of before, it was thinner, sharp at the edges. Merrick took half a step closer, not into her room, but in her direction. "The White Star Line," he said, "doesn't pay you, miss, to go on deck, chat. You know that, don't you?" The Fraulein now sounded as if it had been cast from silver and forgotten that metal also cools. "I know my duties," said Clara quietly. "I'll fulfill it." "Excellent," said Merrick, "then we'll have the same goal." His gaze wandered over her face, did not stop, only checked, like a folding rule that one extends. It would be unfortunate if Captain Smith had to learn that members of the crew, he searched for a term, found it, polished it. Cultivate confidentiality where respect must prevail. Edward felt an old rage rising in him, the one against men who like to tighten the law so tightly that the air in it becomes too little. "Lieutenant," he said, "there is nothing confidential. There's a conversation. Between a gentleman and an employee." Merrick smiled. It was not a smile, rather a twitch that his mouth had practiced. "Be sure, sir, I can distinguish between conversations and conversations. And I know what others miss." Clara put her fingers more firmly on the railing. The metal took the heat and returned cold. "If you like," she said, "I'll go to the salon now." It didn't sound like a task, but like a measure. "That would be appropriate," Merrick said. "And advisable." The word stuck to her. Advisable. A bar of soap that you put in someone's mouth. Something in her wanted to laugh so as not to feed the fear. She didn't. Instead, she looked at him, really looked at him, and there was the kind of calm in her gaze that makes men like him feel like they were too loud for a second. "Thank you for your advice," she said. "I'll examine him." "I'm not your advisor," Merrick cut. "I am your supervisor." Edward took a step forward, at exactly that angle that balances between protection and presumption. "Lieutenant," he said, still calmly, "the supervisor has many eyes. I suppose she has better things to do than water moral potted plants." Merrick's gaze flashed, briefly. "Guard your tone, sir." "I guard my friends," said Edward, "my tone rarely." Between two deck supports the wind whistled, the scene got the coldness it claimed. Merrick pulled his gloves tight. "For once I will be generous," he said then. "Miss Beaumont, you will go to your workplace at once. I will refrain from reporting the incident." The incident settled between them, an empty barrel. "Should I see you again?" In a compromising, he dropped the words one by one, situation, "you will bear the consequences." He nodded to Edward, curtly. "And you, sir, would do well not to look for an audience everywhere." He turned around. His boots continued the consonants until the door closed the syllable behind him. What remained was the air, which now sounded like glass. Clara stood there, her hand still on the brass, and noticed how the bloodstream, which had just gone, made small hooks. In the world of the rich, a sentence like Merrick's was not a storm, it was a soft, piercing rain. He didn't break anything, he made everything damp. She exhaled, long, so that the voice wouldn't jump when she needed it. "I'm sorry," said Edward, and it was the rarest thing, an apology that didn't spare itself. "It's not your fault," she replied, and she didn't mean him, but the blueprint of things. "It's just the way some people believe they are wind and yet are only doors." He raised his hand, not to take it, but to support the sentence. "He won't report anything," he said, more to himself than to her. He did enough for his power by showing it. Power loves to be seen, she nodded. And even more, suspected. She released her fingers from the railing. The notch felt like a question asked too soon. "I'm going," she said. "Not because he wanted to. Because otherwise I'll sound different." "May I accompany you?" "No," she said gently. That's exactly what he would love. Nevertheless, they took the first steps together, a length that cannot be measured because it is determined by looks that are not heard. She stopped in front of the lounge. "You know the world of rules," she said. "I know those of the rooms. We'll meet in between." "Between keys and bars," he said. "Between look and word," she answered. She put her hand on the handle. She kept his voice short, "Clara." It was as if he put the word in the crack in the door so that it wouldn't jam. "I know I have it easy, easier than you. If I have to choose, I don't vote against you." She looked at him, and there was no gratitude in the look, but something better, a short, resolute closeness. "Choose for yourself," she said. "In the end, it's the same." Then she entered. Inside, the salon welcomed them with the matter-of-factness with which walls treat people who can speak to them. She sat down, put her fingers on the ivory, felt the coldness of the railing settle in her hands as clarity. Hartley glanced at her briefly from the door, the question in his eyebrow that only she could read. She replied with a curt, calm nod, "We're playing." He understood, and the violin raised its bow. The first note was not friendly. It was true. He lay down in the room like a sentence that insults no one and yet takes every lie out of thin air. Clara played without ornamentation, and she noticed how the music gave her back what the encounter had taken away from her, measure. The bass did not go forward, it stood. The right hand held the middle and did not reveal it when a glance wanted to pat it. In a mirror she saw the door open. Merrick entered, stayed on the sidelines, took his stance as if he had to salute the order he had brought with him. His face was an untouched surface. Two ladies turned halfway and did what she did best, as if nothing had happened. He was only there for a short time. His gaze met her, did not stay, and yet it was as if he had tested the surface with a fork. Then he left. Clara continued to play, and something in the music did what she had not set out to do, it made room. Not for fear, which was good at finding, but for a kind of dignity that has nothing to do with pride. She felt the room stop speaking for her and began to talk to her. Between two phrases she raised her eyes and looked through the reflection at the door. Nobody. Only the dull sheen of wood that had promised the day not to creak. After the set, she remained seated. Hartley came closer. "Are you all right?" he asked, and his word was really so great that one could swallow up the small, mean scene in it. "All right," she answered. "We vote more firmly today." "Firmer is good," he said. "But leave space." She nodded, took the water that the waiter set out for her, and felt that the coolness did not offend. When she put the glass down, she saw Edward in the doorway. He did not enter. He let the gaze ask. She laid one hand flat on the lid of the piano and let her breath sink deep into her stomach. Then, it was a tiny sign, a slight, barely visible nod. He understood. He disappeared. In the afternoon, she met Merrick in the corridor, where the corridors intersect and the air changes from Polish to sweat. He didn't stop, he just slowed down so that his words could find space. "We understand each other," he said, and the "we" was a theft that he did not notice. The White Star Line values discipline. Violations have consequences. "Be wise, miss. Clever," she said, "is not a shoe that fits everyone." She stopped so that he couldn't get the sentence in his back. "I know limits. I also know doors. I'll use the right ones." "Do that," he said, and his eyes fell on her hands. "That would be advisable." He walked on, his step back on duty. She stayed, a moment too long, and waited until the air felt usable again. Later, when the sun cut a flat gold rim out of the windows, she stood on the deck again. The notch was there, like a thought that didn't have to scream. She put her thumb in it and let the skin learn the difference between smooth and true. Steps. Edward, this time visible, this time without haste. "I didn't want to," he began. "I know," she said. He wanted to. "He won't get me for free," said Edward. "No one will get you," she answered, "except yourself." The evening would come, music would do what it can, build spaces in which people behave better than they are. Merrick would take pressed steps again and shardless sentences. And somewhere below, between keys and bars, between gaze and word, two people would continue to breathe, as if every breath were a decision, not against the world, but for their own temperature in it. Clara lifted her hand from the railing. "Come later," she said, "when I play the movement that has windows." "I will come," he said, "even if they let the doors creak." She smiled. "Then we lubricate them with sounds." The wind took the smile, carried it a bit, and made it sound in the engine, which ran on deeply and kindly. And while the ship measured the Atlantic, Clara measured her steps, no smaller, no bigger, just enough to take the stage from the threat, and to put up a chair for courage that would not wobble. Of the Right. Chapter 12. The Masked Ball, Passion, Dance, Exposure. Edward kisses Clara in front of everyone. In a beautiful lyric and around 1,500 words per chapter, write a coherent text, pay attention to many details. ChatGPT. Chapter 12, The Masquerade Ball. The evening came in disguise. Even before the first light of the lanterns, the corridors had begun to speak more quietly, as if they were practicing secrecy. Scraps of tulle and velvet blew from the cabins, feather combs looked in the mirror to see if they still wanted to be wings, and somewhere someone laughed too brightly, out of mere rehearsal. The Titanic took it all in as if it were a large wardrobe itself, shedding its seriousness for one night. The hum of the machine remained, but it was clothed with gold in the ears of the guests. The grand staircase bore a new ear, the rustling of fans, silk that went without noise, the quiet brittleness of mask straps. Above the stairwell the candlesticks sparkled as if they had been commissioned to copy stars that the sea would not show today. A quartet of strings was posted in the vestibule, her bowwork braided the room together so that no one would get lost between etiquette and vanity. On a console stood a bowl of cards, small, patient pseudonyms, Columbina, Arlecchino, Piero, a simple lady in blue. The ship was a theatre that did not need a stage. Clara stood in front of the mirror in her little cabin and tied the ribbon of the mask. No glowing peacock, no plucked dream. Only a narrow, dark crescent moon that set the eyes differently, no bigger, no more beautiful. Stranger. Her dress was simple but soft, in a deep blue that the night knew without possessing it. On the shoulder was a small brooch bought at the market that did not ask for approval, a single, matte pearl. In her coat pocket was her pencil as always, although no one would ask for sheet music today. She stroked the edge of the fabric once with her finger, as if she wanted to check whether the evening would hold. Then she stepped out. The lounge was almost unrecognizable. Lengths of fabric, milky light, bowls of candied fruit that shone like foreign stars. The scent, vanilla and oranges, plus a shadow of wax, as if an invisible altar were flickering somewhere. Laughter that didn't quite reveal the owner. Glances that allowed themselves to live for a short time. Hartley came up to her, the fiddle under his arm like a small, defiant moon. He also wore a mask, half a mask, which was more commentary than costume. "Remember," he murmured, "today they want to dance without sweating. Give them momentum that doesn't take their breath away, and a beat that makes them search later." "I have." She paused. There was a restlessness in her that was not strange, but rare, as if the beat today had a pulse that ran a little ahead. "I have a piece that opens doors and doesn't close windows." Hartley nodded, his gaze slid to her mask. "And take your breath? Masks love lies, but they tolerate the truth better." When she opened the piano, it was as if she was opening a shaft from which warm air flowed. She put her hands on the keys, not belligerently, more like a hostess who gives every guest a short, honest welcome. The first bars were a waltz that fed etiquette, polite, circular, with a wink at the second beat. The room responded immediately. Couples broke free from their standing, found the middle, their feet grasped a learned grammar. Fabric whispered on fabric, beads wrote short commas over collarbones. Edward stood, at first on the sidelines. His mask was black and narrow, it did not change the face, it freed it from expectation. The tailcoat fitted perfectly, the tie had that little leeway which he had been defending for a few days. He first saw the crowd, the gleaming, the playfulness, the gesture, as if, and underneath it something that attracted him, small, unawake decisiveness. The way a hand let go too late. The way a look lasted longer than you had practiced. Then he saw Clara. Not immediately. His gaze passed her once, and it was precisely this failure that sharpened her existence in him. The mask took nothing from her, she gave her the space where the eyes were more honest than during the day. She played as if she had put the night before in the keys so that he would pay today. The bass kept the ships on the key, his right hand left flags in the wind. In between, a small gate that led into the minor key, not as a threat, as a reminder that joy also needs contours. Hartley followed suit, his bow set accents on those places where courage and moderation shook hands. The lounge moved like a large, breathing organism, determined to be delicious. "May I ask?" Edward hadn't rehearsed it. He suddenly stood in front of her, not too close, in front of the grand piano, an arm's length next to the stool, so that she could hear him without losing the sound. The audience made room, not retreating, more like water that recognizes where a ship wants to go. Clara did not raise her eyes. You can, she said, but not me, not yet. She let the phrase run to the end, struck Hartley's gesture in a short, clever arc that caught the subject, and then stood up. Now, she said simply. Her voice was like a bar line, elegant, concise, irrefutable. Like two who had found each other in the vicinity before, without this light, they faced each other. He hardly bowed, she let the inclination of the shoulders suffice. His hand begged, hers answered. At that very moment, the music took a turn that no one had denied, a small, sweet stumble that put you in a good mood. They started. This time, the dance floor was not a sideshow. It became the center, not because space was created, but because the gaze followed, like clouds to a thermal. Edward led with the care of a man who knows that he is touching something precious, not the body, the moment. Clara accepted the lead without relinquishing it, her step bore a knowledge that she did not teach. Once he came a touch too late, she was already gone, and returned, giving him time that was not condescending. Once he pressed slightly too hard, she answered by letting go. The distance said, "You are seen, not posed." The chairs, the mirrors, the flowers, everything seemed to move closer without constricting. The light of the lamps became more even, as if it had learned that passion does not cry out for shadow. Hartley's bow painted little hooks in the air that picked up the feet. Clara felt the warmth of his hand through the fabric, he felt the strength of her fingers when she gave rhythm where his heart hurried. Once her breath brushed his throat, and he understood that closeness is not measured in centimeters, but in courage. You are. He broke off, not out of shyness, but out of respect for a beat. Here, she helped, without looking up. He smiled. The little things were full today. The waltz turned into a tango, tame, as the company demanded, and yet with teeth. Clara stood still, waited for the first step, took the second before she gave it. Edward felt, for the first time in a long time, that his feet could be smart if the hands didn't brag. Their bodies found a language that consisted not of form, but of intention. It was not the trumpeting of the characters, it was the simple, exact consent. Who am I if you walk like that? Who are you if I hold like this? A murmur went through the hall, not disapprovingly, more like the sound when someone finds a drawer in which there is space. A feather on a hat trembled, a fan stopped in the air, a hand stopped at the stem of a glass. Mrs. Ashton tilted her head so that the pearls were more visible. Mr. Ashton made a joke that no one wanted to hear. And in a corner, without a mask, stood Lieutenant Merrick, his cap low, his posture even lower. His gaze did not go across the room, he went in search of clarity. Later, Eleanor stepped into the light from a side corridor. Her mask was made of delicate, smoky tulle, almost invisible, so that the face underneath became more visible. At her side was Mrs. Whitcomb, whose lips were a line that would have cost a lot of good paper. Eleanor's gaze found, without sharpness, the center of the room, two people dancing. You couldn't see what the tendon was doing in her. You could only see how her chin became a millimeter firmer, no defiance, a decision. The tango didn't end like a knife. He put down how one takes the hand from a cheek that is supposed to stay awake. Applause, more divided, more honest, more curious. A gentleman shouted bravo out of pure custom, another was silent because his throat was dry. Edward and Clara stood a moment too close to be an audience and too far to remain a secret. Her hands came loose, not too late, not in time, just at the moment when the music cast its last shadow. Hartley set a brighter beat, a polka, as if he wanted to bring the company back to the safety of his armchairs. Laughter returned, convivial sounds found their owners. On a tray, champagne glasses glowed like pretty excuses. The world took a breath that smelled like it wanted to continue. Merrick stepped forward. Not in the middle, but far enough that his presence was no longer just knowledge, but intention. Mademoiselle Beaumont, he said, stretching the young lady like a blade. Your duties will be fulfilled, Hartley interrupted him mildly, as soon as the music allows it. He raised the bow, lowered it, raised it again, the gesture of a man who says without words, find another stage. Merrick pulled the corner of his mouth, his gaze went past Hartley, landed on Edward. A nod that was not a greeting, I see you. Eleanor was now almost standing next to them. Not close enough to be indiscreet, close enough not to be called absent. Mr. Sinclair, she said calmly. Her voice carried the weight of a scale. A successful performance. Edward turned, took off the mask, it was a reflex to increase decency. For a second, the room was too honest. Miss Whitcomb, he said, looking for words that weren't cowardly. The music caught us all, she helped him, and a hint of a smile touched the edge of her mouth. That's their right. The air in the room had reached the temperature at which things that were just allowed to run without comment suddenly want names. Someone was sipping a glass too loudly. Someone put down a glass too tightly. The lines between admiration, surprise and eager alertness became thin. Clara took a half step back. She breathed once, deeply, and put her hand on the piano. Hartley stepped beside her, a sound was ready. Edward looked from Eleanor to Clara, from Clara to the crowd, from the crowd back into the small, uninhabited in-between. And then he did what had been waiting under his skin for hours, without asking if there was a place for it. He stepped up to Clara, as close as one only gets when one does not want to explain more. His hand found her cheek, the right hand the room saw, and before the slight murmur coagulated into a sound, before Hartley's bow understood, before Merrick's pupil narrowed, Edward leaned forward and kissed her. It wasn't a long kiss. It wasn't a boastful kiss. It was a kiss that left out everything that wasn't necessary, lips to lips, warm, decisive, without haste. No grip on the neck, no theater of the hands. Just the simple, public, undisguised sentence, "That's what I mean." The lounge held its breath. A glass stopped halfway. A feather forgot to tremble. Hartley's bow did not start. Eleanor stood still. Not rigid, silent. There was something in her eyes that was not humiliation. Rather a quick, sharp look inside, at the position of the furniture. Mrs. Whitcomb took a breath, no gasp, a monosyllabic, expensive "oh." Merrick took a step which etiquette forbade him, and his lust commanded him, he got stuck in the air. Clara's eyes closed in that short second, not a way in. It was not a robbery. It was a promise that she accepted. When he broke away, she looked at him. Her gaze was soft and firm at the same time. No mystery, no question. A nod. A tiny one. But there was more sincerity in the grandeur of the gesture than in whole menus of words. The applause did not come. The lounge had turned into an earpiece. There had never been a sounder approval or rejection. It took 2 heartbeats, then 3, then the social clockwork regained its footing. One woman laughed too loudly and immediately held on to her fan. A man cleared his throat and discovered that his voice no longer belonged to him. Someone began to clap softly, not for the kiss, for the music, he claimed. Hartley started the bow with a piece so innocent that it didn't betray the evening. "Sir!" Merrick's voice cut the air, too late, too sharp. "This is a matter for those involved," Eleanor said. No anger. A verdict. "Lieutenant, I advise you not to burden the evening of the White Star Line with undue zeal." Her calm was an education that never had to be loud. Merrick bowed briefly, more cap than man, and stepped back. His look said, "It's not done." Eleanor turned to Edward. "Tomorrow, 10 o'clock, she said, on the deck. We speak. Without masks." It was not a threat. It was the announcement of a conversation where things would get a name. Edward bowed. "Thank you," he said, which could have been the only indecent word at that second, and yet it was true. Clara sat down again at the piano. Her hands did not tremble. She played the first chord as quietly as if no one had just stopped the world. The room obeyed. He swallowed step by step what he did not want to digest and found intact and toned the old, reliable digestion. The waltz that followed was bright, friendly and, in a way you can only feel, incorruptible. Edward stepped back from the wing, not in shadow, in public. He stayed in the room, couldn't be pushed away, didn't take a seat for anyone, but didn't give up his. His face was open. His mask was in his pocket and would stay there. He looked at Clara, who was not looking at him, and felt that there had been less between them, less lying, less fear, less later. Everything else, the episodes, the sentences, the looks, would come, like weather. But now, at this minute, the evening was still with them. When the set ended, as the lounge returned to its usual polite volume, as the ship continued to translate its breath into foam, Clara briefly put her hand on the lid of the piano. The paint was warm. She got up, before the next wish rolled up to her, and walked half a turn, not towards Edward, but not away from him either. Their paths did not cross, they pushed into each other like 2 quiet lines. "That was foolish," she said, just so softly that only he could hear it. "Yes," he said. "And true. Truth has bad manners," she replied. "Then we'll teach her some without training her." She looked at him, and the smile she allowed was so delicate that it held the weight of the hour straight. "Tomorrow," she said. "Without masks," he said. They parted. Merrick disappeared, as officers do when they want to be a complaint. Eleanor stopped for a moment, put her finger on the hem of her mask, did not lift it, and then left with an attitude that made the ship decent. Hartley stroked another note into the room, just for her, a small, stock-still amen. Outside, in the corridor, it was cooler. The ship, which had just been a stage, became an engine again. Clara stopped, resting her forehead for a moment against the cool glass of a window. The sea was black, the sky bore 2 stars that no longer knew about the ball. She said nothing. She was breathing. Then she walked along the corridor until the music behind her became that hum that orders the night. In his cabin, Edward sat down on the edge of the bed and took the notebook. The hand hardly trembled. He wrote, "Masks teach the faces what they are." The public sphere is a sea on which one can only swim honestly. Cuss, a punctuation mark that does not tolerate grammar and therefore makes sense. He put down his pencil, stood up and went to the porthole. The knight looked back. He put his hand to the glass and knew, tomorrow they will speak. Today they said. Clara sat on her bed, the brooch on the table, the mask next to it. The carnation in the jar had bowed its head, as if it had long known what needs to be explained to people first. Clara took the folded sheet of paper with Edward's sentence, smoothed the edge and wrote underneath, in small letters, "Window open. Doors will follow." Then she turned off the light. The Titanic sailed, evenly, without opinion, with a kind of grace that promises nothing. And somewhere in her belly, between keys and bars, the truth had shown bad manners, and yet had been welcome. Of the right. Chapter 13. Lost hope. Clara flees in tears. Edward wants to leave everything behind. In a beautiful lyric and around 1,500 words per chapter, write a coherent text, pay attention to many details. ChatGPT. Chapter 13. Lost hope. The morning smelled of cold ashes and ironed linen. In the corridor the cleaning wagons stood like silent animals, and the lamps gave only as much light as polite information. The Titanic hummed under all this like a faithful, big cat that has pulled its paws under its belly and only twitches its ear. The ship did what ships do, it moved forward. The people, on the other hand, stood as if someone had mixed up their directions. Clara washed her face in a dish, the water of which did not quite lose its smell of the night. The brooch of the masked ball lay beside the glass of the carnation, and both looked as if they were from another day. A remnant of powder still stuck to the edge of the mirror, a bright crescent moon that you could wipe away with your finger if you wanted. She didn't. Instead, she buttoned the collar, put her hands on the dresser as if she needed its wood to hold her breath, and heard the machine beneath her give the beat she couldn't follow today. The kiss lived in her, not as jubilation, but as light that had fallen where shadows had practiced for years. So bright, so concise, so outrageously true, and immediately overwritten by glances that calculate too quickly. It was as if someone had torn open a door, and now air was pouring in, which did not ask who lived here. She rested her forehead against the cool frame of the mirror. Nevertheless, there was one sentence she didn't want: "You started this." Another sentence answered: "No, you recognized yourself." On the way to the lounge, she met two ladies whose hats pretended not to know how big they were. "Scandalous," hissed one, barely audible. The other lifted the lorgnon and lowered it again, or boring if no one talks about it. Her eyes bounced off Clara like rubber balls on a wall that is tired from the game of catch. A steward, who otherwise remained invisible, nodded to her dead tired and good-natured, a tiny stake in the sliding earth. Hartley waited at the wing. Under his eyes lay the thin blue of men who drink coffee before coffee. He raised an eyebrow that could be both a question and an assurance. "We're playing," he said. "We're playing," she repeated, and her voice wasn't quite with her. He put the bow to the strings and let it rest on the wood, as one lays a hand on a shoulder. "Consequences run slower than they threaten," he murmured. "Give them a melody to carry, and they'll stumble." It began with a prelude that offered little to tie anything to, clear, straightforward, without glamour that teases the day. The room accepted it like bread. The air became calmer. Conversations were reorganized, a few chairs were moved. At the second table on the left sat Eleanor. Not close, not far. The mask of the previous evening had disappeared, but something of its logic remained on the face, like the gleam of an idea that does not step aside. Next to her was Mrs. Whitcomb, who wore a face that counted for old furniture, steadfastness, origin, the comfortable hardness of habit. Clara's hands obeyed, and yet there was a tremor under the skin that could not be reconciled with any tact. As the phrase went into the little turn of phrase she used to love, the third note trembled, inaudible to all, only those who like depth. Hartley carried it, inaudibly, by not supporting it separately. But his own peace was hung by a thread. She saw, not directly, Lieutenant Merrick at the door, a black line in the custom of the day, and felt the room tighten at a seam. After the play, Clara stood up. Not too early, not too late. She wanted air that wasn't trapped in porcelain. She stopped in front of the exit. Eleanor had risen and stood opposite her, not obstructing, not evasive. "Miss Beaumont," she said. The greeting was flawless. He didn't break anything. "Miss Whitcomb," replied Clara. She felt her tongue get heavier. Not out of fear. Out of tiredness. "A good morning for honest music." Eleanor nodded. "Honesty is a difficult material," she said. "It splinters when you cut it in front of an audience." Her eyes were clear, painfully clear. "I want to go with you. 10 minutes. Clara saw Hartley. He nodded as if it were a rehearsal, only a different one. She followed Eleanor into the corridor, where the air smelled of Polish and the edges of conversation. They stopped at one of the oval windows. The sea was a wrinkle of grey layers, as if someone had sewn a fabric too roughly. Thank you, Eleanor began, for the truth yesterday. No irony. A sentence that was supposed to be sharp and yet remained soft. Not because it was pleasant. Because it was finite. I won't. She searched, it was noticeable, because it rarely happened. The injury count. I will describe the situation, there is talk. I will be advised to become. My father will suggest that we love what is useful. I will open the door that requires this, and I will decide whether to go through. That's my business. I have nothing to hide, said Clara, and only then did she realize that crying was possible. Not now. Not here. But I have things to lose that no one sees. Eleanor's gaze lingered on Clara's gloves for a long, surprisingly long time. Me too, she said. We don't have a war, we have weight. Wear yours so that it doesn't break you. She raised her head, the posture of a woman who has learned to frame her own sentences. Tomorrow, no, today, I will be asked. I will answer. And I will spare you one sentence, I will not be your enemy. Thank you, Clara said. The word was small, but it carried. Eleanor turned, hesitated, and in the hesitation lay another life for a breath that would never begin. He's not a coward, she said, without a name. That's worse than infidelity. It means that he is making a choice that will hurt him. I know, Clara said. The voice broke. I know. Eleanor walked on carpet like a drum roll. Clara stayed until the corridor got back the smell it had started with. Then something tore in her, not a fabric, but rather a quiet hook on which to hang one's own days. She stood at the window, saw the water in its layers, and suddenly the world was crooked. Tears came, not spectacularly, not lamentingly. Only rich. Warm enough to remember the salt of the sea, cold enough not to soften the morning unnecessarily. She put her hands to the edge of the pane so that the body had a frame, and wept into a cloth that was too fine for such work. No one came. Once a steward passed by and found a reason to change sides that wasn't a reason. Once the sound trace of a distant voice stuck to her, as if she wanted to comfort without knowing the lyrics. She cried until breathing was again an action that could be named. He went on deck. The wind was clear, very clear, and narrowed the distance between skin and truth. When he saw her, she was standing at the railing, the spot with the notch, with the cloth still in her hand, no longer on her face. She was not the singer of suffering, it was simply open. He walked beside her, put his hands to the brass as one passes a test, and was silent. They have seen you, or they have seen me, she said. And heard. And I'm not made of stone. She tried to smile, but today the smile had no shoes. Eleanor is, more than I thought. Merrick is exactly what I thought. And the rest is a choir. He nodded. At 10, he said, I am to speak to her. Without masks. Speak, said Clara. Not too long. And not in such a way that you forget yourself. I found myself yesterday, he replied. For the first time since. I do not know. I've decided to do something I've politely shied away from for years. I'm not going to get married because it fits well with each other's sentences. He looked at her, and his gaze did not burn, it warmed. I won't sign anything in New York that signs me. It was not the great explanation that broke out in Clara, but a simple pain. I don't want to send you away, she whispered. I don't want you, own, save, ruin you. I just don't want to have to lie when I play. A swell of the finest kind went through the surface of the water. It's late, Edward. Later than we think. Not the time, the ship. We drive into the cold. I'm going to have to be stronger than I am. The 10th hour came. Edward went on an appointment with Eleanor. He didn't go like a debtor. He left like someone who doesn't want a receipt. She was already standing on the promenade deck, her gloves on, her chin in that posture that is upright, without harshness. What they said remained between them like a table at which no one else is sitting. But the music of the voices could be read from the air, no sounds, no high notes. Finally, a nod that was not brusque. A handshake that was not cold. A farewell that promised nothing and yet remained dignified. When Edward went away, Eleanor still stopped, looking at the sea, and in that look there was for a moment a quiet, sincere regret for a life that would not be hers, nor his. Then she turned, and the steps that followed were again those of a woman who knows how doors work. Of the Write Chapter 14. A secret plan, you decide to start over in New York. In a beautiful lyric and around 1,500 words per chapter, write a coherent text, pay attention to many details. Chapter 14, A Secret Plan. The day came in thin layers, as if the sky had decided not to give away the paint all at once. Over the Atlantic lay a silvery glow that did not reflect the water, but wanted to smooth it. The Titanic drew a clean line through the disorder of the world, and below deck, men with black hands did what hope rarely does: it worked. The corridors smelled of Polish and ironed linen, on the doors hung small islands of brass, the coolness of which told the fingers that order is not a feeling. Later, on the promenade deck, the light was milky and the air so clear that thoughts hit edges. Edward was already waiting, not demonstratively, more like someone who puts the chair in front of the wind. The coat was buttoned up, the gloves unused in the pocket, the hair a touch too unruly for the school of his education. When Clara stepped next to him, he nodded, and in the nod there was not only a greeting, but a small certainty. We are starting where we left off yesterday, not with fear. I've been talking to Eleanor, he began, as if the word was only allowed to come up once. She has more dignity than our circles deserve. She has let you go, said Clara, without making it a heroic deed. She didn't hold me, he corrected. It's not the same, but it's rare. They stood close to the railing, the wind was not sharp, he was awake. Below them the water broke in white breath that made hardly any sound. The notch in the brass, that familiar little truth, lay under Clara's thumb. We don't have to enter New York like people who take something, she said. We have to enter as if we had been waiting for ourselves. He looked out where the world had no edge. I have money, he said, and it didn't sound like an offer, more like a fact to be checked. Not my father's electricity, but enough to endure a little time, if we don't swing like clocks. I have hands, she said. And music that can be understood wherever people are tired in the evening and strict in the morning. I can play, teach, accompany if I have to. And I can wait without rusting. She was silent for a moment. But I don't want to wait long. He smiled the narrow smile of a man who, for the first time in years, doesn't start a plan with numbers. I was thinking of Greenwich Village, he said slowly, as if he tasted the word. Eleanor once mentioned a house on MacDougall Street, on the ground floor of which a bakery smells of cinnamon and on the ground floor a painter paints the houses blue, which are grey. It's small and noisy and cheap. I don't know the owner. But I know someone who knows him. I know someone who knows everyone, replied Clara. His name is, the waiter who won't betray you if you sit too long. We will find them. Bakeries, back rooms, chairs that wobble until you talk to them. They began to walk, slowly, as if the body had to give the words time to get used to him. I can write, said Edward, and I can speak without selling. There are newspapers that need short texts, columns, small culture, big weather. John Ashton has a brother-in-law with 1 foot in Manhattan, whom I will not ask, I'll ask him. I want to see if sentences bear if they are not paid for by the father. We're sentences when someone hears them, said Clara. We will find spaces that listen. In cafes where the tables are glued, and in halls that have more chairs than necessary. And I'll play what I don't just like. If it's not enough, I'll play whatever I like until we're through. They talked about rooms. A single one first, so that the rent doesn't eat away at the courage. An iron bed that creaks like memory. A table on which sheet music is allowed to lie next to newspapers. A window that can be opened, even if it pulls. I want a plant, said Clara suddenly, almost defiantly. No cut flower effort. Something that grows if you don't look at it all the time. I want a chair that doesn't sound like my father, said Edward. And a cup that belongs only to me. They talked about work. I am writing letters to the nearest port, he said, on 2 papers, the name of which Eleanor dropped without noticing it. I don't call myself Sinclair and Amp, Sons. I call myself Edward. I offer columns, from a ship's belly, music without a label. They can say no, but they should know me. I'm writing to Hartley's colleagues in New York, Clara said. He knows someone in the orchestra of a small theater that only dreams of Broadway. Enough. I play the test that they don't pay for anyone. I pass them in such a way that they are ashamed if they forget me. And if it's not enough? Then I silently accompany films that no one wants to make and wedding cakes that are too sweet. But we will get the rent together. I practiced poverty. She is not noble, but she serves if you don't kiss her hand. They stopped at the corner where the deck forms a small bay, a windless pocket of glass and wood. And Merrick? Asked Edward. He will show his teeth. He has already shown them, said Clara. I didn't bleed. He reports what he can report. But New York has other teeth, and some are gaps. Our job is not to fall into it. My father will write, Edward murmured. Letters that are so big that the table underneath becomes small. It will remind me of names that gild and numbers that reassure. He will say, you are unreasonable. And I will answer, I am alive. He breathed as if he had permission to do so for the first time. I will not take money from him that comes with conditions. Only what I'm entitled to, a small amount that doesn't buy me. Write to him today, said Clara. Before the choir does. I write, he said. Short. Clear. Not hostile. I thank you, I decide, I will remain his son without his signature. They went on, and the plan, which had just been as brittle as an ice umbrella, began to take shape. We need allies, Clara said. Not many. 2, 3. People whose no would hurt. Hartley is 1. The waiters of the world are 2. And maybe the woman who cleans the chairs in the church where I will be allowed to rehearse one day. And Eleanor, Edward said quietly. Not as an umbrella. As a fact. It will not speak against us. That's a lot in a language where silence is currency. They talked about names. Whether they take theirs, not his, both keep. Beaumont is a small bridge, Edward smiled. Sinclair is a fool. Maybe we'll cross the bridge and leave the gate open, so that no one gets the idea that we have something to hide. I'm playing under my name, said Clara. If they don't take me because they don't like him, they don't play themselves. An officer with calm eyes, not Merrick, passed by, briefly raising his hand to his cap as if greeting a weather. Calm sea, he said. Still. Still, Edward repeated. It was not an omen. It was the kind of truth that does not threaten, but counts. In the afternoon they sat down in the first-class office, that dignified chamber where words have more smell than weight. Chunky inkwells, paper with a watermark that takes its background seriously, a scribe handing out quills without judgment. Edward sat down, opened the notebook, and wrote the letter to his father. No pathos, no rebellion that can be quoted. Only sentences that stand upright. Father, I thank you for what you have given me, moderation, craftsmanship, patience. I can only honor it if I use it my way. I will not execute the agreement with Whitcomb. I informed Miss Whitcomb today. She met me with a greatness that obliges me. I'm going to New York, not as a representative, but as a man. I will work with language, not with ships. I don't ask for anything that binds you. I take what is due to me and bear what follows from it. I remain your son. Not your employee. Edward. Mon cher, I'm the pianist Hartley recommended to you. I'll be back in a week. I offer you hands without airs and graces, ears without fatigue, and 2 evenings for the price of 1, if you give me the first. I can hold the choir and let the intermission breathe. If you don't need me, say no without explaining. I'm going to play, somewhere. Clara Beaumont. She put the letter to dry, looked at the name at the beginning, and felt no dizziness. And if he doesn't answer? Then the next letter will go to the bakery, said Edward. I'm hungry for work, not for polite evenings. In the evening, she played the lounge in a calm blue. Not to appease. To bring the room to the temperature in which plans do not burn. Hartley understood, he gave the music shoulders. Merrick did not show himself. Eleanor sat for a moment, drank water, raised her eyes once, not a sign, just a repetition of the fact that respect does not always live in sentences. As the night grew thicker, Clara laid her hand on his, and the gesture had none of that trembling distress that compels people to make heroic gestures. It was a calm, determined touch. I'm in. He turned his hand and didn't enclose her fingers, he put it in, as if his hand were a bowl. In New York, he said, if we start big, we will fail. We start small, she said. You become great when you have forgotten that you wanted it. The Titanic sailed as if she knew that plans were being made on her that she was not allowed to judge. Outside, the ocean lay like a huge, blank page. The night put points in it, stars, position lights, the patience of the North. And in a ship that carried everyone, 2 decided to carry themselves, to New York. Then on. Not as an escape. As a start. Of the ChatGPT. Thought for 8s. The day ended in thin gold, like honey that sticks to the glass wall. The sky over the Atlantic became so clear that you might think someone had washed the air and hung it up to dry. The sea was shallow, seriously smooth, a fine porcelain that should only be carried with 2 hands. There was a gentle touch of cold on the planks of the promenade deck, which made the steps sharper and the voices quieter. From the radio room, invisible signs dripped into the night, an alphabet from afar that most people couldn't read, but many could guess. In the afternoon, Clara sat at the piano longer than the duty roster required. The salon bore the tiredness of the day well, the smell of polish, glass that collected the fingerprints of the conversations, and the comforting murmur of porcelain that found its way back into the cupboards. Hartley plucked his strings like thoughts, and each time he put the bow on the bow, the air became a degree more honest. Tonight, he said, you're not pretending to them. You're playing after them. After whom? She asked. After you, he answered, and his eyebrow turned the last syllable into a note. She nodded. There was a quiet tension in her, that fine line between fear and anticipation that only resonates on evenings that promise too much. The secret plan she and Edward had devised lay like warm paper in their pockets, letters, addresses, a room in a city that was supposed to be breathing, not stiff neck. And yet this warmth was mingled with a cool tone that did not come from the machine. A hunch that great calm can also be a mask. After the set, the waiter put the glass next to the grand piano. "Today it smells like ice cream," he said into the void between joke and seriousness. Clara nodded, drank 2 small sips and put the rest of the evening on the scales of a decision: no more playing until the night became clear. She closed the lid, stroked the varnish with the back of her hand as if she were dragging a cat's back, and stood up. They did not hand each other the paper. They held it together, each at a corner, as if one were holding a thin, still wet picture. The wind read over the edges, found nothing he wanted to take with him, and left it alone. For a while they listened to the lake, which today acted as if it were house music. Somewhere a tarpaulin rattled, short, offended because the wind had tested her knot. From the spark booth, invisible, this Morse code murmur fell again into the night. "Do you hear?" asked Edward. "It sounds like distant cities are talking about us." "Maybe they do," Clara replied. "Maybe we'll be the topic this time." They went to the railing. Their shoulders barely touched, just so that warmth was there as a possibility. "In New York," Edward said, "we buy 2 cups. One for coffee, one for tea. We buy a chair that creaks, and we don't oil it right away. We don't hang anything heavy on the walls so that the rooms can breathe. We write invoices with small amounts and large rates for ourselves. And if it's not enough, we'll steal a good day from the wind. And we only keep the door open as far as we can stand it," Clara added. "People who come in for free rarely leave on time. I'll audition in the theater, in the cafe, and if they take me, I'll take the easy plays with me so that I don't have to sell the difficult ones." She laid her hand on the brass, her gloves in her pocket, her skin fresh against the cold. "And I want a window from which you can see a clothesline. It calms me down when things are allowed to dry." "I want a typewriter that's too loud," Edward said. "So that the neighbors know, something is happening here that doesn't harm anyone." He laughed softly and immediately became serious again. "Clara, if we lose ourselves, not in this life, not in the next, if work drives us to the opposite shores, how do we find ourselves? Through a tone that may start wrong, and through a sentence that does not demand elegance. And through an address that doesn't change, the notch in the brass." She pointed to the rift that had become more familiar to them than some faces. "That means, we make an appointment with the mistake. Always." He nodded, and the nod was a small, firm bow this time. "Promise me something," he begged, "that won't get smaller without romance. I hear. If you get a job that's good but too narrow, take it, and change before it shapes you. If I get a column that makes me sound smart but deaf, I quit before it's mine. And we'll tell each other in time, not too late." "Agreed," she said, and to nail the agreement she put her hand in his. "And you promise me, you won't use your fear as jewelry. I don't use mine as an excuse. We save both for days when courage is too expensive." "Agreed," he repeated. Their hands remained in each other, not tight, only valid. The stars were so close that you could think they had been lowered for that evening so that people could learn what closeness looks like when it doesn't burn. A stewardess walked past them, her cap low, her face tired and friendly. She nodded as if she were greeting not people, but a temperature. "It's getting cold," she said and disappeared into the side gate. The wind became a touch more attentive. "Come," said Clara, "a little longer. I want to see the stairs when it's empty." She meant the great staircase, which shone like a resolution during the day and like a memory in the evening. They went in. The grand staircase lay there as if the lights had gathered around the fountain in company. The water in the bowl at the foot was still, as if it thought the breath was for later. The clock above the large carving did not laugh or threaten, she only explained that sometimes time looks nicer than it is. "Here," said Edward, standing at the balustrade, "I dreamed as a boy in London, a staircase that tells you to learn how to go up. Today I think, you have to learn how to go down in the evening without stumbling." "And how to stop," said Clara. She stood next to him, let her hand glide over the wood, which had stored the warmth of many hands. "We will often stand still. We will remember that breaks are not gaps." They went back to the lounge for the last set. The room pretended to know the ritual. Guests who did not want to leave turned the time into straight backs, and the waiters closed doors noiselessly, which nevertheless remained open. Hartley nodded, and she answered with a look that said, "Now." The first bars were the lullaby for adults, which they both liked. It had the outrageous gentleness of calming things that cannot be calmed down. Then, at the end, she played, only twice, then she was silent, the rising figure from her play, who stopped for the 3rd time. No applause at this point, only silence. Only then the hands clapping, sincerely, not politely. It was a good noise. Eleanor came to the piano after the humans had leaked away. "Miss Beaumont," she said. "Thank you for all that." She pointed to the air. I wish you work. More than happiness. Me too, said Clara. The two women looked at each other, not for long. It was an honest look that didn't want to be friends, only grown up. Then Eleanor left, and her back spoke of a morning when no one will count the courage, but all the results. Hartley grabbed his violin. When you're in New York, he said, don't look for me. I'll find you. How? Asked Edward. By the tone you leave open, he said, winking as if it were a joke. They left the salon when the lamps became smaller. The air on the deck was now really cold, a clear, fine cold that one tends to underestimate. Over the sea stood an abundance of stars, unreasonable and exact. The machine struck her even amen. That night they made their promises without binding them. Tomorrow, Edward said. Tomorrow, said Clara. Early? Early, he said. Even before the sentences. And if something, then at the notch, he finished. Always there. In her cubicle, she placed the piece of paper under her pillow, a childish, effective ritual. She put the carnation next to the porthole, although the sea outside could do nothing with flowers. On the sheet of music she wrote, Andante, hold. Tomorrow, don't hurry. Then she extinguished the light and listened to the ship breathe. The cold came through the frame, but she couldn't steal anything. Edward sat at his small table for a moment. The notebook lay open. He wrote, last evening, music as a railing. Promise without jewelry. Stars, too many not to believe. He closed the book, stood up, went to the glass, and laid his forehead against the cold. It was the good cold that threatens nothing. Only explained. The Titanic sailed, big and serious, as if it could cut the future into layers and serve it neatly. Above her the clear, inexorable beauty of a sky that sees everything and holds nothing. And on board were two people who left the night with a melody that would have a different name the next day, not end, not beginning, only, we are coming. We stop. We go. In that order. With music. With promises. And without masks. Of the right. Chapter 16. Below deck, you hide in the engine room, fleeing from the Gesellschaft.in of beautiful poetry and around 1,500 words per chapter, write a coherent text, pay attention to many details. ChatGPT. Thought for 22s. Chapter 16, Below deck. The morning had clothed the ship in sheer certainty, but the further the day progressed, the clearer it became that certainties are matters of conversation. At the top, between brass and porcelain, the label ran on rails. Below, behind doors that read, crew only, the world made sounds that no one ordered and everyone needed. Where steel and steam lent verbs to each other, reality lay without lace collars. They didn't meet at the railing, not at the grand piano, not at the stairs that made people look good. They met at the end of a corridor where the Polish suddenly smelled of work and the air had a different grammar. A narrow steel door frame, a steep staircase that did not represent. Edward came first, his tie loose, his coat collar turned up. Clara followed with a scarf around her hair, as if she had turned her back to another time. They looked at each other and nodded. No more plan, no grand gesture. Only what is most resilient between two people, consent. Are you sure? He asked, and there was that mindfulness in his tone that nothing heroizes. I'm sure I want to see it, she answered, the real music. She pointed to the stairs. Down there, no one plays for the sake of appearance. The air became warmer, step by step. A musty whiff of oil, the smell of wet iron, a sweetness of coal dust that remained on the tongue like a praline that was too honest. The walls were so close that you could walk on them. Voices come up, choppy, matter-of-fact. A call, an I that hardly had time to be a vowel. Somewhere a door closed heavily, and the heaviness shifted the sentences in his head. The first lock gave a view of a corridor that was not made for strolling. Men in dark blue overalls moved in it as if they belonged to geometry. A greaser, slim, with sooty eyelashes, looked up. His gaze rested on Edward, glided onto Clara, stayed for a moment and then became what people below deck master, attentive calm. You mustn't be here, he said, not harshly, only true. I know, replied Edward. We are not contesting anyone's space. We just want to. He opened his palm, a gesture without rhetoric. The man looked at the hand as if he were reading lines that don't lie. Stay against the wall, he said at last, and pretend to be air. He showed a narrow corridor. There. Behind the bulkhead. Heat stood in layers. She had a politeness, she announced herself before she took her breath. A fan fought, did not refuse. Trimmers shoveled coal as if fatigue were a private matter. The shovels went in a beat that was not taut and yet did not lose a note. In one of the fire holes, hell glowed pragmatically, only as far as it was needed. A bare-chested man laughed, a short, orderly sound, then his face disappeared into the red again. Clara put her hand on a railing that bore a skin from the oil. It was warm, almost friendly. Do you hear? She whispered. Edward heard. He didn't just hear the machine sound, he heard it think. The call of the machine telegraphs, a nervous twitch, a bell, the pointer that jumps, full ahead, half ahead, stop, was absent, today was even. The deep beat of the pistons, the quieter, more viscous breath of the lubrication pumps, the fine whistling somewhere in the valves where steam paused. He heard all this, and in it the sentence, "We are going." They stood and became listeners. The heat ate away at manners. Edward took off his jacket and rolled up his shirt sleeves. Clara loosened the cloth and tied it tighter, her neck gleaming. A water jug stood in the corner, the first sip was metal, the second blessing. Beneath the sound of the machine they found a language that did not need words. He tapped a beat on the railing with his finger, 2 short, 1 long. She responded by putting her breath into this pattern. A little childish game that took seriously what was bigger than her. The time in the engine room is different. She doesn't wear a watch, she wears sound. An hour can be fast like a shower or slow like a summer day without shade. Clara and Edward leaned against the wall and let the heat pass through their clothes. Every now and then someone stopped, said a word that had nothing to do with them, and walked on. A trimmer, not asked, told of Belfast, of a woman who did not write and waited anyway, of a son who could count to 100 without mistakes. His English was rough, his laugh soft. "I send money," he said, "and I wish it never arrived, because she doesn't need it." He walked as if the sentence were something heavy that should not be dropped. "It's strange," said Edward, "how small my life looks when I see these poles. And how big if you stand next to me." "That's the right order of magnitude," answered Clara. "Things are small. People are great if they can stand it." Once Merrick appeared in the doorway, cap, line, the alternating smile of an order that was made to believe it was nature. His gaze grazed her, she found, turned his mouth into a warning. O'Leary stepped forward half an arm's length as if he were about to work into a conversation. "All right, Lieutenant," he said, matter-of-factly. "Visitors under supervision. The area is safe." Merrick didn't look at O'Leary, he looked at Edward, then at Clara, and the longest at the space between them. "Safe is a big word," he said. "Keep it small." He went. His gait did not fit in the heat. They sat on the threshold of the little door, their backs to the steel, which was warm as a living animal. Clara laid her head on his shoulder, not as a pose, but as a pause. He put his hand on her forearm, right where the skin is thin and the blood convinces things. A greaser who was passing by was doing what smart people do, he wasn't looking. He only lifted a wrench as if that were the world he was carrying. The heat increased, and with it a strange calm. Fatigue is different below, it is not the dropping of things, it is the agreement to pick them up again. O'Leary came with a cup, handed it to Edward, handed it to Clara. "When it rattles," he said, "don't run towards the light. Run to where it's dry. Don't trust instinct. He likes the stage." He pointed with his chin at a bulkhead. "Behind it you have a minute more world." She and Edward talked about New York, but in a different way than above. No cups, no plants, not because they don't want more, but because wishes between steel bands are becoming more modest. "We need hands," said Clara. "Hours. And those who give us work. No pity. Just a key and an hour." "We'll take the hour," said Edward. "And if it looks like this one, we'll take it twice." The machine made a different sound. Not much. A touch more seriousness in the step. O'Leary looked up briefly. "The way you look at the weather when a leaf on the road is different." He said nothing. He only went to the telegraph board, checked the position, nodded, checked a pressure gauge, pulled a screw that the world did not notice. Everything remained as it was. They moved deeper into the shade, where a lattice floor allowed a view of even more depth. The heat made the eyelids heavy. Edward leaned his head against the bulkhead. Clara pulled her legs up, her hands wrapped around her knees. The engine room was no place to sleep, and yet a twilight shifted between beat and breath, not sleep, not wake, an intermediate state in which one prefers people. Above them, a whistle buzzed briefly. Someone recreated the burner. Someone cursed softly, a friendly curse that sounded like a handshake. Then came the little harbinger, which is later made big in stories and is just nothing at the moment, a fresh train, a touch of cold in a crack where previously only heat had lived. No wind. An idea of air that was different. O'Leary paused, the shovel half moving. Two men looked up, looked at each other, looked at the ceiling as if you could read the sea there. Nothing. Work again. Clara put her hand in Edward's. "When it rattles," she whispered, borrowing the sentence from earlier, "not in the direction of the light." He nodded. "Not into the light," he repeated, and everything they had said in the last few days suddenly took on the taste of protocol, not because they were afraid, but because they took the language of things seriously. "We'll go in a moment," said Edward. "One more breath. 2 more breath, corrected Clara, and they both laughed. One does not know where the laughter came from, but it came. Clara and Edward looked at each other, hands together, backs on warm steel. "One more breath," she said. "Another one," he said. And they counted him, quietly, against the great, even count of the machine. Outside, invisibly, the sea pushed a new chapter to the edge of the page. Below, in the belly, silence learned what a sound thread looks like before it breaks. And in the middle of it all were two people who had made themselves small enough to stay. ChatGPT. At first it was just a punctuation mark in the night, a fine, long scraping, as if someone were pulling a needle over glass. The engine room held a breath it didn't seem to have. Then came the shock, not thunder, not an opera, but a deep, rude correction of the world, an underlying jerk that swept through stall like a spontaneous thought. The great rods of the machine swayed a finger's breadth, the manometer figures trembled like frightened leaves. A spark jumped somewhere where there should be none and died away immediately, ashamed of duty. O'Leary was the first to sound like he had been waiting for something like this to calm down. "Hold on," he said to no one in particular, "keep your ears still." The machine telegraph clanged. The pointer jumped, the command upwards fell down like a cold spoon into hot water, "Stop." Even before the word was fully in their heads, another stellar shouted, "All machines backwards." Bells answered, a metallic prayer. The pistons obeyed, tall, obedient, stubborn, and turned the direction as if time had to reverse. She didn't. The sea stared back invisibly. The air cooled, and with the coolness came the noise that was polite, voices that did not abandon etiquette, even when the world was on edges. A door that opened, and with it the sharp white of an electric light that was too solid to believe in omens. They stepped into the corridor of the second class, where the wallpaper was well behaved and the floor was already a little more struggling. People stood at doors, asked with their eyes, no one had answers. A woman held a child by the hand and a cup in the other, the body knew why, not the head. Back to the cabins, a steward called, his voice too high, as if it didn't have its own weight. Just a precautionary measure. The crew began to swing out the boats. Wood groaned, ropes made the sound that animals make when you wake them up. Hartley came out of the salon, the violin at his side, his face with that expression that musicians have when they know that they are going to be asked to do something unnecessary that is necessary. "We play," he said, "as they say, we hold." "Play what opens doors," said Clara, and Hartley nodded as if she had told him the right string tension. A steward pressed a life jacket into Clara's arms, rough fabric, cold cork blocks. "Put on, miss," he said, and his "miss" was not a class syllable, but a movement. "You too, sir." Edward took his, tightened the ropes as if he had to get used to the word, save. The sleeping of the Titanic was over, their guards had house rules. They crowded against the flow of people, like swimming against a friendly current that nevertheless pulls into the open. A stewardess, the one with the tired, shrewd eyes, held her by the sleeve for a moment, then let her go. "Quick," she said. And up again. Downstairs it immediately smelled of work again. The corridor of the second class now had noises that didn't want to live in it, buckets that clapped, footsteps that no longer thought of carpet. The Scots were closed. A thin thread of water crept out of a threshold, as if it had lost its way, and only wanted to ask where the sea was going. In front of the door to the engine room stood two men with oily hands and serene foreheads. O'Leary was not there. "His building," said one, "as if you could build bridges with valves. He comes when he is no longer needed. That's his way." "Tell him," Clara begged, "that," she broke off. What did she want to say to him? That the music continues to play? That it would hold the notch at the top? "Tell him we've heard," she said, and the man nodded as if it were an assignment that could be carried out. When they came back on deck, the order had become more rickety. A boat had been lowered too easily, it swung, lay down against the side of the ship, people did not scream, they shouted, and shouts are more dangerous. Another boat hung too heavy, the ropes whined. An officer shot into the air. The bang did to the night what a slap in the face does to a face. The music kept the beat as if it had known about this moment. They stood, hand in hand, in the middle of what would later be called chaos and what was now only what people are when order slips, torn between duty and love, between courage and moderation, between the urge to look up where the levers are and the instinct to look for support on the ground. A man pressed a suitcase into his wife's hand as if it were light. A child was looking for a cat in a bag. An old gentleman took off his hat, no one knew to whom. If they call you, said Edward, you go. Only with you, said Clara. I'll be late. Later is too late, she answered. They looked at each other, and in that look was all that cannot be accommodated on ships, a house of words that stands firm, without a roof. Listen, cried Merrick suddenly, not reproachfully, for the first time like a man whose grammar falls out of his mouth. Listen to me, it's not enough for everyone. We have to be smart. The smart thing to do is, don't push, don't shout, don't lie. Women and children. He faltered. Please. This one word did something to the air. The cold did not go away, but the chairs were moved. Clara and Edward took half a step closer to the railing, to the davits, to the decision that was slowly no longer theirs. In the distance, deep in the direction where O'Leary was working against valves, a thumping that wasn't angry, just urgent. At the top, a star swept larger through the picture, as if it had to show the ship how to fall without losing its dignity. One more breath, Clara said, and he nodded. They breathed deeply, at once, by arrangement, against the large, incorruptible lungs of the machine, which now rested. Then they laid their hands on the railing, on the cold brass, found the notch, the well-known imperfection, and held it as if it contained the promise called salvation. We will stay as long as we can. And when we go, we walk together. Behind them, the music stretched its thin, strong thread over a water that was already beginning to invent stories. The night opened up in front of them, so clear that you could count the fear in it, and the courage as well. Of the right. Chapter 18. The decision. Edward wants to save Clara, she refuses to zuarsikazulassand in him a beautiful lyric and around 1,500 words per chapter, write a coherent text, pay attention to many details. ChatGPT. Chapter 18. The decision. The night was so clear that every word you spoke was too sharp. The sky lay stretched over the masts like a cool cloth in which stars sat like sewn buttons. On the deck, the lanterns hummed in small circles, the world omitted the big sentences. The Titanic, which had just been society, became paths, to davits, to boats, to voices that said, please, and quickly, and only. Among all this new, strange sound, the serious drinking of water somewhere in front, so insistent that it needed no elevation. Clara stood with her back to the railing, her fingers on the notch that had been a secret mailbox for days. Edward next to her, the waistcoat over his coat, the straps strapped as if knots could be an answer. When a new call cut the air, boot 9. Women and children. He looked at her, and in his gaze there was no longer any debate, only the decision that had long since been made in him. Now, he said. No urging, no order. Just the small, terrible word that sums it all up. You get in. Clara shook her head. It was not a big, dramatic no, rather a precise, adult movement, as if it were sorting a statement. I won't go without you. Clara. He took her hands, not to guide them, just to borrow the tremors from his own. There is little left. What remains, you take. This is the mathematics that we don't like, but that is useful to us today. You get in, and I'll follow later. O'Leary said, not into the light, into the dry room. I know ways. I? He broke off because a boat failure was lamenting in the background. Someone had let the line run too fast, and the mechanics were offended. I'll find you, he said more quietly. But go now. She looked inward. It was a look that weighed more than all the words they would ever write. Later is a bad tact, she said, and she didn't mean impatience, but truth. If you don't fit in this boat, I won't fit in because my place is wrong. I don't play on a stool that is placed in front of me when you are standing. That's not a stage, he replied, and the wind didn't take away the warmth of the sentence. This is not a heroic idea. This is a house that cannot support both of us. Take it as a door, not as a judgment. Around her, the air filled with hurried little sounds, buckles on the cork of the waistcoats, the creaking of ropes, the rustle of fabrics too fine to be useful. A child asked about his cat, one mother replied with a story that she remembered in her invention. Hartley stood with the musicians at the lounge door, the boughs hung as if they were listening to the decision whether sound is work or comfort today. Merrick walked with a stroke step, gave signs, addressed nameless people as if they were part of his geometry lessons. When his gaze met the two, he slowed down briefly. It was as if a shadow crossed his too clean face. Miss Beaumont, he said, you're going into the next boat now. No objections. He nodded to Edward. You stay here, sir. She was silent for a breath that was too loud for both of them. Her hands slipped over the railing, found the notch, held there as if they were clinging to a sentence that you can't paraphrase. I'm not afraid of the water, she said then. I am afraid of the after, in which I can no longer find your voice. Music helps against many things. It does not help against the silence of a missing person. Then give me the order not to miss, he said. Give it to me so heavy that I can only fulfill it if I live. In this mathematical world, if you're on board, there's a greater chance that at least one of them will find us. If you stay here, we'll be playing against numbers and weather. All my life I have played against numbers as if they were enemies. Today they are allies if we take them kindly. Clara looked from Eleanor to Edward, from Edward to the Davits, from the Davits to Hartley, who now lifted a sentence that remained in the air as if he needed a decision before it could become sound. If I go, she said slowly, it will only be out of the greatest form of cowardice, trust. I trust you, Edward. That's the cowardice that takes courage. She released one hand from the railing, involuntarily felt for the coat pocket, as if there were a pencil there that could distribute weight. The material was hard and honest. I don't like you, right, she murmured. But I like to have you alive. Promise me something that binds you. Look for windows, he said. Your old, shared password, which has now become a lifebuoy. And don't slam doors, she answered, and she smiled so that her eyes warmed, even though the air stole their cheeks. The gap grew slowly. The sea was not angry, she was relentless. In the boat, someone pulled on a rope that could not help. A woman began to pray, a child stretched out her arms to the stars as if they were apples on a low tree. Clara turned around once more, not against order, only against cowardice, and saw that Edward was simply standing there, not tall, not heroic, a man with a cork waistcoat and a resolution that held him fast. Eleanor stepped beside him. She's downstairs, she said. Good. Thank you, he answered. For borrowing your peace and quiet. I don't have any more, she replied. I only have attitude. Sometimes that's enough for a minute. She looked at him, and for the first time there was in her gaze the permission of pain to be visible. Now go where you can be needed. Men are needed when the world drinks water. Machines? People, she said. She turned, and as she walked toward another David, she didn't take her eyes back. It was a farewell among adults. None of the three, Clara below, Edward above, Eleanor in between, had to hope for hope to work. They did what they could, they stood in the places that made them stronger than their opinion. Edward ran to the foredeck, where the crew was trying to make patience out of physics with hands and ropes. Merrick saw him, nodded, no reconciliation, just recognition. Help with the leashes, he said. If someone pushes, speak with your voice, not with the paw. I can do both, Edward said, and in his mouth it was neither boasting nor threatening. He got to work. The rope cut into the heels of his hands, the cold put its cold coins in his lungs. He counted with the men, stop, lot, stop, go. And under every word he heard Clara's, looking for a window, as if it were a second lung. Up at the davit, Merrick called. Continue. His voice almost broke. Edward looked at him, and for a moment the officer was a man of no rank, a man in a coat that was too narrow. Your girlfriend is? In the boat, Edward said. Good, Merrick said, and the good was the most honest word he spoke that evening. Then save what is in front of you now. They worked, and time, which had just behaved like a lady who had been too polite, began to run, more severely, shorter. A rope creaked, a boat shot too fast, was stopped, swung back, bounced, held again. A man jumped, missed, disappeared. No one screamed. The sea took him with the calmness of a waiter clearing plates. Edward gritted his teeth on his mouth so that no sound came out that robbed the nerves of the others. He felt how below the deck, the large body of the ship recalculated its own geometry. He heard, or imagined he heard, far below a hammer conjuring up valves. O'Leary, he thought. Hold the door. Soon, he said, without moving his lips. Of the ChatGPT. People no longer moved like guests, but like water in a basin that had become crooked. They looked for edges, held onto railings, to sentences, to strangers. Voices rolled over and became a language that no one had invented, this way. Aback. My wife. Only children. Don't push. An officer shouted numbers into the air, so clear that they could have become windows, but no one stepped through. Between two commands, there was a short, incredulous laugh of a man whose cap had been torn off his head. He apparently found it funny that even politeness has gravity. Edward stood on the starboard davit, his palms rough with rope, his throat dry with cold. He counted the bars of the letting off with a sailor, stop, lot, stop, go, and noticed how the great disorder that night had become pushed itself into this small order. A man in fur stood beside him and tried to buy a place in the boat with money. The sailor did not look at the bundle. No wait, sir, he said. We only take what wears. The fur man only understood on the second attempt that he himself was meant, and stumbled backwards against a woman who was pushing her child in front of her as if it were a lantern. Resign. Merrick's voice cut through the noise like a cold knife. He was everywhere, pathologically punctual, a circle that drew circles on a swaying board. Women and children, you there, sir, keep your grip. Sailor, secure. When a young man jumped and slipped his heel on the side of the ship, Merrick raised his arm. A shot slammed into the air. No anger, no theater, a sound like an icy bar. The jumper fell back on deck, breathed and did not cry. You could see how his shoulders knew that they were needed for other things today. The cold was now a person. She walked along the rows, putting her fingers to her cheeks, to her ears. She took the edge of voices. A girl in a thin dress whispered in Italian, an old gentleman answered in French, a woman screamed in German, someone prayed in Irish, and in between the English of orders, hard, terse, the only metal that was still trusted. A steward dragged a box full of life jackets, they cracked like wood. Someone snatched one out of his hand and helped a stranger inside. No one saw this gesture, but it warmed a square meter of air. At the foot of a staircase, where the wooden balustrade still bore the splendor of the day, a stream of people stopped. A grating was still closed, a minor post was wedged in, duty and plan and paper in the way. Behind the grating, faces from the third class, pale in the electric brightness, with bundles that suddenly looked ridiculous, a loaf of bread, a hat, a violin in a bad box. A man with a key ring, steward, overwhelmed, hardworking, fumbled, searched, did not find. Up, voices shouted, not threatening, just raw. Edward was with him before he knew it, took the cold fingers, bent them aside, grabbed the lock that resisted the wrong key. Wait, he said. He took half a step back, seeking the gaze of a sailor whose arms knew more. 2 blows with an iron, no heroism, only work, the bolt fell. The stream started moving again, without thanksgiving, without strife. Thanks and quarrels were luxuries. Hartley played. Not always, but again and again. Sometimes you couldn't hear the violin, the noise was too thick, then again the melody broke through like a narrow street into a city full of people. Nearer, calm in the breath for seconds, then reality pushed voices again. One of the band smiled, surprisingly gently, as if he had just understood that songs have a purpose even without an audience. An officer glanced at him, briefly, respectfully. Work recognizes work. Next davit. Boat 11. Only children. Mrs., no, please, stay calm. The thunder of the orders developed cracks in which fear sits. A sailor muttered, Holy God, and pulled on the block as if he were wrinkling God down. The lines whirred, a boat dismounted, jerked, hit the side of the ship, women screamed, one threw a coat in between, wood calmed wood, the boat found water. Downstairs someone shouted that they should push off, upstairs someone shouted that there were still places available. Logic no longer had a chair. Edward looked over the railing, into the glittering, black surface, which was not a surface. Between real stars lay the short, unusable sky maps left behind by the rockets. 1 boat, 2, 3, distributed like thoughts that you can no longer capture. In one of them, he knew, sat Clara. He didn't see her, the distance was a different kind of wall. But in his palms was the beat with which she must have pulled now, 4 beats, 2 breaths. He gripped the rope harder. A man with black hands, trimmers, coal dust like dark velvet in his paws, appeared beside him. Pumps are running, he said, as if he were lecturing on a wall. But they drink faster than we scoop. He grinned, a question for absurdity. You're moving here. I'm moving here, Edward said. The trimmer nodded, sat down on the edge of the bench and tied a vest so tightly that it creaked. Keep your forehead in the wind, he advised. Then he knows from which direction he comes. A woman stood barefoot between 2 davits, her hair torn out of her hairstyle, her hands clenched around a cloth bag. My husband, she said, and it wasn't a sentence, just a wait. A steward mechanically replied, later, and the word broke in his mouth. Edward went up to her, put his hand on the bag, inside, a tin can, a postcard, a cloth. Take the can, he said, the mail will come on other days. She stared at him. Then she nodded, and that nod was a contract with reason. She dropped the card. A child picked it up, pocketed it as if it were his own. Maybe that was it. Merrick reappeared, a stroke of coldness, a line of duty. Sir, he said to Edward, here. He pressed a signal stick into his hand, a pipe that cut the air. If someone jumps, you whistle. If someone pushes, speak. If someone prays, let him. He then holds on to something that weighs nothing. He gave no explanations for his sudden humanity. He didn't have time. On the back deck the sea was already wrestling with the wood, small waves broke and pretended to be harmless. One sailor shouted, "Scott's closed," another, "Too late," both were right. A man wanted to take a plunge, not into the boat, into the water, out of a logic that could not be blamed on him. There was room there. Two seized him by the collar, not brutally, practiced. They gave him a vest, gave him a task, hold the rope, and he did it as if he had always been trained for it. Edward thought of O'Leary. The noise from the stomach, pumps, metal, the unwilling breath of a world drinking water, rose like a second wind. He looked down, not into the water, into his head, a man at a wheel, at a valve, a hand on a hot surface that wants to know if it still holds. He said softly, to no one, to everyone, "Stop," and the word left his lips like steam. In the distance, it was not far away, only the other side of the deck, someone fell to his knees, not because of prayer, but because of legs. Two strangers lifted him up and set him up. One of them patted him on the back as if he wanted to drum him awake. "Stand," he said. "You're standing." The man stood. Sometimes rescue is just a word at the right volume. ChatGPT. Thought for 16s. Chapter 20, Through Water and Smoke. Clara looked up. The ship was suddenly no longer just a city, it was a steep wall, at the edge of which stood faces like lanterns. Steam clouded out of a shaft, white and heavy, and imposed a false warmth on the night. A rocket burned out above her, another one, a white flower that promised nothing. At the edge of the railing, at eye level, she saw a figure she knew, although the face was only cold, the stewardess with the tired, clever eyes. "Two more places," someone shouted. "If you can, fast." The boat swung again, the royal blue edge scraped past rivets. One hand held down a rope. Clara's body knew in front of her head what he was doing. "I'm going back," she said softly into the wind, and her breath did not pretend indignant. Two hands over the railing, rough, reliable, gripped her forearm. One foot found a noose, threw, pulled, slid, found. The stewardess leaned far forward, her gaze was the handle. "Come on, miss. And you're going up again, understood?" "Understood," Clara gasped, and then there was wood under her knee and steel under her hand, and suddenly deck under her soles. She stood, narrow, wet, her body still in time with the straps. "Edward." Her throat formed the name like an object. A hand rested on her back, too tight to be polite, too precise to be strange. "Here," he said, and the word was so close that it briefly disarmed the wind. "What are you doing?" Later, she cut him off, a smile, short and free. "Now I'll find you before the corridors do." The bow was lower. Not much, just so that the world no longer concealed where it wanted to go. Above the front stairwell, steam was pouring out of a shaft, it mixed with a sweet, wintry smell of coal, wet wood, oil, a kitchen of catastrophes. "Don't stay on deck," said Clara, "here we will be talked to pieces." "Where to?" "To where people do and don't say." She pointed to the door with the blackened edge, "Crew only." They went inside, against the current. The warm tongue of the ship beat against them, damp, salty, with a metallic aftertaste of keys. In the first corridor the water was pea-deep, an innocent lake that begged for fringes. Another bulkhead, behind it voices that didn't know whether to scream. A steward tore open a locker, threw out vests, the cork blocks hit wood like two heavy sets. "This way," he shouted. "Don't take the carpet, it holds you tight." He looked up and did not recognize her. He immediately looked away again. "Work." They dodged a group, family, bundles, a girl with a cat under her coat, and slid into the maintenance corridor, where bare metal made the walls more honest. The water rose to the calf. A carpet drifted past them, swollen like a washed-up sentence. A trunk turned slowly and bumped against Clara's knee like a polite drunk. The inclination was more evident in here. They walked diagonally, learned how to walk on a question. "Stop," shouted a voice from the front. A man in overalls, forehead like a map, his hand on the wheel of a bulkhead. "Not here." Ventilation shaft cracked, steam. "You suffocate before you know you've had air." He looked at Clara, saw Edward, saw the way their hands found each other when the floor forgot something. "Here," he said, and pressed a wrench into their hands, as naturally as if he were handing bread. "If you come to a door that doesn't want to, show it." They went. Right, left, calves in the cold water, which suddenly stung like an honest question. A corridor was already half a canal. Clara's skirt sucked heavily and became an argument against haste. Edward reached under the hem, laughed angrily, tied it provisionally. "We are not made for water," he said. "We are made for holding," she replied, leaning on the wall, which was slippery with oil and truth. A door with a viewing window, behind it a staircase that went up like a salvation. In front of it was a chain that was made to educate people. Edward put the wrench on, the chain clanged, thought, gave in. Behind them a bulkhead struck somewhere, the sound rang through the corridor like a minute. They rose. The steps knocked off water. It stood knee-deep in a pedestal, dark with a shimmering film that smelled of machines. Clara lifted her waistcoat so that the cork wouldn't scrape against the wall. Edward felt along the ceiling, a lamp hummed, an insect that wants to stay. Another one, he said. 10 more. Don't count, she murmured. Counting makes fear numerical. The next door refused. A wheel that jammed, a handle that laughed. Edward applied the key, the cold eating away at his fingers. Help me, stubbornness, he murmured to the metal. Clara pressed her shoulder against it, the cork of the vest squeaked like a bird. The wheel moved, creaked, decided. The door sprang open a crack, water pushed out, the hem of her world became wet. They pushed, kicked, held, and were through. They reappeared into a corridor whose walls were made of polite wood. Pictures crooked, a bowl on the floor that turned slowly as if it were thinking. From the right came noise that no longer wanted to be order, voices that had lost their alphabet, steps that knew too many directions. Here, Edward said, and his hand chose the narrower way, the one that doesn't call. A last passage door, low, at the top a spike into which someone had stumbled. The water was now up to their waists, icy, as if they were being led along the truth. Clara felt her legs turn to wood and still thought, 2 more steps. Still the notch. Nor the free. When they pushed open the door, the air hit them like a new kind of element. Cold, in which the stars seemed even sharper, a cry that had no direction, the distant, obstinate singing of a violin that could no longer bear the night and did it anyway. They were standing outside again. The deck was sloping, the slipperiness of the planks was now more than a gesture. A boat was lowered, deep below shimmered something that was water. The davit on which Clara's boat had just hung looked empty, as if he had spoken his sentence. Too late, Edward said, not bitterly, just sincerely. Clara's gaze swept over the side of the ship, into the dark spaces where boats became shadows. Not too late to breathe, she said. Not too late to stop. She looked around. Human ribs, ropes like strings that no one could tune anymore. Hartley stood at the corner of the lounge, the violin on his neck, his chin still. He saw her, and his gaze was as impersonal as an angel. He nodded. It was enough. Back in? Edward listened, and in the way his body stood there was a will to try everything twice. There was no more steam coming out of the hatches now, he fell, that did not mean anything good. No, said Clara. What was inside, we left. What is outside, we are. We have to find the way that doesn't waste us both. They ran along the railing, hand to wood, finger to notch. The notch was there, outrageously small that night. Clara put her thumb in it. Here, she said, and the word was both comfort and alibi. A movement below them, deep, a sound as if someone were moving furniture in a flat that no longer has a floor. The ship leaned a little farther, the stars moved slightly. Do you hear? Edward bowed his head, as if physics could be well acquainted. Yes, said Clara. She says, don't hurry. Don't falter. Go, he repeated, and they went, obliquely, carefully, like two who do not have to give up and do not have to do strong. A sailor ran, stopped, ran again. Back davit, one more, he yelled into the night, whether she wanted it or not. They followed, not in hope, in possibility. The path led over a place that one would have loved during the day, the curve above the rowing coker, the noble wood that reflected the sky. Now she was smooth and like to betray. Clara slipped, her shoe found nothing, her hand found Edward, his weight made a step out of her fall. Thank you, she gasped. Soon, he said. They both laughed at the wrong word, and it was that laughter that kept their hearts going. At the rear davit, emptiness. Ropes that had been left behind, a boat's keel that was already black from the water, a group of men who calculated whether physics would become sentimental again today. Too late, said one, this time bitterly. Another, with sooty cheeks, stroked his hair, leaving a clean trail. Not for everything, he said, pointing to a box, the collapsible, the foldable hybrid of hope and wood. The lid did not crack, he was tired. For hands, 6, 8, the boat tipped, fell, landed upside down, but was still there. Lift, someone shouted. They lifted, one breath, another, the boat glided, jerked, beat. People jumped. Some in the boat, some in the water, some in between. Behind them, on the bulwark, stood the stewardess. She nodded to them as if they were arranging to meet for tea later. In her hand a bundle of vests. If, she said, only that, if, and put a cork roll under their arms. In case the water becomes rude. It's been rude for a long time, said Clara, smiling at her with that narrow, silent thanks that makes things real. Chapter 21, The Chimney Falls. The night was so clear that you could count every star like a rivet. But in the belly of the Titanic, another firmament worked, steam that hissed as if invisible stars were bursting, valves that screamed, metal that lost its patience. Above deck the air was in pale flags, white breath from black lungs. The front chimney, just an organ pipe of civilization, suddenly had that small, indecent inclination with which a giant announces that he is bending his knees. "Striving," cried a sailor, and fingers pointed to the net of wires that held the chimneys. It sang. A fine, scornful singing that makes threads that break immediately. The wire ropes stretched, became metal strings on which the sea played an ugly song. One cable gave way, the sound was sharp, like the bursting of a string that has carried one life too many, then a second, then several, a short chorus of no. It was not a pure fall, but rather a giving up in stages, a short pause, then a tilt, then a cut open on his own wire. The contemplations went through the air like whips, cutting everything that had gotten in their way, canvas, caps, planks, skin. A boat on the davit, half full, was hit by the force as if it were porcelain. It did not break, it was reinterpreted, from vessel to wood. A jet of steam shot out from underneath, white and deadly polite, burning what he found without vanity. They felt their way along the railing, past overturned couches, past the motionless, wooden nobility of a bench that knew no roll. Over them hung a wire, lost hold of the chimney, like an evil thought. Edward pushed Clara underneath, even sideways, the waistcoat scratched, the metal smelled of blood, of rain without a sky. A man stumbled into her, his eyes full of water that was not yet in the world. Edward caught him, set him up, let him go. No more words. "Here." A sailor pointed to the collapsible, which was lying upside down on the deck like a stranded beetle. Men had pushed it to the railing, women climbed, not quickly, not properly, onto the keel to let themselves over the edge into the possible interior. The deck was already damp from more than spray. An officer shouted an order that violated ordinary grammar and was therefore understood. Now. They lifted, jerkily, as if the world were a heavy chest of drawers. "If he falls again?" Edward pointed back to the second chimney. He didn't, not yet. But his singing, his quiet, hated singing, was in the air. "We won't stay under him," said Clara, and led by pulling, a hand's breadth, too, her fingers immediately on metal again, which was as cold as a rule. He followed. Between them the rope that no one saw. Eleanor was standing, her vest over her coat, in a small group of women at the edge of one of the half-filled boats. Her gaze found Edward, found Clara, became silent. She raised her hand, not waving, a line in the air that said, "I know you're still here." And then she was in motion. She helped a child into the boat, perhaps the girl from earlier, tied a bow whose purpose was coldness, not beauty. She did not get involved. Not yet. Posture to the edge. "O'Leary," Clara said, and it sounded like a prayer. As if the world had heard, a man came out of a hatch, sooty, his skin marked by steam, his eyes illicitly bright. "The pumps give what they have," he shouted into the night, which was not interested in technology. "When you jump, jump clean." He saw Clara, saw Edward, grinned crookedly, pulled his fingers to his forehead as if he was saluting a melody. "Look for windows," he called, rudely and cordially. "Not into the light." He disappeared, back downstairs, where God had to be called wrenches. Then, nothing but air that cracked. A bang, bright and bright, from a signal cannon, almost at the same time a dull, malignant blast from below, a bulkhead gave up, a room took water like a mouth. From the forecastle rose a wind that had been made by steam, a bass in the clothes of the passengers. The Titanic lay down again, not very, but in such a way that the geometry of the world was redrawn. You now walked with your feet where you had just been with your head. "Now," Edward said. "Not yet," said Clara. "Not in spite of timing. Below, on the port side, the inverted collapsible has been licked by the water, an ugly, useful point in logic." A sailor rode with a strap like a bell. "Here," he shouted. "Whoever swims, to me." He was not close. He was available. "When the next blow comes," said Clara, "we'll jump. I don't want to be slain by wood that never belonged to me." Her hand was on Edward's hand, and it was not the pose of a vow, it was the grip of craftsmen before a heavy load. He nodded. His eyes, reddened by the steam, were as clear as they had been on the first evening on deck. "Soon," he said. This time it was not a word of consolation. It was a beat word. Another wire sang. Another piece of metal sued. The second chimney remained, for the time being. But near the base, steam was pressing, air was blowing, a crack ran inaudibly through a plate. The night gritted its teeth. And the ship, that huge, sensible pet of modernity, stooped, creaking, politely, as if apologizing for not being able to die upright. The Titanic leaned over another idea. The first propeller lifted one eye above the waterline, a cold, shiny one. People saw and knew and screamed and were silent. Screams and commands and music combined to form the final code. Clara looked at Edward, and there was no end to that look, just a punctuation mark, the colons of a still. "Look for windows," she said. "And don't slam doors," he said. They stepped forward until the railing reminded them of the right size. Behind them, the night rushed a white breath, steam, offended, liberated, it doesn't matter. In front of them was the area that no one cultivates and everyone needs. They counted, 1, 2, 3, and what fell at once was not just a chimney, not just a ship in its inclination, it was two people in their decision, which was no longer being negotiated. The world creaked. The stars watched, without opinion. And below, in a belly of steel and song, the machine said its last note, as a saw on wood, serious, precise, final. Of the separation and rediscovery, Clara briefly loses Edward from the augusty end and iron of beautiful poetry and around 1,500 words per chapter, write a coherent text, pay attention to many details. ChatGPT. Chapter 22, Separation and Rediscovery. The leap was not a leap, but a fall into a thought that promised no bottom. The railing slipped away under her fingers, and the air had the hardness of glass at that moment. A short, brutal breath, wind, steam, an angry angel, hit their faces, then the water closed, black and sharp as a knife. It wasn't a dive, it was an attack. The ice of the night drove under her skin as if her veins were glass tubes that were too small for this cold. She pulled the vest up, opening her mouth before she was ready. Salty, hard water penetrated, stabbed her throat, cut off her voice. When she reached the surface, the world was too close, iron in which the moon had embroidered small, mocking lights, wood that floated and yet sank, voices that turned the air into teeth. A scrap of steam took her breath away again, then clear, cruel nothingness from heaven. "Edward." The word came out of her like a fish that cannot go ashore. No answer, just a chorus of other names that made an inventory of despair. A man rode with his bare hands against a board that didn't want him. A child clung to a suitcase that was swollen like bread that was not baked. The cold sat on her chest, an icy cat that didn't go away. She kicked as he had said, legs together, feet down, don't hit, count. 1, 2, 3, the body learned to disobey. 4, 5, the muscles became dull and yet obedient. She gasped for air as if it were a commodity. Around her, the ship worked on its politeness one last time. It crunched as if it were translating itself into another word. A white breath shot out of a hatch, which immediately disintegrated into stars. A chimney sighed once more, and then was silent. The bow was low, the stern rose briefly, as if it wanted to see if there was any land in the vicinity after all. People became dots that moved, strokes that became still, curves that broke off. "Edward." She spun in the water, and the waistcoat hit her ribs unpleasantly. The cork was hard, the cords cut in. At first it was only night. In the second, a face that wasn't a face because the water made it flat. In the third, wood, which floated and praised its uselessness. She pushed herself away from it, kicked, breathed, kicked again. Her skirt was heavy, her coat a wet lie. She tore it open as far as her fingers obeyed, pushed away cloth that bound her legs. The cold bit her knees as if it counted. A boat nearby, too close, too full, scraped against a beam, half turned. A sailor screamed and was silent, because his voice needed future strength. "Straps up," someone yelled, "belts up. Away from this." The path was so great that it rolled into the night and yet led nowhere. Another called for his mother as if she were a port. Someone laughed, briefly, hoarsely, the hysteria of a body that still has a pulse. Clara saw something bright, no light, an arm. "Edward." She stepped up, the waves lifted her, the waves pushed her back. A piece of canvas struck her face, she tore it away, the water stole her breath. The arm was gone. A board came, a groin tore her cheek, a warm, stupid pain mingled with the iciness. She tasted blood, it tasted like coin. A dull bang, not loud, not a defined one, went through the water into her, as if one were jumping into a hollow tree. The ship had torn one more rib. The sea rose, sank as if it were annoyed. On the crest of one of those breaths of the deep, she saw him, not quite, not sure. A silhouette who wore a vest and stretched her neck into the cold, her hands searching, her chest flat from breathing. "Edward," she screamed again, and the water put a finger on her lips. "Clara?" The sound of her name was no longer voice. He was a vibration in the air that knew her body as well as her hands knew the notch on the railing. "Here," she said, and the word made a bottleneck out of her mouth. She kicked, she pulled, she didn't hit. A man who was drifting between them tried to seize them. Instead she handed him a loose floating cushion that had once adorned a chair, and the man took it as if he were getting a last polite visit. Clara. Now closer. A wave lifted her, and over a foamy hem she saw his face, different, freed from everything that did not belong to life. The eyes were open, not big. The mouth searched, not wet, but breath. Here. B.A. The water put the rest of the word in a fold. Soon, she answered, and it was ridiculous and right. They pushed air to the same point at the same time. He put his hands on the edge of the beam, which was slippery from everything the ship had once oiled. Up, he began, swallowing the second word, not in the water, in the cold. They both lifted, put on, she turned her body sideways so that the cork didn't miss the edge. Her chest was half on the wood, her legs in the water she heard biting. Pull, she whispered, although her lips only obeyed, because habit also knows muscles. He moved. She came higher. The beam groaned as if it had been reluctant to become a room. A cry, not a great one, not a heroic one, fell near, then silence, only the angry, short splashing of a body that still wanted something. Something white drifted by, a pillow, a plate, a piece of canvas. The ship continued to give away what it could no longer keep. In the distance, higher than anything left here, a rocket burned briefly, and for an impossible moment it looked as if a small snowflake had risen into the sky. Tell me something, she begged, not because she needed a word, but because words become salt on such nights, which are sprinkled under the skin. Tell me something about New York. The cups, he murmured, and his voice was so low that the water didn't let it stand until she repeated it. 2 cups. One too loud, the other too small. A plant that no one looks at and that grows around it. A chair that creaks, and we don't save it. A typewriter that disturbs the neighbors and therefore calms the house. Windows that you open even though there is a train. Doors that you don't slam shut, even though it's weather. Good, she said and smiled into the darkness. Good. I have lost you, she said suddenly, and the confession burned differently than cold. For a breath, I really have lost you. And you have found me, he answered. You will have to do this more often. Even in rooms that are not crooked. I can, she said. I find you when you disappear behind sentences. I'll knock on words until they give you out. Then knock, he murmured, and his head sank deeper on the beam for a moment. She did not move. She counted on his tiredness as if it were weather. Something bright glided past them, no star, no torch remnant. A boat, very flat, very crowded, the light of a lantern just hidden under a ceiling. Voices spoke softly, as if the sea were listening closely. Here, cried Clara, but her voice was a twig in the wind. Here. Edward raised a hand, let it fall again. The sailor in the boat turned his head, saw her, or looked past her, shouted something that sounded like later. The boat drew a curve. Cold has no ears. Someone pushed a grey cloth over her shoulders, who was only very limited impressed by the cold. Someone else put something between her lips that tasted flat and was hot, a sip that turned to air again halfway between her mouth and throat. Hold still, said the sailor, more to himself than to them. Keep still and away from the ship's side. Strap in. A row. Quietly. The oars dived, the boat turned, the ship didn't move away, it got smaller. And as it got smaller, the night got bigger, but also emptier, as if it were finally ready for people and no longer for machines. Of the Right, chapter 23. The last boats, everything is gone. You are alone on the deck. In of beautiful poetry and around 1,500 words per chapter. Write a coherent text, pay attention to many details. ChatGPT. Thought for Nines. Chapter 23, The Last Boats. The ship had dropped off its guests like a tall, exhausted host who hands back his coats and forgets the names. The davits stood empty like cleared-out clothes racks, the ropes dripping as if they had just held tears. Above the deck lay an order that was no longer man-made, a coldness with rules, a wind that knew only verbs, hold, cut, walk. The last boats were gone, 2 as shadows, 1 as a patch with a lantern that refused to become a star. What remained was a surface of wood and metal on which the footsteps had only their own echo. Clara and Edward stood on the edge of the great nothingness and looked at each other as if they had to reinvent an alphabet. Her waistcoats lay heavy on her chest, cork that breathed, the straps were too tight or too loose, you didn't know any more. The notch in the railing, her secret mailbox, was still there, ridiculously small, so faithful that one almost wanted to scold her. How dare you stay? The Titanic leaned a polite but unmistakable degree. They didn't go any more, they negotiated with the direction. The planks glittered where a thin skin of ice had turned the spray into glass. It looked as if a blackboard had been dusted with fine chalk, on which no one was allowed to write. The breath now did louder what it had always been asked to do. And from a distance, as if it came from another world, came this music again, which did not want to comfort and then did, Hartley played, a narrow, steadfast line that could not drown out the wind and did not try. A quiet amen in a language that no one had to invent. Away, Edward said, not as a judgment, only as a statement. His gaze swept over the fragile geometry of the empty boot taljon, over the dark squares of the open hatches, over the place where the chimney had fallen, leaving a wound that didn't bleed, only breathed. All gone. Not everything, Clara replied and put her hand on the railing, as if one could feel the pulse of something. We are here. And the sound that remains. She nodded in the direction of the lounge. Hartley's bow rose and fell, motionless in the immovable, a clock for breaths that still needed courage. An officer, not Merrick, a younger version duty, walked by, counting the emptiness as if it were inventory. Downstairs, stay away from the Scots, he shouted without stopping. If it breaks, it tears everything. The sentence fell like a nail on wood. He got stuck. The officer disappeared into the darkness, which was no room, only less light. They walked along the railing, carefully, their hands too low, their feet too high. The world had become an oblique image in which the horizons hung wrong. From the davits dangled rope ends, which the wind beat against each other, a clattering rosary without consolation. Here and there lay life left behind, a glove that did not come, a hat that did not find the head, a small, ridiculous fan, whose feathers the cold despised. On a bench lay a lady's stole, neatly folded, as if the owner had only been away for a short time. Frost had spread over the wood like delicate hair. Sit down, Edward said, even though he knew that sitting was a luxury that the angle made debatable. They sat down anyway, for half a breath. The bench stood faithful and useless, a piece of furniture that persevered. Clara put her fingers between the slats, felt the wood, felt the ship, heard the quiet, furious work of the water that gave rooms names: coal bunker, mail room, corridor, basement of grace. I always thought, she said, that there are many places on a big ship. Today is only here. Here, he repeated. And later, there. He pointed vaguely into a darkness that would soon take the form of a vortex. But there was not yet a vortex, nor was there a section, between two breaths and the next. The wind smelled of steam, not of fire, not of smoke, of hot, defeated air that escaped into the night and became cold there. A fine dust of ice hung in the air. He sat on eyelashes and made little lamps out of eyes. Below them, beyond the ship's side, the sea rumbled, like an animal that growls briefly before it is silent again. The water was not angry. It was busy. Tell me something cheerful, Clara asked after a while, sounding defiant rather than needy. Only one sentence long. Cheerful, he asked, and his lips smiled obediently, his eyes did not. Good, in New York, the bakery downstairs in the house will smell of cinnamon at 5 o'clock in the morning, and we'll open the windows at 6:30 out of spite and complain that the smell makes you happy too soon. Good, she said. And I'm going to dust my hands with flour before I play, so that the keys learn what bread sounds like. And I'm going to write the first column about dough that goes when left alone. Headline: Patience you can smell. They laughed. The laughter was not a sound, rather a warmth that the air did not want to give up for a moment. A tremor ran through the planks, not violently, only distinctly, as if someone among them had closed a large book. A man, one of the musicians, stumbled, caught the violin, held up the bow as if it were a torch. Hartley nodded to him, a silent command: go on. The melody changed, became simpler, thinner, closer to the voice with which mothers speak in the dark. Someone somewhere sang a second voice to it, inaccurately, honestly. It was not a choir. It was a trail. They stood again because standing on a sloping deck is less work than sitting. The notch was there. Clara put her thumb in it. This is our last mailbox, she said, before the city fetches the mail. And yet empty, he replied. No. She pulled the pencil out of her coat pocket, a defiant, useless reflex in which all the work of the last few days continued to breathe. With the tip she scratched a barely visible sign into the edge of the notch, a small cross, such as she put in her notes when something was meant seriously. There, she said. For later. If one of us comes back and finds it, he said. One of us will tell you, she replied. Even if only in a kitchen where there is flour dust. She put the pencil back in her pocket as if she had paid a bill. The last votes dried up. Not all, but those who had turned the air into a mass became silent. You could hear things now that you never heard during the day. The rubbing song of the ropes in the blocks, the whistling of a hole through which steam escaped, the fine, merciless snapping of ice on metal. Someone nearby was whispering in Polish and laughing softly, not out of joy, not out of body. A stewardess passed by, her step recognized before you saw her, determined, tired, friendly. She stayed when she saw the two. Please, she said and wordlessly pressed a second piece of cork under Clara's arm. For the poor? The buoyancy is not offended if you overdo it. Thank you, Clara replied. You. She was looking for a word that was neither a blessing nor a lie. They are needed when this is told here. The stewardess nodded as if she had been given the correct grammar. Maybe, she said. But now I'm needed to bring people here. She pointed to the railing, not to boats. On edges. There they will shout less. She walked, her steps carefully set. The cold brushed her coat smooth. Clara and Edward watched her until the night defended her. Then they stood alone again in their little precinct of wood and wind, and the Titanic, that polite, big, nonsensical civilization, kept the deck on deck. I want to breathe again without counting, Clara said. Then do it, he said, and both closed their eyes for 2 heartbeats. The breath came and went. The world remained. It was a pure, useless luxury, and for that very reason the right one. When they opened their eyes again, they saw something changing at the edge of the world. No light, the sea can't make lights that comfort when it doesn't want to, but rather a different density. Do you hear? Asked Edward. Far, very far, different from rockets, different from music, different from voices, a long, tense lamentation that was perhaps wind, perhaps metal in a different order. Maybe, he began. Maybe, she said. The word was a cup without a handle, unwieldy, unavoidable. If we jump, he continued after a while, it's not to go away. Then to come. Into something. Into our later, she said. Not gone. Inside. She looked down, where the sea was undressable and honest. Its surface seemed smoother than a thought should be. Not yet, she added, and he nodded. They had time in pieces, like bread that you share without getting full. A movement at the stern, that group of men around the inverted collapsible, which looked like it was the child of a boat and a table, was still struggling. One of the sailors, cap in hand, forehead blank with steam and stars, shouted short, friendly orders, here. Hand. Stop. Don't jump. His tone did not make things any easier, he made it possible. They watched, not because they hoped to find a place in it, the angle of the deck and the numbers spoke against it, but because watching is a form of society that stays when everyone else leaves. Later they will say, Edward murmured, that there were too few boats. Later they will say that there was too little later, replied Clara. Today we are only here. She put her forehead on the cold edge of the railing for a moment and felt the wetness of the night feign a momentary warmth before she became more honest. Tell me something about your father, she asked surprisingly. He will be silent, said Edward. And then speak very loudly just once. And then silent again. I will answer him, not aloud. And we will hear each other. Maybe that's enough. It will be enough, she said. Because nothing else belongs to us. The wind died down for a moment, as if the stars had allowed it to rest. The ship took advantage of this pause to change its tone. Deep down, it sounded as if someone was pulling a long, stiff school desk over stone. The inclination took a small, indecent step. You could tell by the things, the hat cord that hung on a nail swung out, a ceiling cover slipped a few inches, the echo of one's own steps took on a different taste. Now, Edward said quietly, without urging. Clara raised her hand. 3 more bars, she said, so that we don't fall out of action. Hartley played, and she counted with her back, 1, 2, 3. Then she turned to him, put her forehead against his, so short that it was more of a memory than a gesture. Look for windows, she said, and this time the slogan sounded like a blessing. And don't slam doors, he answered. They detached themselves from the notch, let their fingers glide over the metal as if they were taking a copy. The night stood still like a photo in which the exposure was too long. The sea paused, only to prove in the next breath that it never does. Clara put one foot on the bulwark, felt the cold iron through the sole. Edward took her free hand, not like a fetter, like a railing. Behind them creaked the Titanic, a polite, ancient animal that could no longer do as it wanted. You see, she whispered almost cheerfully, even now there is order, first hand, then foot, then breath. No, she replied. Then we. And in this very small, infinitely great in-between, the last boat's gone, the music a distant sound of thread, the cold a clever teacher, the sky insolent, the wind polite, the ship tilted, the railing faithful, they stood for 2 heartbeats as what they were in the deepest, not fleeing, not abandoned, not left, but arriving who had not yet found a place, except in each other. 2 breaths whose white vapor stood in the air like signatures that remain valid even if the paper floats away. Now, they said at the same time. No drum. No fanfare. No pathos. Just a joint kick on the edge of the world. She took the night, later, at once, in a minute that has already been told. But here, on this empty deck between order and end, between wood and star, between noise and silence, the most important thing had already happened. They had not made the fort bigger than the DA. They had counted the empty space and decided to fill it. With one handle. With a notch. In a word. With a we. Of the Write Chapter 24. The kiss in front of the ice. They confess their love to each other while the ship sinks. In a beautiful lyric and around 1,500 words per chapter. Write a coherent text, pay attention to many details. ChatGPT. Chapter 24, The Kiss Before the Ice. The night hung over them like a dark blue curtain, the hem of which was fringed with stars. The Titanic stood crooked in this stage, politely tilted, as if apologizing for the inevitable. From bulkheads and shafts she breathed white steam into the cold, which mercilessly turned it into crystal. The deck, just a city of lights, had become a long, smooth sentence that the sea would soon finish. Clara and Edward stood close to the railing, the notch under their thumbs, that ridiculously small, steadfast mark on a night that erased everything that boasted. Below them the black rose and fell, calm as a cold chest. The front chimney was already in place, the second was singing softly under tension, the davits were empty, the ropes were rattling their rosary. From the lounge, from the corner where the light had learned shame, came another violin, only a stroke, no more melody. Hartley's stroke was now nothing but courage, translated into sound. "We're late," Edward said. He meant the things that people like to do early, asking, answering, confessing. "We are exact," Clara replied, and her breath stood between them like delicate glass. There are moments that are only the right size on an abyss. She turned to him. The cold had set her cheeks on fire, her lips were bright and hard with frost. He released one hand from the railing, as if he had to offer his shoulder to an angel. "Clara," he began, and paused. Because all the long sentences suddenly no longer worked. Because the cold only allowed verbs. "Say it," she whispered. "Put it in such a way that the sea can't keep it." He laughed softly, it sounded like the striking of a spoon on thin porcelain. "I love you," he said, without ornaments, without an escape route, without decency that diminishes the sense. The word was not spoken, it stood. Between steam and stars, between brass and skin, between the sound of water and that of one's own throat. I love you in all the tones you leave open. In the mistake you let stand. In your way of not slamming doors. In your persistent refusal to be easy when true is hard. I love what I have not been before you. Clara closed her eyes for a moment, as if someone had shown her the right place in the musical text with their finger. I love you, she answered, in your restlessness and in your resolution. I love how you bring numbers to our side today. I love that you don't wear your fear as jewelry. I love that you promise me New York not like a ball, but like a room with air. I love you because you don't want me to save you, and because you still take me by the hand. He breathed in, sharply, as if the air were burning. Say it again, he asked simply. I love you, she repeated. And I will love you in all the rooms we don't know yet, in kitchens, when the cinnamon is too early, in stairwells when the mail creaks, in cafes whose tables are sticky, in theaters that breathe back to back. And, she smiled so narrowly that the frost left it standing. In corridors like this, when the world becomes crooked again, because courage wears a skimpy coat. A tremor ran through the torso, deep, matter-of-fact, like the closing of a heavy arc. The ship took another degree, politely but distinctly. From further ahead swelled a mournful wind, steam that sought paths. Hartley stroked again, thinly, a human tone on a night that said things too big. Come, Edward said, closer. He didn't mean the water. He meant the only rest. She stepped inside him as if his coat were a refuge zone for two. Their cheeks touched, warm for a fraction of a breath. He put his forehead against hers, and the metal of the railing gave the faint, tired sound of an instrument that has lasted a long time. Look for windows, she murmured. Always, he said. His hands, untrained urban hands, turned into tools that night, rested on her cheeks as attentively as if he were holding a glass of breath. She felt his fingers tremble, not from fear, from life. She raised her hands, stroked his waistcoat, the cork hard under fabric, a ridiculous armor that would still count. When I kiss you, she said, I want him to go through all the layers, coat, waistcoat, fear, name. Then kiss me so that the sea doesn't get in the way, he answered. She raised her head a little. Their lips met, slowly, as if one had to explain to the night how closeness is spelled. No hasty, not the farewell kiss of the opera, no greed against time, a kiss that put order in order. Warm against cold, soft against taut, true against loud. A kiss that didn't ask, didn't apologize, didn't delay. A kiss that said, that's how it is. And so it remains, however long stays means today. Below them a valve howled briefly, above a rope fiber tore like a high string, a lantern clanged. The world went on, the kiss remained silent. They came loose just enough for words to fit through. You taste like salt, he whispered, almost surprised. You for metal, she whispered, for key and notch. He laughed, there it was again, the porcelain. Clara Beaumont, he said hoarsely, when I have words again tomorrow, I will write you books that lie as little as this kiss. Write me bills, she said, and shopping lists. Write me get milk. Write me I'm late. Write me it smells like cinnamon. There is room for books when the lamp is warm. A shadow glided over her, the mouth of the night, breathing briefly. Edward looked at the lounge. Hartley was now almost standing outside, as if the music had worn down the walls. He played without a coat, only with a handkerchief around the violin. A sailor stopped, saluted with 2 fingers, hurriedly and fervently at the same time. Work knows work, Edward muttered. Music lasts time, Clara said. The second chimney creaked, then gave rest, for the time being. The screws at the back came out of the water, showing the stars their cold metal eye. An outcry went through the night, and yet it was quieter than one would tell later. The cold dampens everything, even terror. The sea became more turbulent around the flank. Small eddies pretended to be in a hurry. We're about to jump, he said. She nodded. 1 more bar. 3. She put her forehead against his again. 1. The violin line over there was wafer thin, but it bore. 2. The wind swept across the deck like a hand over restless hair. 3. She took a breath so deep, as if she wanted to take part of the night with her to teach him something. I love you, she said again, and the word was no longer warm, but clear. When we are torn apart, by water, by people, by later, then I find you by what you leave open. I will knock on doors that you have not slammed. And I will look for you in windows that you have set to be cold, he answered. In the mistake you left standing. In your melody that breathes over the edges. They kissed again. Shorter. Firmer. An imprint that no water should wipe out without having learned it. Then they released their hands from the notch as if they were taking a copy with them. A young sailor, hardly a beard, a lot of courage, came by, shouted, "Jump clean," and grinned at them as if someone had struck up the right music in the wrong hall. Clara nodded to him, and in that nod there was that ridiculous, indestructible sense of citizenship. One says thank you, even when the world ends. Feet together, Edward said. West tight. Don't hit, she added, count. Look for wood, he added. Look for windows, she concluded. And don't slam doors, they both said at the same time, and that was the funniest, most tender slogan of a night that could not tolerate slogans. They stepped on the bulwark, the cold iron through the soles like a last lesson. Clara looked over the side of the ship one last time, not to say goodbye, but to know the way. The water was close and outrageously honest. A boat far out set a faint lantern point, but it did not mean her. Soon, Edward said. Soon, she repeated, and this time it was a beat for arms and lungs. Another tremor. Below them, you could hear the world closing a drawer. Hartley crossed out, and broke off. Not because he wanted to, because the air took away his stage. He still held the violin as if it had a pulse. Then he put it down as if he were putting a child in safety, nodding in a direction that only he saw. The musicians laid down the bows, neatly, as if the next rehearsal was waiting. Ready, Edward said. Ready, said Clara. And then, before the night took her, she leaned forward again, very close to his ear. If you get scared, you can send it to me, she whispered. I'll hold them until we see land. Today, tomorrow, later. Later, he murmured, is a city that we invent for ourselves. With 2 cups, she said, and a plant that doesn't want to be stared at. And a notch that we saw. Next to the window, she smiled. They touched forehead to forehead, a last, silent beat. Then the world fell a little, the deck took the choice from their knees. They loosened their fingers, the railing let them go, the brass was cold and honest to the last. The kiss remained between them like a small, bright stone that you carry in your pocket when the wind picks up. They took him to the bull's eye. The jump, once again, was a kick into the unheard of. The air cut. The water closed. The cold took hold. But in the first long, cruel breath, before salt and steam counted the senses, before gravity and buoyancy negotiated their little contract, there was this word, which they both held in their mouths as if it held them, love. Not as an exclamation. As work. As a vow that didn't have to be loud to remain true. The sea took them, the night kept them in view. Above them, the sky remained unchanged. Under them, the ship was working on its final chord. Between the two, on an edge that did not want to remain an edge, 2 people had chosen the only correct procedure. They had told the truth before the water swallowed them. They had kissed, not to survive, but to begin. And while the cold got teeth and the stars were unmoved, the kiss remained as a quiet, burning point in the world, a small, steadfast light that did not obey all the great, indifferent lights of the right. Chapter 25. In the cold grip of the sea, the water sweeps them away. Fight to berleben.in beautiful poetry and around 1,500 words per chapter, write a coherent text, pay attention to many details. ChatGPT. Thought for 13s. Chapter 25, in the cold grip of the sea. The fall was a crack in order. Air, cut, water. No transition, no politeness. The sea slammed shut like a door that no one wanted slammed shut, and everything that Clara and Edward were, skin, breath, name, instantly became something that wanted to keep the cold. The vests tore them up before the lungs realized that they were still there. Something hard, a piece of wood, a trunk, a strange elbow, brushed Clara's shoulder. The world was made of shocks and salt. "Don't hit, Count," said a remnant of voice inside her, smaller than a thimble, yet commanding. 1. Legs long, feet together. 2. Find air, even if it stings. 3. Don't scream, the water doesn't listen. 4. Search. She emerged from the black fold, the surface bursting into a cold, smooth edge of the plate. The sky, unashamedly beautiful, hung so close that it seemed as if it could be cut in half with an oar. The ship stood crooked and large, a city on a single leg that would lose its balance. From his stomach came a sound that did not fit his throat, a deep, tired moan of wood and iron, as if a church were talking in its sleep. Edward. The word broke, so fast was the cold. It became a cloud that prevented the next 2 breaths. Here. Not a voice, not a call, but rather the knocking out of a conch shell somewhere next to her. She turned, kicked, did not let her knees think individually. A dark body appeared, a face that wanted water from the eyes. She recognized him by the way he held fear in his mouth, not by features. "Window," she gasped, because everything else was too long. "Window," it came back, and the sea could not read this slogan. Something tugged at her skirt. Fabric inflated, tied her legs, played with her as children do with their mother's aprons. She reached underwater, tore, did not feel fingers, only wood. The coat gave way, starved by the wetness, the knee scraped against a screw, warm pain in cold order. For a moment, white sparks flew above them, no stars, the last rockets that were smart too late. A woman screamed, a man prayed, a child made a noise that has no age. "Here!" A voice approached, rough, professional, a sailor in a half-empty boat? No, a man on a floating box lid who lost the word "here" to the wrong ears. Clara stepped, groped, found a beam. He gave way, slid away, but remained in the hand, because Holtz knows memories of hands. Edward appeared next to her, coughing up salt water that tasted like metal. "Clara." "Yes." The answer was not tone, but closeness. The sea reached into her as if she were a basket to be checked. The cold wasn't just temperature, it was a logic that became more convincing with every heartbeat, first stealing what is far away, fingers, toes, then negotiating with muscles, then speaking. Clara felt her hands turn wood. She put her forearms over the beam, cork against edge, and let the body learn the rest of the arithmetic: buoyancy, counterweight, air. "Just on it, not on it," Edward said, as if he were talking a screw into it. "Go ahead," she repeated, grateful for words that couldn't lie. The sea lifted them, lowered them, lifted them, lowered them. With each wave, the ship went a millimeter in a new direction. From the front, where the bow would never be found again, a wind was blown by the steam. Another sound, like the tearing of a canvas that was too old, slipped through the night, a bulkhead that gave, a deck that kicked. People became silent, then loud, then silent. And again this splashing of straps, far away, as if someone were pedantically writing lines on water. Clara drew in a breath. It tasted salt and something sweet, the metal, lacquer from a salon that no longer had chairs. "Count," Edward said, his teeth chattering like 2 spoons in a drawer. "For draw, 2 rest." "I know," she whispered, and the sentence was prayer and mathematics at the same time. They moved, not swimming, just giving work to dying that delays it. A corpse bumped into her. No, a body that had just stopped demanding. Clara put her hand to his forehead as if she were brushing the hair out of a child's eyes in her sleep. "Go," she said, voiceless. The sea nodded, unmoved, and took him by a corner. Another man, alive, rudderless, reached for the beam. Edward pushed a detached cushion towards him, which had once adorned a chair. The man clung to it. It helped him just enough to curse. "Good," Edward murmured. "Curse against the cold, not against us." The ship was no longer a city, it was a shadow that was beginning to learn how to fall. The transom lifted, showing the night its planks like teeth. An outcry, collective, surprised, not heroic, ran over the water. "Vortex," said Edward, "if he goes." "Not into the light," answered Clara, and in this senseless rule lay the only logic today, away from the direction in which all eyes stare, towards what is dry, wood, breath, sense. The beam they held was not furniture, it smelled of paint and of a workshop. A screw protruded. Clara put her forearm in such a way that the screw only took wool and not skin. "Don't tell me anything about later," she whispered. "Tell me where my feet step when they don't feel anything." "Below the knee," Edward said, "pull a little, as if you were looking for the pedals." Like the harmonium, she smiled, and the smile was absurd, but it warmed her mouth. Around them, voices became dots, then liturgical gestures, then nothing. A boat, noisy, undermanned, came within reach, turned away because the fear of pulling forces demanded to be heard. Later, someone shouted from the boat, and this later was a boss with a cold face that night. Clara would have liked to answer that later must be a word with shoulders, otherwise it is no good. She was silent. The cold had many letters, but no mail. The ship made a sound that went through bones. Not a bang, not a crack, a deep, long howl, as if someone were pulling a heavy bench over tiles. After that, the air was different. The wind came from one direction, below, and the air turned to dust. "Stop," Edward said, and both pressed their bodies closer to the wood. The sea was blowing, not wildly, only with the authority of a large animal that accelerates its pace. Things flew, a piece of tarpaulin that wanted to be like a flag, a lamp with a dead eye, the fine breeze of a tailcoat that did not want to part with its owner and did it anyway. Clara counted again. No longer 4 and 2, now 1 and 1, because the big bars no longer fit. 1, fingers that crack, don't let go. 1, foot that groping, finds no reason and yet does not despair. 1, breath that steals what the cold steals. Water became a language in which every syllable is called pain. Between two such syllables they heard a sound far away that is not a natural sound, a pipe. Short. Once again. Pause. Again. A person who calls the night, tenacious, systematic. "Do you hear?" "Yes," said Edward, "one counts on." For a while, minutes, hours, indistinguishable, they did nothing but stay. The cold worked, professionally. Hands became concepts, knees became marble, teeth became telegraphs. "Tell me about the plant," Clara suddenly asked, because it was the only picture that didn't freeze. "She's going to get too little light," Edward murmured, "and we're going to talk about it too much. Then we put her at the wrong window, and she will forgive us. Its leaves will become dusty, we will only see it after 3 days. And you will be covered with a cloth that smells of lemon," she finished, "stroke her veins as gently as if they were staves, and she will stretch like a cat." "Good," he said. The words were now threads that bound them together, thin and surprisingly tear-resistant. "And the cups? One too loud, one too small," she whispered. "We'll argue about which one belongs to whom, and in the end we'll both drink from the too loud one for the sake of the neighborhood." A man drifted towards her, his face foam-white, his hands bedless. "Help," he said, "no request, no order, just the whole imperative of the world." Edward stretched the strap of the waistcoat. "Take the wood there," he said. "Not ours, the one behind it. You see? Turn. So. Stop. Breathe." The man obeyed, not because words have authority today, but because tone of voice creates order. He held, he breathed, he was. "Good man," Edward said. The man laughed hoarsely, and that laugh was the most human sound of the hour. From the stern, which was now a panicle of shadow, there was a sound like a tearing cloth, except that the cloth was metal and the crack was a section. The great mass sank, not by leaps and bounds, but with a politeness that was offensive. A little suction, first fright, then mechanics. "Sideways," Edward said, and they both let the beam drift across so that the train didn't reach under them. Years of bad balls had taught him that, always not where everyone is looking. The sea did not calm down, she became different. The great thing was over, the little one began, pieces of ice that clinked against each other like porcelain that someone stacks badly. The wind was no longer steam, it was air, pure, cutting. The stars had no opinion. Clara's arms turned to lead, her neck to glass. "Still," Edward said, and the word was enough. "Still," she answered. The whistle sounded again, now closer. "Straps, stop," someone shouted. "Listen. Silence does not provide information, it remains. Then, there. 2, 3. With beams. Don't shout," admonished the same man who had just given the order. "Save votes, get strength." The light of a lantern, shamelessly small, immeasurably important, drew a faint circle onto the water, which immediately disintegrated. The boat was close enough to see men who were not heroes and therefore became heroes, hands rough, with the handle that knows when to hurt. "Hold on, don't jump," shouted one. The strap brushed past Clara's shoulder, she felt something like anger at the rudeness and laughed to herself, because anger makes warmth. "He first," she wanted to say, without pathos, just out of order. But the man in the boat decided, with the beam. Both. 2 straps were pushed across the wood, making tools by chance. 1, 2. A jerk that was not rough. 3. The beam lifted, her body followed, the cork crunched, it smelled of tar and of people. Hands reached under the armpits, on the upper arm, hard, right. "Got you," someone said, and even if he said it to many, it hit the mark. Edward came over the curb, fell on his knees, not tall, not elegant, alive. His hand searched for her sleeve, found it, stayed on it like a clamp. "Clara," he said, and it was half a cry, half a word. "I'm here," she said. It sounded improbable and true. Quiet, shouted the man in the boat. Strap on. Not too close to rubble. Blanket. Something rough lay on Clara's shoulders, a piece of wool that smells of a wet dog on the first evening and of rescue on the second. Someone pressed a cup to her lips, the contents were hot, tasted of metal and life. She drank, choked, drank again. Her hands, clammy, senseless, found the back of Edward's hands and rested on them. The grip was not firm, it was valid. The men in the boat did not row rhythmically, they rowed necessarily. Quiet now, came from the bow. Listen. In the silence that followed, other sounds appeared like fish, a whistle far away, another, a scream so thin that it immediately fell back into the cold, a clap that was no longer water, but silk. Back again, asked one, horrified by his own offer. The boatswain shook his head, not hard, only definitively. We get around when we can. Don't tip over, then no one. The words were cruel, so true. Clara leaned her head against Edward's shoulder. His shirt was stiff with salt. She felt the beat of his heart, irregular, laborious, defiant. Say it now, she murmured, her teeth aching from not clattering. Again. I love you, he said. It didn't sound like a promise, more like an inventory. I love you too, she replied without being able to sigh. And I'll keep your fear until she gets used to rooms. Room, he repeated, as if that were a new word for light. The boatswain gave signs that the night had learned, hand up, hand closed, oars lifted, sat down. The boat pushed away from the place where the world changed into a different state of matter. Behind them, the Titanic faded out, not a single note, not a chord, a slow, merciless silence. The stars remained as they were, insanely beautiful. The air continued to cut. Clara's gaze was fixed on the side of the boat. Small drops ran down there, neat rows, well-behaved as notes. She thought, unintentionally, of chalk on a slate, of children's fingers, of patience. Window, she said, and the boat was won. Don't strike, Edward answered, and the breath he needed was expensive. Hold on, miss, said a voice she knew, the stewardess with the tired, shrewd eyes, kneeling at the thwart and passing a blanket. There are many of us today who don't know how. But we'll do it. You, said Clara, are the proof. The woman smiled briefly, checked the knot of the blanket bandage, continued. The boat turned into a darker silence. Men listened. Women did not pray, they held children who did not scream. A man hummed, very softly, a rag that might once have been a hymn and now only ordered breath. There was a line of clay in Clara's head that Hartley would have thought through to the end if he had been able to breathe. She listened to him inwardly and noticed that the body was still shaking, as if it wanted to take over the beat. Soon, Edward whispered. Soon, she said. It was the smallest word they could handle, and it weighed as much as 2 lives. Above the black water that had swallowed up the great sentences, the sky continued to stand there, without opinion. But somewhere, very far and yet reachable, something flashed that was not a star, a light that was moved, not born. The boat headed for it. The oars dived. The cold did not subside. The grip on Edward's hand remained. In the cold grip of the sea, they had done the only thing that can be done in a night without mercy, they had organized the breath. They had counted. They had not changed the truth. And the beam she had been carrying was now across 2 straps, a silent, wet witness to the fact that even the wood of disaster can be turned into something that carries short. A remnant of metal burned in Clara's mouth, a small, stubborn flame in her heart. Not warm enough to change the air. Enough to keep words until another morning gives them new ones. Of the right, chapter 26. On the wreck, they hold on to each other, hope and despair alternate a beautiful poetry and around 1,500 words per chapter, write a coherent text, pay attention to many details. ChatGPT. Thought for 11s. Chapter 26, On the Wreckage. The sea had changed its voice. No longer the great, groaning pull of a dying colossus, but the small-scale, relentless whispers of cold water that tests every inch of the world until it belongs to it. The piece of wreckage, a beam, half door, half blackboard, painting clods on which the fingers found support and splinters, lay under Clara's breast like a stubborn animal that she tolerates as long as she keeps still. The cork residue crunched, the fabric was stiff with salt, and every time it gained a little air, the sea lay over it as if to say, not yet. Edward lay sideways, close to her, his shoulders slanted, his hands on the edge, as if his fingers had teeth of their own. Between them the breath that had become too expensive for words. His cheeks had the peculiar color of stone on which frost sleeps, his eyelashes were dusted white, small flags of ice. The cold worked on him, as methodically as an accountant, first the fingers, then the feet, then the speech. He counted with what people do against clocks, counting. 1, he murmured, almost inaudibly, 2, 3, 4. Be quiet, 1, 2. The beat was no longer music, but a ladder for muscles that no longer know what up means. Clara heard it and let the syllables run over her tongue like thin tea. She noticed that her jaw was about to rattle and forbade it, not out of vanity, out of thrift. Every noise costs heat. Window, she said, and the word was a rope. He nodded, barely visible. Windows. The stars were in their place, outrageously neat. No wind, only the movement of the water coming from the depths and running back in again, as if it were trying to fold. Now and then something drifted by, so quietly that you only noticed it when it touched you, a hat, now only a circle, a drawer that no longer had an inside, a footboard, the corner of a framed picture with an embarrassed wave in it. Once a piece of music paper, softened into white skin. Clara saw the lines and thought for a moment that she recognized her notes. When she felt for it, the sheet of paper melted between her fingers like a bad consolation. She put her cheek against the wood. It smelled of paint, of stable, of all the rooms in which people sit without thinking that the floor could not be a floor one day. The sea made small, snappy noises in her ears, as if sighing over the stubbornness of lungs. Steam was still blowing from somewhere, no longer hot, just sweet, as if the machines had tried to die politely. Say something cheerful, she begged, and the cheerfulness was as meager as a wintry spoonful of soup. Edward swallowed, looking for the sound that wouldn't break. The baker, under our window, he said, there will be, too early, laugh. Always, when loudly, he calls into the kitchen, the dough, danced. We will, early on, and you'll say, good luck, too early. He coughed, a short, sharp blow to the ribs. And I, writing, over it. Headline, cinnamon on the clock. Good, she breathed, and the word left a narrow warmth in the air. I will, before playing, dipping a finger in flour, so that the day knows that music, too, needing. A wave lifted the board on which they were lying, as if someone were lifting two children who were too tired to jump themselves. The edge cut briefly into her armpit, the cold bit down, the beam moaned softly, as if offended by so many people. Clara pushed herself a finger's breadth higher, the cork chafed, the screw pinched the edge. She forced her gaze away from the ship, no, from what was left of the ship. She knew that the eyes are magnets. If you look too long, the vortex pulls your mind and body behind. Later, she said to herself. Later you may look. Instead, she began to compose within herself. Nothing big, no comfort, no hymn. A narrow line that can be written on cold wood. For bars of breath, 2 bars of silence, then a note that doesn't want to go higher, just longer. A small motif for the screw on the edge, one for Edward's teeth that betrayed its metal, one for the pipe in the distance. Was there one? Which sometimes ordered the non-silence for a moment. She placed the notes like hot water bottles in places where the cold won most quickly. Andante. Tenuto, she whispered. Don't hurry. Clara, he said, and this name contained everything that sentences could not do today. Please, report, proof. Yes. If I have to let go, just for a breath, hold me, hold on to your voice. I hold you. Yours. They were silent, and this silence was not a loss. It was covering a pot to make it boil longer. Nearby, the sea made the sound that is made when ice collides, 16 small glasses that are clumsily stacked. Someone shouted back, further away, then, stop, then, God, each word at first strong, then soft cotton. A boat passed a shadow past the stars. It was there, then it was gone for a moment, then there again, as if it felt itself. Clara's fingers began to hurt, no longer as pain, but as a premonition that they would soon no longer be fingers. She slid her hand over the back of Edward's hand. The skin there was hard to distinguish from fabric, and yet, underneath, the defiance of a pulse. He turned his hand and put his in hers, not fixed, not heroic, just valid. Not, fall asleep, she murmured. I? Forget how to do that, he answered, and both smiled, a smile that the cold didn't understand and therefore left alone. A piece of wood struck her ankle, a strip with a brass plate on which it still reads, tuxedo. Edward laughed, panting. You choose, since today, where is smoked. I choose, as of today, that music, everywhere, is allowed, she parried. The groin drifted on as if she had understood the joke. They didn't want to look back, and yet they did. Because eyes are the culprits. What was once called heck no longer stood. It lay in the water like a piece of furniture in a room that was too small, which someone had pushed at an angle so that the door would close. A last, deep sound, no longer howling, but rather a resigned humming, crept across the surface. Then silence. Not the silence of peace. The silence of work that is finished. He is? Edward said. Clara nodded. Her teeth were chattering now because her body wanted to be right. Yes. And we are still there. Still, he affirmed, and this little word was a bench on which one can sit, even if it is wet. The pipe, was it closer? Cut the air with small, pedantic shouts. A man in the water answered, much too loud for him to hear himself. Not scream, Edward muttered to himself more than at night. Costs, air. Numbers, later, Clara said. The joke had no power, nevertheless, he warmed the spot between her collarbones. The cold began to think. She noticed how the thoughts, which were longer than a breath, fell apart like bread in water. So she made them smaller. 2 cups, she said, 1 too loud, 1 too small. Window, despite the train, he replied. Plant, don't look at it. Chair, do not oil. Notch, soaring. In Kirby, they looked at each other at the same time, as far as the face still allowed cold facial expressions. A memory, pushed into the cold like a hand into a pocket that was too thin, the brass grill that had become a mailbox, forehead to forehead, the kiss before the ice. The kiss shone in them in a way that produced no warmth, but a reason. It was enough. A man drifted closer, his hands searching erratically, his eyes open as if they were clever windows. Here, he croaked. Help. Her fingers opened reflexively, but the beam lifted warningly, the buoyancy shifted, the screw scratched as if it wanted to say, don't get stupid. Edward, without detaching himself from the wood, pushed a cushion towards the man, which had drifted past them before, and now came back like a dog. There, he said, don't let go. Breathe. Don't scream. Don't scream, the man repeated, the sentence briefly made him a person who obeys and does not have to obey. He drifted off, more slowly, more calmly, one ingredient less for the worst. Tell me, whispered Clara, what you fear. That takes weight when it's outside. He hesitated. Then, the fact that we, us, lose. Not now. Later. Between bills that we don't pay and words that I write too beautifully. Then. I knock, of your sentences, she said. I hear you in the places you leave open. And if you close too many doors, I'll make noise in your kitchen. And you, he asked. What are you afraid of? That the music, so that she earns money. That forget where the error? I am allowed to stand. I remember, he said. I'm writing it to you, on the shopping list. Error not, cleaning. And milk. Cinnamon. Courage, she added. They had to laugh, briefly, hard, stuttering. The laughter tore open a small seam in the cold, through which air penetrated. Time passed without the politeness of being measured. Once the sea knocked the wreckage half a hand's breadth across, Edward slid, Clara with him, but her grip was faster than her terror. I'm here, she gasped. Me too, he replied, and the 2 banal sentences had the grace of a vow. The pipe came closer. Yes, now there really was one. In addition, the quiet, relentless splashing of belts. A light, unjustly small, described a circle on the surface, which immediately broke again. Voices jumped over, not so many, not so high. There, someone shouted. With beams, too. Not scream, someone else shouted, and now the word sounded like house rules, not a ban. We're getting around. Quiet, stay. Hope and despair brushed against each other at the same moment. Hope made the fingers dangerously alive, despair put weight in the arms. Don't move, Edward said. Just let it go. Yes, said Clara, and heard how the cold, offended, clenched her teeth for a moment. The boat, was it that invented her ear? Drew a flat path. Not too close, shouted the man at the bow. Otherwise we will topple. Hold on. We'll be right there. Equal, the big, small word. Clara felt something in her tighten her muscles for waiting. She said inwardly, andante tenuto, and the sea, which did not like Italian terms, nevertheless took note of the beat. Clara, Edward whispered, and his mouth was at her ear so nothing was lost. If they pull me first, you stay. Don't let go, not without wood. And if they don't see you, she whispered, I'll make noise. The right one. Don't shout. Crash, he repeated, and it was almost tender. The light approached. Now one saw men's faces, angular with cold, decidedly with duty. One hand pointed, another held a lantern in such a way that it did not attract too much. There, said one of them again, his voice softer, we're here. 2 straps were held crosswise, pushed under the wood, like a makeshift stretcher. In one, cried the boatswain, don't fidget. 1, 2. Hop. Hope screamed. Despair screamed back. The beam lifted, the sea tugged, the hands gripped, the cold bite, the screw scratched, it smelled of tar, of man, of metal. Edward was on his knees, Clara half above, half below, who carried the oars, the men pulled, took the boat. Have you, someone said, and for the first time that night a sentence sounded like a learned profession. Nothing had been decided yet, she felt the wreckage hit the ship's side, heard the thin wailing of wood on wood, felt fingers on her armpit, on her waistcoat, on her sleeve. Not, jump, admonished the hoarse, tired, clever voice of the stewardess somewhere close to the light. Don't jump, we lift. The lifting was no wonder. It was work. And work, that night had taught, is the friendliest form of hope. Clara turned her head and searched Edward's eyes before the hands took him away. He found hers. Two small lights, far below large, indifferent ones. Hope and despair stroked each other once more. Between the two stood the sentence they had agreed on in the evening, and which was all the more valid now that the sea did not like it. Window, searching, she whispered. And doors, not to strike, he answered. The boat lifted. The night did not hold its breath. The sea remained as it is. But on the narrow, wet edge where people cling to each other or are swept away, something remained for two heartbeats that would later weigh heavier than all the metallic tones of that hour, the fact that, cold to the name, they had not lost each other, while hope and despair alternated like poor postmen on the same route. And that if they were to slip away from each other in the next moment, both would know where to reach to be back, to the wood, to the breath, to the sentence. To the we. Of the. Right. Chapter 27. The light in the fog, a boat appears, rescue in the last secundi of beautiful poetry and around 1,500 words per chapter, write a coherent text, pay attention to many details. ChatGPT. Chapter 27, The Light in the Fog. The morning did not come like a curtain that rises, but like breath that fogs up on a window. No pink, no gold, just a thin, grey light scanning the edge of the world, hesitating, as if it didn't know if it was welcome. Over the water lay a fine, tentative mist that extinguished the stars without possessing the sky. The sea spoke more quietly, but the cold worked with the thoroughness of an accountant who never mixes up her crevices. Frost hung on the oars of the boats like gossamer hair, on shoulders and caps, salt turned to sugar. Clara lay half on the wreckage, half on the arm of the men who heaved her into the boat. The edge was hard, the wood wet, the cloth that was put around her smelled of tar and people, the new scent of life. Her fingers, blunt, retreated into the warmth of the blanket like belated students. The cold, offended for her property, remained outside, persistently, only scratching. Edward knelt beside her, his hands clenched, as if one could recall blood with the mere decision. He breathed intermittently, his lips bright with salt, his eyes unreasonably awake. "Hold still," cried the boatswain, and his order was a request that had been learned that night to get along without thanks. "Strap on, listen." The boat glided, just a little, as if it were running along shoelaces. Fog settled on faces, every word of the clouds of breath became a small, lavish lantern. Little came back from the grey. No wind, just the delicate crackling of pieces of ice bumping against each other like porcelain stacked sparingly. And then, hesitantly, from afar, as if someone were rehearsing, a sound that was different, a pipe, not too high-pitched, patient, a call in a clean, practiced form. "Listen." The boatswain raised his hand as if he could hold the sound so that it wouldn't run away. The men let the straps out of the water, noiselessly. The mist took the shine of wood and made it the color of toughness. The pipe was repeated, 3 short, 2 long, 3 short again, no coincidence, a language that even the cold understood. "Port ahead," murmured the man at the lantern, as if he were reading a star that only he knew. "Not too fast, not in the field. Keep it round." They pushed in a semicircle past dark holes in which faces could have been, or just the sea in one of its daily unmoved forms. Now and then a hand would be lifted out of the water, like a belated greeting. Every now and then something that had once been life lay on the boat. A sailor grasped, examined, lowered, no pathos, only attitude. The stewardess with the tired, clever eyes, still incomprehensibly upright, pulled blankets tighter around her shoulders, tied knots, took sips from a cup that contained more courage than warmth. "Don't fall asleep, miss," she said, patting Clara gently on the cheek. "You may be tired later." "Later," whispered Clara, and this time the word was not a mockery, but the smallest, most useful future. Edward leaned over to her. His forehead was cold and familiar. "Windows," he said, and though air was scarce and teeth contradicted, she smiled. "Windows," she confirmed. "And we don't slam doors." "Never again," he murmured, and she believed him, because in his mouth every promise was now not noble, but necessary. The whistle sounded again, nearer. A second time, then a third, and with the third something was added, a scraping in the air, as if wood that has seen a lot is approaching the water with good manners. No call, no horn, just work that makes the tone. The men in the boat straightened themselves, two loosened the oars, put them back on, briefly, gently. The lantern threw a fan at the mist, which immediately ate the fan again, but that was enough for eyes to know where to stand. "There." The boatswain pointed in a direction that was still empty to eyes. "Light in dirt. You see? No star. Deeper, deeper. At first you couldn't see anything. Then, really, a warm spot, no embers, no white, twitches, disappears, there again, the opposite of haughty. A light that someone wore and did not give birth. Hope, not great, but obedient. Strap long." Men lay down in the oarlocks as if their arms were the last cog in a machine that works with people. Someone whistled through his teeth, not song, beat. 1, stop, 2, stop. The boat made its way, crept in such a way that the cold did not lose its respect. The fog pushed and gave and pulled, and the wood answered with small, contentedly serious sounds. Shall we call? One asked, and his voice did not tremble, it was moderate. Wait, said the boatswain. One more stroke. Don't chase away. Light is shy. The dot didn't grow, it became denser. Around him the air took on a different order, as if it were arranging itself according to its will. Voices were heard, at first only as gestures, then as words. Pull steady. There, easy. Mind the flows. Another sound, chains? Vibrated behind the first. Not a luxurious ship that you would later measure against salons. A worker. A rest of the world that went into that night, not to collect stories, but bodies. Stop. The boatswain raised his hand, and the men heard as if they had been practicing the order for years. Silence that was not empty, but listened. The light was actually growing now. A light on a shoulder, on a mast, on a small world of wetness and rope. You could see outlines, cast iron, clean, straight, the bow of a ship, low, reliable, the color somewhere between night and duty. A foghorn was silent, the whistle spoke for it. Who's there? The call came clearly, not loudly, with an authority that didn't smell of possession. The boatswain replied with his mouth full of coldness and order, lifeboat. Survivors. How many? 12 and 3 weak. Come alongside. Slow. We'll throw lines. Lines drew small boughs into the air, fell into the water, were briefly held by the fog, then grasped by hands that knew how to tug without tearing. The rescue ship, not a giant, a hard-working back, straightened up, its hull breathed, its planks smelled of coal and tea. On the deck stood men with faces that could be exhausted and clear without contradicting each other. They threw nets, they cast glances that estimated the number of breaths. One after the other. No panic. Women first. The old sentences, this time not as decoration, but as tools. A rope ladder slapped against the ship's side. Hands gripped, feet groped, wet clothes sticked. The boat next to them made the noise of wood that has to do. A rope pulled at Clara's elbow. Miss, can you stand? Yes, she said. The word was smaller than the truth and yet appropriate. Edward stood behind her, not as a shield, as a railing. One after the other, the stewardess admonished, and her tone was the tone of a kitchen in which tea is still made even when the fire is fired. Clara's feet found the rope ladder, the cork of her waistcoat crunched, the blanket slid, hands pulled her back, tied knots that hung and held. A wave lifted, the ladder struck, the torso groaned, she breathed 1, put 2, kept quiet, as one reads an invisible line of music. Above her, an arm's length, men's arms that transformed the word lift into an act that needed no name. Below her, an arm's length, Edward, whose hand touched her ankle very lightly as she reached the platform, a late, secret handshake. The hull under the shoes was a new world, rough, full of salt, calibrated for survival. A sailor, stocky, his cap crooked, his pupils awake, pressed another blanket into her arms, thicker, with the smell of chamber. Come, miss. Hot. Hot, a promise in 3 letters. They were led under a tarpaulin, where bodies were measured not with numbers, but with hands that knew how much trembling is normal before it becomes dangerous. Someone rubbed her fingers, not tenderly, right? Someone held a cup to her mouth, and the cup gave the air the taste she could remember, bitter, sweet, banal, tea. Edward, she said, the name, practiced, the mouth that knew it. His coming, replied the stewardess, whose eyes were not tired enough to see badly. And really, he appeared over the edge, not big, not heroic, just there. 2 men grabbed him under the arms, pulled, posed, squeezed, one laughed briefly, concisely, honestly, good man. Edward nodded, unable to blame the thanks. He was looking for the only thing that mattered now, her gaze. They were standing, 2 prickly animals in blankets, and the ship picked them up as if it had been built for it. It was built for that. On the aft deck, other boats unloaded, hands held, voices spoke softly, names were invented where there were none. A woman held the hand of a strange child, and both acted as if the hand belonged there. An old man, his glasses full of salt, stood at the railing and looked into the fog, as if one could be grateful without an object. Hartley's fiddle no longer sounded. Instead, someone sang, barely audible, crooked and correct, a line of song that only ordered the breath. Name, asked an officer, holding a list in his hand that was too small for that. Clara called him, more slowly, as if she had to check whether he still belonged to her. Clara Beaumont. Edward Sinclair. The officer wrote, the pencil scratched. Sit there. Blankets. We'll bring broth. Doctor will see. His voice was not soft, it was an equipment. The fog lifted for a moment, as if to test the order that now prevailed on deck. In the gap, far and yet present, one could see the flat, black band in which the night disappears when the day finds it, not the sun, only the knowledge that it exists. Ropes tightened on the rescue ship, someone made a sign, the kettle murmured. Planks became sentences. The hull made that short, internal jolt that ships make when they are heading towards something that smells like an answer. Clara pulled the blanket tighter, not out of fear, out of order. Edward's hand was under hers, where skin became sense again. They got us, she said, and now she could believe it, without laces in her neck. He nodded. Yes. And we? Us, she repeated. The small, complete word stood in the steamy morning as if it were a vessel. A sailor came with tin cups, steaming, the rims black from use. Drink, miss. Slow. It bites. She drank, slowly, it bit, first in her throat, then in her thoughts that had been freezing for hours. Behind the tarpaulin the world was moving, footsteps that were in no hurry, and yet did not lose a minute, shouts that remained short so that no voice breaks, the light, well-behaved groan of a ship that did what it promised. Tell me, Clara begged, a small, useless detail. Edward thought for a second, and that second was luxury. On the table in our kitchen, he said, there will be a bowl that is too big to be practical. We will fill them with keys that no longer open anything and with pieces of paper that we read too late. And one day, in the middle of an argument about nothing, you're going to put a clementine in it, just like that, and the skin will smell faintly of the sun, even though it's raining. She laughed, hoarsely, and lifted the cup as if she were drinking to it. The officer reappeared, his list now with cracks and fingerprints the chronicle of an hour. We will do another pass, he said to the bosun. Same pattern. Keep the whistles. Aye. He looked at Clara, at Edward, at the others, a short, unclassifiable glance, billing, pity, planning. You are safe now, he added, and that now was honest, it didn't promise what he didn't have a receipt for. They sat down close together on a bench whose wood was cracked and therefore ideal. The fog pressed against the tarpaulin from outside, as if it wanted to know what was happening to its victims inside. The ship made a small, decisive arc. A horn, not this one, another, deeper, more patient, answered out of fog into fog, somewhere another hull, another deck, still hands. Clara laid her head on Edward's shoulder, and though they were both trembling, there was a warmth that didn't come from blankets, the insolent, stubborn heat of people who don't get lost, even when the sea has counted them out. We'll write later, she murmured. We are writing this morning, arrival with reservations. And we'll hang the note on the door. And underneath, he said, we write in parentheses, window open, despite the draft. And underneath, she smiled, 2 cups. 1 too loud. And at the very bottom, he added, music only with mistakes. The fog lifted a finger's breadth, not out of romance, but out of physics. A strip of brightness suddenly lay on the skin of the water, a faint agreement. On the rescue ship, someone tightened a rope, another placed a bucket so that no one tripped over it. Someone began, quietly and stoically, to wring out wet blankets, the water dripped in neat lines onto the deck. You could see how the future begins, not in marches, in hand movements. It will be asked, said Edward, how it was. We will say, answered Clara, that the cold eats names, but not promises. That light in the fog does not shine, but works. That rescue smells of tar and tea. And that music is quieter than whistling, and still remains. Soon, he said, for the first time without trembling. Soon, she said, and this time she didn't just mean, soon warm. She meant, now write, now play, now argue about cinnamon, now laugh at 2 loud cups. The rescue ship set its course. The boat from which they had been taken pushed alongside, ready for the next circle. Pipes answered each other, briefly, persistently, practiced. The light in the fog was no wonder. It was a man with a lamp and the determination not to drop it. Enough to cut a narrow, reliable swath in the middle of a night that devoured everything. Enough to lift 2 people who were attached to a sentence like a piece of wood into a reality in which later has a room again. They sat, wet, blue, awake, and drank the bitter, saving hot. Above them, the sky recorded the transition from not too late to yet on time. And at Clara's inner edge, where bars pitched their little tents, a new line began. No hymn, no funeral march, a simple andante that you can dance on kitchen tiles with wet socks when the radiators knock. Look for windows, she said again, almost happily. And don't slam doors, he said. The rescue ship answered with its hull, a deep, satisfied sound that signified, sailing. Direction. Work. And somewhere in the grey, mildly brighter roughness in front of them lay a point that would later be called the city. A plant that didn't want to be looked at. A notch that they would carve into the wood of a new railing with a pencil, small, defiant, valid. Of the. Right. Chapter 28. The Awakening. Clara comes to herself on the Carpathia. Edward's condition is critical. In a beautiful lyric and around 1,500 words per chapter, write a coherent text, pay attention to many details. ChatGPT. Thought for Sevens. Chapter 28, The Awakening. At first there was only one sound, the patient hum of a body that was bigger than any human and yet worked for people. No more moans, no more screams, an even, hundredfold oiled hum, as if someone were stroking an open page with a warm hand so that the letters do not crack. Then came the smell, tar, wet woolen fabric, rusks, a hint of peppermint and something metallic that reminded me of keys. Behind it lay a warmth that did not show off, but remained silent, like a lamp in a kitchen when snow falls outside. Clara did not open her eyes, she noticed that they were open. A grey light stood like fog under a low ceiling. It was the special brightness of ships that wake up before the world does. A cloth, heavy and scratchy, lay on her. Underneath was another, then another, as if hands had wrapped her with blankets until the cold couldn't find a single corner to put her mouth on. Her fingers had become dull, red animals that are slowly remembering the fur. Someone had put them in woolen gloves, over the wool lay ties that seemed to know where hands belonged. She moved her head the width of a breath. The room in which she lay was narrow and neat, a row of bunks, a row of hooks on which hung more life than wood can support, hats, scarves, a child's stocking clinging to a rope. Above her, the gentle ticking of a wall barometer, next to it a picture of a saint that looked as if it had been made for land use and transferred here to sea. On the floor was a brightly scrubbed strip in which the light stood like in a puddle. The walls threw the sounds further, footsteps that didn't slip, a voice that said, hotter, as if the word were a bandage, the dull knocking of a pump. The ship was sailing. It didn't go away. It went there. Miss. A voice came through the warmth, matter-of-fact and friendly, like a cloth that you don't wring out too hot. A woman bent over her, her forehead smooth, her eyes from that weariness that makes you wise. A white bonnet, which would have been austere on land, wore gentleness at sea. Not too fast, she said, putting 2 fingers on Clara's carotid artery as if she were knocking. Drink if you can. A cup on Clara's lips. The steam smelled of tea and conviction. She drank, and the path from mouth to stomach was a long, narrow staircase on which every step creaked. When the warmth reached the bottom, she heard her body make a grateful, rude sound. Good, said the woman, and good was the right scope for every word. Edward, Clara said. It sounded like the name of a port that you were looking for on the map yesterday and can be found by heart today. The woman did not nod, she tilted her head so that her hearing could see better. His here, she said, and the here wasn't a big geographical one, but one of 2 meters, a door, 3 steps. He was very cold. The doctor is with him. We have it warm, but the heat has a lot to do. Clara's hands wanted to get out of the blankets before her body understood what that meant. The woman did not stop her, she held the blankets in the right place and pulled them along in the right place. Slowly, she said, the heart doesn't like sudden guests. A call was heard across the corridor, no fear, only closeness, bottle again. A clack, as if rubber and tin were negotiating with each other. Clara sat up. The world did not do the same, it took her a second and 2 hands on the edge. There was a series of sounds in her head that she had not composed, the whisper of the sea on steel, the bashful laughter of teacups in a box, the distant clink of a spoon. Carpathia, the woman said, as if Clara had asked. Rescue ship? It's called what mountains are. Today it is a valley. The word opened a curtain in Clara's breast, a deep breath that came from behind. She nodded. May I? Yes, miss. The woman patted her lightly on the shoulder, who only slowly learned again that there was no danger in living. The corridor smelled of wet wool, of cork, of men's skin, which had only just learned again that it was good for anything but shivers. A sailor stood between 2 bunks and handed out cups, as if he were handing out tickets, only that each one. A girl slept with her chin on the same blankets as a woman who was not her mother. Someone was praying, tired and reasonable. An officer stood at the door and kept the air in order. Clara went, as small as one must walk on ships when the world had only recently sprung out of their joints. The nurse, there was no other word that fit so well, opened a second door. The space behind it was even narrower, with 2 bunks, a cupboard in which bandages had their morning, a bowl of warm water from which a thin, decisive warmth rose. On the wall hung a thermometer that forgot the hour. Someone was standing in front of it, his hand on a man's pulse. Edward lay there, pale under the salt, his lips a narrow, insolent blue tint, which, fortunately, was already receding at the edges. His hair stuck to his forehead, and his eyelashes also bore the fine hoop hair that loves nights at sea. Above him is a bottle of hot water, wrapped in cloths, like a sleeping animal distributing heat. Another one at his feet. Under his chest is a wool pillow that can draw cold out of houses. The ship's doctor, broad back, steady hands, a watch that hung on a chain like a polite heart, counted, not with his mouth, but with his forehead, which knew everything. Miss, he said, without looking up, he hears you. even if he denies it later. His voice was of that kindness that is the opposite of soft, it held things together. Talk to him. As if you were a blanket. Clara came closer. Edward looked like someone a town finds on the stairs of a church on a winter morning and keeps with him. She did not touch her forehead, not her hands, she put her fingers on the edge of the ceiling, where fabric and skin offered each other a compromise. I'm here, she said. A sentence that is too big on land and fits exactly here. I'm here, and we'll clean the cups later. The loud and the small. And the plant will get a new pot that is too ugly to have stayed in a shop. His breath made a short, stubborn arc. A sign, tiny, valid. Window, he muttered, as if someone had given him a cue. Windows, open, she said, despite the draft. We hang a blanket in front of it, but not quite. You know. The doctor nodded, as if praising a child who does his homework with his left hand. Good, he said, holding a warm palm to Edward's chest, where the noise of life orders in a quiet rhythm. Don't rub, he added, more for the air than for the ear. Slowly warm, not fast. The body is offended, we have to apologize to him. How long? Time is not a glass here, miss, said the doctor. It is bread. We cut slices. He's already eaten too. The corners of his mouth lifted, seriously. Keep him chewing. Clara sat down on a small stool that stood next to the bunk and pretended to be big enough for decisions. She began to speak, not in sentences that shine, but in sentences that breathe, about the bakery, the trays, the smell of cinnamon that sets the clock, about the window, which is difficult to walk because wood wants to behave differently in winter, about the chair that creaks because chairs are like that when they are needed, about the notch that they would saw into a new railing, because things that are supposed to stay need signs. In the meantime, the ship's doctor pulled the thermometer out of Edward's armpit with a gentle movement, looking at it as if he were reading a letter that had been secretly slipped to him. Better, he said to no one. Not public transport yet, but better. A different sound came from outside, boots that were not in a hurry, a change of measurement in the hum of the machine, a command formula that was given in a different language. The ship made a small, decisive turn. Someone put on water. A typewriter clattered, not the kind that wants poems, but the kind that makes lists and keeps names so that people can count what they don't lose. The sister brought a bowl of warm water with a towel in it. Only the forehead, she said. The face. Not the arms, not the legs. The heart is allowed to get the news in stages. Clara wrung out the cloth, her hands pretending that they had always been made for such work. She put the moist warmth on Edward's temples as one gives a word the right emphasis. His skin felt like paper at first, then like paper that wants to learn to be fabric again. He was in the water for a long time, the sister asked, not curious, just because of the order. Long enough, said Clara, and a picture ran through her chest like a cold dog, the beam, the screw eye, the straps, the hands. He counted, she added. All the time. That's a way of living, said the sister, as if it were one of her favorite definitions. The steps in the corridor stopped. A voice, that of a man who knows orders and does not love them, spoke muffled, then louder, then not at all. The door opened. The officer who had carried the list stood there, cap in hand. Behind him, the fog hung like a vest on a hook. We're going west, he said, addressing the sentence to the doctor, to the nurse, to everyone. We radio. We still have boats. We have. He faltered, not because he lacked words, but because they were too many. We have enough to do, he finished and put his cap back on, as if you had to put on your posture not only but keep it warm. Clara bent over Edward. Do you hear? She whispered. There. Not gone. There. He made a weird sound, half coughing, half trying to build the word yes. The doctor looked up. Good, he said for the third time. If he later claims to know nothing, believe him only half. He heard the other half here. He tapped lightly on his own forehead. Time passed, not in hours, but in broths. Someone brought a thin soup that tasted like the rain of patience. Clara held the spoon, not because it was heavy, but because it is nice to hold things that are wood. Edward did not drink, he took. The distance from spoon to mouth was a journey that had to be undertaken twice. The doctor nodded again, the nurse checked knots, the hot water bottles purred in their cloths. You too, miss, said the sister suddenly sternly and shoved a cup into Clara's hand. They drink. Then lie down for 10 minutes and pretend to be the sea, you move evenly and calm others. I can't, yes, said the nurse, and it wasn't an order, but rather an instruction to physics. If you're not lying down, it tips over. Clara laid her head on the edge of the second bunk for the promised 10 minutes. She closed her eyes. She saw nothing, and there was music in nothingness, the andante that had already begun in her, on kitchen tiles, with wet socks, when radiators knocked. She counted 1 bar, 2. When she opened her eyes again, Edward was lying there as well. And yet something was different. The blue on his lips receded farther away, as if it were afraid of morning. His breath was less cautious. "He'll have a fever," said the doctor, as if he were turning to a page he had read many times. "Not high. Not for long. But he will. And he will say it is not necessary. And you will say, yes. And then he will fall asleep over it." He smiled so narrowly that the wrinkles on his eyes were only visible when they were already disappearing. "They will both argue a lot about what is necessary." "We are practiced," Clara answered, and for the first time since the night had closed, her mouth had regained the self-image that only love knows, the tone that neither asks nor boasts. Through the porthole, oh! There was one. A real little window. The morning light crept in, no longer grey, rather pale, but with a purpose. There was nothing to be seen but fog, perhaps a fold of water. Nevertheless, it was a window. Clara put her fingers to the brass ring that held the frame, and the coldness that came from there was polite, not cruel. "Window," she whispered, and the word was no longer a slogan, but thanks. "May I touch him?" she asked into the air, which consisted of tea and disinfection. The doctor nodded without looking up. "Only the forehead," the sister reminded, "and the hand. The hand does not tell you about the cold. The hand speaks with the heart." Clara put her fingers in Edward's hand. She wasn't warm, but she wasn't invisible anymore. He moved his thumb a little, as if he were stroking an idea. "At some point we have to make a notch," she whispered. "In something that lasts. A railing. A chest of drawers. If necessary, in our table. Only small. Not out of spite." "You bring your pencil," he murmured, and the speck of a smile sat on the edge of his mouth, as if it didn't quite know whether it was allowed to do so. The sister went to the porthole, wiped the inner bulge with a cloth so that the light would not be offended. "In 2 hours of soup," she said, "in 4 broths, in 6 he tries to get up. In caution we tell him that he will stay in bed. In 12, he sighs, and stays there. In 24 he sleeps without realizing it. In 48 he will ask for bread. With cinnamon," Clara added softly. "If we have any," replied the sister and smiled. Outside, the machine took on a new beat, that deep, steady pounding that takes on souls without asking what they were before. The rescue ship worked its way forward, heading west, through fields of cold, over roads of breath. Sometimes whistles howled, sometimes someone sang, very softly, more for the hands than for the ear. Names were written in lists, put in pockets, cross-checked, passed on. A child learned to find the thumb again. A woman held a button in her hand and decided to sew him a new shirt. An old man washed his face and found his own eyes underneath for the first time in hours. Clara sat and stopped. She spoke when the silence became too wide, and was silent when the words needed too much air. There was now a music stand in her head. There was no requiem on it. A slow-growing, thin melody that straightens the back. Andante, tenuto. Underneath, in pencil, window open. And in a corner, small and cheerful, cups, too loud, plant, don't look at it. Edward sank into an unagitated sleep. Not a hero sleep, not a movie, a sleep that takes itself with it so that it can be played back in the morning. As his hand became heavier in hers, she was afraid of letting go, for a fraction of a breath. The sister saw it without looking. "It's good," she said. "When the hand gets heavy, the heat does its job." The doctor took a step back, so that his body was finally the size of a single man again. "Both of you," he said, "will have to talk a lot. We have more tea than answers on board. It's a good mix." Clara nodded. "We have our own," she said. "Answers? Too many, too few. We write them down on a piece of paper and hang it on the door. Arrival subject to change. And underneath, windows open, despite the draft. And underneath," Edward murmured in his sleep, "music only with mistakes." It was little more than breath, but it was sentence. Clara laughed softly, the skin on her cheeks remembering how laughter warms. The Carpathia sailed. The mist sometimes lifted and released a strip of water, pale and true. Every time the light fell on the small porthole, Clara briefly put her fingers on the brass ring. Not out of superstition. Out of gratitude. She thought of how they had felt the notch on the railing of the Titanic, that tiny mailbox that had room for 2 names. A new notch would emerge here, perhaps in New York, perhaps in a room above a bakery, perhaps on a kitchen table with a sticky surface. She didn't know yet which wood it would be. But she knew it would be wood. Wood can be touched. Wood can be calmed down. She leaned forward, kissed Edward's forehead, as lightly as if the air itself had asked him to. "Soon," she whispered. And this time, soon, was not small with fear. It was small because it is tender. Outside, the ship knocked on the world, in a rhythm that humans have invented to get ahead. Inside, Clara held his hand, the doctor his watch, the nurse the order, and the warmth, untiringly, made her quiet, thorough work. Of the right. Chapter 29. New York, 1912. After the catastrophe, Clara plays anonymously in a small BA.IN of beautiful poetry and around 1,500 words per chapter. Write a coherent text, pay attention to many details. ChatGPT. Chapter 29, New York, 1912. The city smelled of coal smoke and burnt chestnuts, of wet rope and too many newspapers. On the corners, boys piled up the headlines as if they were bricks with which to build a truth: survivors arrive, lists of the saved, miracle and blame. The Hudson lay dark and sober, the piers rattled with iron, and steaming tugs pushed the day through the alleys between the chimneys. The houses stood shoulder to shoulder, the windows were squares on purpose. On some ledges lay bread edges for pigeons, on others there was nothing, because the wind reigned there. Clara wore a cloak that still smelled of a ship at her elbows and a city at the hems. The folds had retained the shape of the straps that had lifted them out of the water. In his right pocket lay a pencil, blunt and faithful. That evening she turned left from the Lexington into a narrower street, which was not asked where it led. Above the curb a light sprang up in a narrow arc, a gas glower that believed in time. On the opposite side, a man closed the shutter in front of a small hardware store. "Good night, miss," he said in German that reminded me of screws. "Good night," she replied, and her mouth accepted the word like a pill, not sweet, effective. The bar was called Hamilton's, and no one asked why. A hand-painted sign above the door showed a golden hook, next to it a cup from which steam rose in Arabic flourishes. Inside, it smelled of wood that is regularly wiped, of dishwater, lemon peel and the light, outrageous perfume of a woman who knew she would not cry today. The counter was old, and therefore good, notches that told stories, wet rings that replaced names, a glass bell over 2 croissants that were late. At the end of the room, where the wallpaper had already been whitewashed twice and forgotten once, stood a piano. Nothing special, an upright who had a tone like an honest person, a little hoarse, a little too loud, but always there. On its lid lay a vase, empty. The stool in front of it was too low, the pedals rattled, the right one jammed. Clara took off her cloak. Her dress was dark, not out of grief, out of rest. On the left shoulder there was a scar, small as a comma. On the right hand the skin had become rough in 2 places where the wood of the rescue had sitting. She wore her hair up, not out of fashion, out of purpose. The bartender, a man with a face that had become narrower with coldness and friendliness at the same time, nodded to her. "Good evening, miss?" He left the question lying around like a coin. "No names today," she said, and he nodded again, as if he knew the law of anonymity better than the city's regulations. "Just play. People like it when someone starts without saying what." There were not many guests. A dock worker who slept sitting down, a woman with a hat on which there was more bow than fabric, 2 young men whose collars had chosen to be higher than their voices. At the corner a man with a violin in his box, inconspicuous, awake. Next to him was a girl who smelled a typewriter, ink, metal, paper dust. Clara sat down. The stool gave way under her like a friend who pulls his knees up to sit higher. Her feet searched for the pedals, found the rattle that couldn't lie. She put her hands on the lid, not on the keys, as if she were testing the temperature of a conscience. Then she lifted it, the keys stood there like teeth in an honest mouth. A small crack in the ivory on C, a shadow on G, next to it a D that probably knew for a long time that it would be needed today. She didn't play right away. She heard the bar. The glass that ticked onto the wooden surface. The laughter of the woman at the second table, who had a laugh that surprised herself. The breath of the dock worker. The quiet turning of the pages of a newspaper, even though no one wanted to read it anymore. The city bore all this without being proud. The first notes were hardly there when they were already old. A triad, straight, nothing but breath. Then a step, one, another, and space between them so that the night could fit in. She chose a key with 2 crosses, not because it was light, because it was clear like a window you open on a morning that makes the kitchen smell of cinnamon too soon. Her left hand waved, not like the sea, but more like someone walking through a room and straightening all the chairs. The right hand spoke in syllables, not in sentences, small motifs that woke up, looked around, lay down again. Here and there she left a mistake that only she knew, to know that no one forces art when life still counts. No one clapped. Nobody had to. The humming of the cooling snake, somewhere behind, lay in its rhythm like a thread that means well. The bartender polished a glass that needed no shine, he did it for the sake of order. Halfway the woman with the hat remained still, raising her hand over her glass as if she were listening to see if the drink knew the chord. Clara thought of Edward's breath, which had worked like a small animal in the Carpathia. To the sister who had said, "In 2 hours soup, in 4 broths." To the doctor who said that heat is an excuse to the body. To the officers' list, which had cracks like a map. And suddenly, while the left hand was still doing what devices do, an image appeared in the right, a pencil on wood, a notch, small, a word that fit underneath. Window. She let the phrase rest on the same note for 7 bars, and on the 8th she gave it a step, not higher, only different. Someone noticeably sucked in the air, frightened by what one overhears in the obvious. The door opened, a wind came in that smelled of the river. Someone shouted, "Taxi," outside, and the word bumped against the frame as if it were made of sheet metal. A man in a coat, too tall, entered. He stood still as if he had to check whether he had really arrived, and then sat down at the third table. He ordered nothing. He put his hands on the plate, as if these hands only half belonged to him today. Clara played the andante, which had begun in the boat during the night. The one you can dance on kitchen tiles with wet socks. She added a little reprimand to the second stroke, a smile within the grammar, and the bartender nodded, as if he had needed that very permission. The man with the violin case loosened the strap, not quickly, as if it were a tie. He laid the instrument on the table, stroked the body as if he had to reassure him that nothing heavy was required today. No one in the bar knew who she was. The city made it easy to be a nobody, it was rich in namelessness. And yet, as her fingers carried the second phrase out of an evening light into a dawn, she felt this other form of publicity, the silence that people share with each other when they recognize something that doesn't yet have a name. She changed to minor, not to complain, to make the room bigger. The dock worker was half awake, resting his head on his hand on the table on the city. The girl, who smelled of a typewriter, drew the pen and wrote something on the hem of the newspaper. Maybe it was just an address, maybe it was the thought, music is also bread. On the window on the inside, a pane on which the breath drew lines, condensation beaded. Look for windows, Clara thought, and smiled because she had found one without getting up. She heard him before she saw him. It was not a step, it was the way space passes on when a body enters it differently. A small delay at the handle, then a cautious closing, as if no one was slamming doors. She did not raise her head. Her left hand held the ground, the right put 2 notes together, which were nice even though they were working. In the mirror behind the counter she saw the shadow of his coat, the line of his shoulder, which had one brightness more than yesterday. He stood at the door as if he had practiced not disturbing. Edward. The name did not enter the music, he lay down under her. He looked thin, his cheeks clean-shaven, his mouth soft from the fever that was already beginning to tell how it had said goodbye. Around his neck was a scarf whose color was reminiscent of tea, which stood too long and is still good. His eyes, those insolent, shrewd eyes, were awake and tired at the same time. He did not immediately step up to the piano. He stood at the counter, put his fingertips on wood that other fingers had polished, and waited for the point in time when a person is allowed to enter a melody without interrupting it. "Good evening," said the bartender, as if he had to formally introduce the city. Edward nodded. "A glass of hot water?" he asked. The woman with the hat looked up, examined him, gave him that involuntary, short smile that one gives to strangers who do their best. Clara ended the phrase so that the end behaved like a beginning, and started again, this time a third higher, as if the window had to be opened wider. He turned, 1 millimeter. Their eyes did not meet, they leaned against each other like two people who know that encounters can also be in the same room if you keep your distance. He raised his hand, just as if he were greeting a waiter. That was enough. She played a little cadenza, 2 notes too many to feel the taste of air, and the man with the violin case stood up. "May I?" he asked no one. He put on the bow as if the string were a thread in a coat that was being repaired. A second voice, narrow, warm, unsentimental, pushed itself over the keys without covering them. The play became a conversation on a bench, on a day that is grey and right. Edward finally sat down at a table not far from the piano. He warmed his hands on the glass, which was only water, the word hot was enough. His fingers, which had been counting on the beam, who had learned the rope and screw, lay still. Every now and then his thumb ran over the rim, as if he could see if the glass had a notch. He had maintained the movement, don't slam doors, search windows. He breathed deeper. The color returned to his lips, as carefully as one enters a room where someone is sleeping. Clara continued to play. She brought the topic home, in a key that was reminiscent of bread. During the breaks she put small hammers of silence on which words could be placed. 2 cups, she thought, one too loud. Her inner self laughed softly, because the city around was too loud itself, and the laughter warmed her. She looked at the vase without flowers and imagined a clementine inside, orange, insolent, in a room that had not yet decided to whom it belonged. Between 2 phrases, in the coolness of a breath, she briefly raised her eyes. Edward looked at her, now for real, and nodded, not like one who consumes, like one who has been recognized. She left a dissonant passage that only she understood, so that the mistake would have space. He smiled, narrowly, approvingly. "Music only with mistakes," he had said in his sleep. Now he nodded in his wakefulness. The bar listened, with that polite devotion that remains at the end of a long day. Someone put money on the counter, more than a drink costs. The bartender shoved it into the cash register as if he were filling a vase. The woman with the hat adjusted the needle she had stuck into the fabric of the world. The girl with the typewriter perfume wrote a line, an unknown woman was playing, and the city briefly forgot what it was accusing itself of. Clara decided to stop before the play ended. She did not drop the last chord, she put it down as one moves a chair and leaves it standing so that someone can come. There were 2 notes in the air, which behaved as if they did not belong to the bill. That was good. Calculations that work out are rarely true. No applause. Only this short, tender exhalation, which the room acted as if it had turned off something heavy. The bartender leaned forward and asked, without asking, still. Later, said Clara. The word no longer sounded like a ship, but like a room. Edward stood up, slowly, like someone who doesn't want to offend a ladder. He took 2 steps closer. Miss, he said, so polite that no one was listening. Sir, she answered, as if politeness were a glove in which one feels one's pulse. His fingers touched the edge of the piano, exactly where the varnish layer was thinner. Good tone, he said. He knows the work, she replied. They did not sit down together. Not yet. New York requires you to do things in stages. The bartender put down 2 cups, both too loud. The steam rose, smelled of bitter and of something that could be called sugar. Edward raised his, she too, both drank, both grimaced slightly. Cinnamon, she said. Morning, he answered. She stayed another hour. She played 2 more pieces, one that went through the window and one that tilted the door. She didn't talk in between. And when she got up, she put the pencil, blunt and faithful, in the little notch on the right edge of the wing. She scratched nothing, she trusted. The bartender saw it, didn't understand it and kept it. Outside, the city had become colder. The headlines were covered, the boys yawned as if they were older than their caps. A horse-drawn sleigh clanged, although there was no snow, just habit. A sign flashed above the rooftops, rooms. There would be a table in one of them. A bowl, too big. 2 cups, too loud. A plant that doesn't want to be looked at. A window that stays on pull. A notch, small, defiant, valid. Clara went up the steps, which creaked like a friendly choir. Edward did not follow closely, he followed correctly, in a rhythm that spares doors. Upstairs, in the narrow hallway, she stopped and put her hand on the wood of the railing. It was warm. It no longer counted. She was breathing. 1 note, then 1. Then silence. It was not empty. She was ready. Of the right. Chapter 30. Between ice and eternity, Edward appears, survives, drawn, the Wiedersehen of beautiful poetry and around 1,500 words per chapter. Write a coherent text, pay attention to many details. ChatGPT. Thought for Nines. Chapter 30, Between Ice and Eternity. Winter remained in the city for a while, although the calendar already claimed otherwise. In the morning there was a thin, stony gleam, the roofs bore a touch of glass over tiles, and over the alleys there was a breath that went slowly and orderly to work. New York could be cold like a machine that has just been turned on, but sometimes, in the 2 minutes between 6 o'clock and the first horse's hoof splitting a puddle, she was quiet enough not to offend memory. Clara now lived on the 2nd floor of a house that consisted of 2 centuries, the staircase old and honest, the door frames new and crooked. Behind her door stood the things she wanted to leave to last, a table where bread and sentences were cut, a chair that creaked as if it had a right to it, a bowl, too large, in which there were keys and coincidences, 2 cups, both too loud, a plant that was beautiful on a bad day because no one was looking at it. On the window, which closed only reluctantly, hung a thin curtain that did not give up the train, but only civilized. The notch also existed. Not in the railing of a large ship, but on the right window frame, where the fingers involuntarily get caught when the world is too loud. A stroke of the pencil, carefully, not pious, had made the notch visible, small, defiant, valid. You could put your thumb in it and feel how the day breathed more calmly from there. It was one of those grey mornings made up of duties and breaks, and Clara sat at the table as one sits at a station, not to drive, but to watch the trains. In front of her lay music paper, not clean, not dirty, the state in which things are allowed to be created. On the first line, in a line of notes, stood the andante, which had remained her inner railing since that night, and below, in pencil, the practice sentences of life: windows open, leave mistakes standing, don't slam doors. She did not write, she heard the baker drop the trays in the kitchen below. It sounded like coins on wood, that immoral, comforting noise of cinnamon that affects clocks. From the corridor came the scraping of a broom. In the flat opposite, a man was coughing. The city did what can be expected of it, it held. There was a knock. Not the kind of knocking that sends mail into the world or helps neighbors get sugar. Rather, the hesitant knocking of a person who already knows that doors resent being frightened. 2 short ones, a pause, then another 2, as if someone were knocking on an old, agreed tune. Clara stood up because it was the kind of seconds you can't spend sitting. She smoothed out her skirt, an unproductive, just right gesture, and put her thumb in the notch as she passed. "Don't strike," said the frame. "I know," she replied and opened the door. Edward was standing in the hallway. Not the Edward who months ago had rested his forehead against hers on a brass railing and reframed the world with a single word. Nor Edward, who had come to himself under blankets on the Carpathia like a house in a thaw. This one was later, ordered and drawn. His left temples bore a fine, harmless scar that looked like the line of a child sketching the moon uncertainly. On the back of the hand, just above the thumb, there was a brownish trail, as if a rope had once decided to walk there. His coat was too big, his scarf too old, his eyes too alert. "Window," he didn't say. He said, "Good afternoon," as if politeness were the rope with which one pulls oneself from the ship to land. And then, one breath later, he allowed it, that small, involuntary flashing that happens to faces that not only see someone again, but find them again. Clara took a step back, just enough so that the hallway didn't have to feel too narrow. "Come in," she said, a sentence that means doom at some doors in this city and as much as a promise at hers. He stepped in, his shoulders slightly forward, as if the body did not yet know that the world was carrying him. She closed the door, not quietly and yet without a sound. The day came with it. At first they said nothing. Nothing had to be said. The room, which consisted of bowl and chair and cups, assigned them the furniture of their faces. Edward put his hat on the edge of the table, ran his hand over the felt as if to explain to the thing that it now has work, tidying up. His gaze lingered on the notch, a small, lowered lip, almost a laugh. He went there as if the way were shorter than it was, and put his thumb in it. "They were in my head," he said. "The notch and the 2 cups. It was almost easier to find my way here than to me." "You gave what you could," she answered. "The rest is my area, keeping words at home." It was not a lecture, it was a craft. She fetched the 2nd cup, which was too loud, poured water that would never be called tea and yet was all you need in the morning, put the clementine in the too large bowl, as if the bowl now knew why it was so big. The room received these things like little animals that you don't feed to stay, but because they have already remained. "Sit down," she said, and the chair creaked towards the man like an old aunt, pleased, stern, familiar. He sat down, put his hands next to the cup, not on it. "I've been practicing," he said after a while, as if that were the best introduction. "Lying down. Sitting. Standing in the corridor of the Carpathia. Rehearse what you say when you don't talk about how something was, because you know so little that the wrong images start and the right ones remain quiet." "Then don't say anything," she replied. "Or say it in sentences that are too small. We can talk about big ones later. Today we practice andante. Tenuto." He was breathing, and the breath was indeed deeper than before. "I remember the color of the screw," he said. "Not what the cold tasted like. Not how the music sounded, although I know it sounded. I remember the screw sticking out of the wood, and how your arm wouldn't take it. I remember O'Leary shouting that we should jump clean. I remember your mouth saying, 'soon,' and it was a beat, not comfort. I remember the movement of your hand when you rejected someone in the boat, not rudely, but correctly, so that we stayed together. I remember how a man had to laugh when he got a cushion. And I remember the hands that became straps on our beam. Everything else is fog with sounds. I have guilt that cannot be counted, I have thanks that are too big for animals. I?" He paused, because something in him was looking for the right size. "You have breath," she said, and her voice was as calm as a measuring cup. "And I have hands. We exchange." He laughed softly, the sound of that porcelain cup that sings briefly when it is put down. "I feared," he said, "that the city would jump between us. That their noises dissolve us and we lose ourselves in the many rooms that can be rented here. Instead, it has given us corridors where you can knock." He looked at her, and there was room in his gaze now. "I love you," he said, and the word was no longer on the tongue with salt, but with bread. "I love you," she replied, and the room wrote it down without overdoing it. The plant stirred, the chair growled contentedly, the peel acted as if orange were a task. Outside, a car drove over cobblestones, and even the city was silent for a heartbeat, as if it knew that there are moments that must not be noisy. They sat together with the naturalness of people who have already completed the most difficult part, survival, and are now starting their work, life. Edward ran his thumb along the edge of the cup as if he were looking for the 2nd notch there. "I marked," he said banally, and yet meant something else. "Not only here." He tapped his temple with 2 fingers. "Even where you add numbers when you sleep. I woke up at night counting strap strikes. I was wise and unbearable. I was grateful and useless. I even stole a sentence from your music that I didn't understand and wrapped it around an hour like a gauze bandage that was bleeding." She nodded, and it was as if she had already heard it in the noise. We will leave the scars open as long as they have to learn, she said. We don't tape anything up because it looks better. We practice letting the mistakes stand. Also on the face. Also in the sentence. Even at night. She got up, went to the window, pulled it open 2 fingers, although the cold thought of numbers. Train, she said, and the curtain breathed. So that the smell of cinnamon comes in and the air doesn't forget that it belongs to people. And the doors? He looked at the flat door, which stood unambitiously in the frame. Don't strike, she said. Not to the world and not to each other. You can go out, and you can go back. I am allowed to go out, and I am allowed to go back. We knock and we open. We hold the handle when the other has a handful. A smile passed his lips that was not fragile. May I open the window? Search, she finished. Yes. Search. He stood up, came next to her, put his hand on the brass handle, not to turn it to know that he was there. Their shoulders touched, and the warmth that rose from this commonplace in the world was the most unfashionable, bravest comfort that could be imagined. Merrick? She asked after a while, and the name crossed the room like a cold bird. Edward nodded. He opened doors that his diary didn't know. He screamed, without a position, he has burned himself with steam that could not be told. He is alive. He can't get rid of the face he had there, that of a person under duties that are suddenly no longer clean. If I meet him, neither of us will apologize. We will look at each other like men who have heard music for which they have no ear, and we will both nod. And Hartley? He stuck to his tone until the air no longer carried him. He was silent. The city will pronounce his name and then something else. We keep them in a place where they don't disappear, in the Andante. She put her hand on the back of his hand. And the stewardess? Holds ropes in heads. I saw her in a dream holding a door shut so that the right thing wouldn't blow out. Then she opened it a crack so that what was righteous could come in. It is made of the wood that kitchens are made of. Her eyes are the good knife. I'm writing it, Clara said. Not what everyone wants to know. I write down the little things, the color of the screw, the taste of cinnamon on the watch, the way you stroke the glass on the edge of the cup, whether it has notches. I write about a gauze bandage made of music. And I play in bars without names. Anonymous is also a name. This is not how the world becomes clean, but it will come true. And I, he said, describe definitively what patience may cost. I don't make a heroine out of time, but I do make a housewife. I write a column that doesn't apologize for the length of blank lines. Headline, windows open, despite drafts. Subtitle, music only with mistakes. A paragraph about cups that are too loud, she added. And one over notches. And one about doors that you don't slam, even if you're right. They both laughed, this time not quietly. The city accepted the laughter without telling anyone. Downstairs, the baker dropped the trays one last time. A carriage stopped, 2 men got out, and for a second the street looked like a staff with people on it. Come, said Clara. Sit down at the piano. Not to play. To own it. It's an upright, the pedals rattle, the right one jams. It sounds like someone who works honestly. I want your weight to know it. He followed. The piano stood at the end of the room, not large, not humble, a piece of furniture that knows how to fix air. Edward sat down on the stool. He rehearsed his right hand, not on the keys, on the lid, as if he were carving wood. She stood next to him, not like a teacher, like a candle. Don't play, she said, and he didn't. She put her fingers on his left hand. So, she said. That's what it feels like when things start. Not with sound. With a handle. She bent down, so close that the scent of his scarf, too old tea, brave, brushed against her. We are between ice and eternity, she whispered. That means, we have time. And it's winter. And we have the part in between where you open doors quietly and windows wide. He turned his head, his temple pushed softly against hers. I've lost you, he said suddenly, as if the sentence came from a chamber that had only just been unlocked. Not for long. Just long enough to know what it means. I found you again. And I want to practice not losing you again, even in rooms with peppermint tea and arguments about cinnamon. She nodded. We practice. It is the most beautiful work. It smells like bread. They kissed, not like on a railing, not against the cold, not against the world. They kissed as if a room was being properly furnished for the first time, gently, safely, without making your arms too big so that nothing would fall over. The kiss was not a vow, it was the confirmation of a work that had already begun. When they came loose, the chair creaked in agreement. The plant pretended to think of leaves. The curtain billowed in a polite draft. In the street, a newspaper boy shouted something about names. Clara smiled. They should all have names, she said. But today there are 2 of us, and that's enough. Edward took the cup, too loud, lifted it and bumped lightly against